All right, good evening, chat. Gonna get this started here in the, this all started with me, just at work, and I saw the Honest Whisperer posted something on his, community post on his, YouTube channel, and it was a, video that we're gonna watch tonight. What the video entails is, he's talking with two guys I've never heard of before, talking about the Odyssey, and some of the things he said are that I guess the standard for wokeness is just completely slipped. Apparently the Odyssey isn't woke; it's just badly written or it's boring. So it just seems like insane cope to me that this is the narrative that they're going with. So I thought that was that. So that was the first part. That was the first part. Here, let me get rid of this text. That was the first part. The second part was I started reading an article on Substack that was randomly sent to me, and everything clicked together as soon as I read that article. Let me get some background noise. Loud. There we go. So I'll walk you through it the same way that I got walked through it. The hell? Why can't I look at this thing? I could read it beforehand. Why can't I read it now? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Wish there was some dark mode on the Substack. I wonder if there is a dark mode. Those are settings. All right, let's see if we've got. Nope, I guess there's not any dark mode. Notifications. All right. So there's no dark mode. I don't like that because I don't like the brightness. But we'll start with this video. So this is about here, let me do this. Where is theater mode? We'll go through this bit by bit. Let me turn on captions. We'll start here.
Critical Drinker, welcome back to Trigonometry.
Pleasure to be here.
Why are they calling him Critical Drinker? Why don't they call him why don't they call him Will Jordan or just Will? It's just weird for them to be having this conversation and just calling him Critical Drinker.
Again.
It's great to have you, man. You're crushing it. You're really enjoying your reviews, and there's a lot to talk about.
There is, yes. It's been a busy time in movies, hasn't it?
It has been, which is somewhat exciting in many ways, but we'll get into all the different ones. The first thing you said when you sat down here, and I was like, well, I really enjoyed your review of the Odyssey, and you were like, I have got so much hate. I thought you gave a very balanced and fair review, which actually is what generates hate on the internet nowadays.
Well,
yeah, so this is very revealing. If you did get the video recommended, even if you ignored it, it is very revealing.
well, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people won't even
Yeah, he's very thin, I've noticed. Very, very skinny.
have bothered watching the review. They'll just assume that I hate it. And then, yeah, the reality is, like, I was fairly meh on the movie overall. You know, I praised some technical aspects
I don't know if they're both Jewish.
of it, recognized that Christopher Nolan's a very competent director. And really, yeah, my only real issue was the lack of emotional engagement and how kind of removed and cool and sterile it is. But that's
So just lack of emotional engagement, guys. That was the problem with the movie. It wasn't anything else.
It's just a hallmark of Christopher Nolan movies at this point. So, yeah, it's become a very contentious film, unfortunately. It's just the way it's gone.
Yeah, and why do you think it is so contentious?
It's probably because of the race swapping and the casting choices that they've made. Because when it was first announced, everyone was pretty enthusiastic about it, myself included. You know, it's a Christopher Nolan movie.
By the way, he admits, so he admits what the problem is, right? He says exactly what the problem is, and this is what the problem always has been.
He did great with Oppenheimer. Now he's going to tackle the Odyssey, like one of the foundational stories of Western civilization. Fantastic. I'm sure he's going to do a great job of it. And then you see the first trailer that came out. You know, you find out that Lupita Nyong'o is going to be playing Helen of Troy. Obviously, that's quite a change from what we know Helen of Troy to be. Elliot Page is going to be in it. The assumption at first was that they were going to be playing Achilles, which would have been...
So we gotta get the pronouns right? Can't refer to Elliot Page by her. Gotta get the pronouns right.
Really hilarious, but it wasn't that in the end. But still, it generated this...
So why was it hilarious, though? Can you go into that? You know why it was going to be hilarious? You going to go into why Lupita Young, or whatever her name is, playing Helena of Troy is weird? Can you go into that?
Crazy pushback online. I'd never seen it.
Yeah, it just generated it. By whom? Who was generating it? And were you part of it?
Anything like it since probably Snow White. With Rachel Zegler and all the stupid things that she was saying, that same level of vitriol was suddenly leveled at the movie. And like I say, it's not what I would have expected from a Christopher Nolan film.
What was interesting?
I don't get it. So why is Christopher Nolan exempt? Can he go into that? Why is Christopher Nolan exempt by his rules? I don't get it. Can anybody tell me? Is it all of a sudden Christopher Nolan is directing the film and it's like, oh, well, we've got to ignore all the woke elements now because we like Christopher Nolan. That must be it. Give me 1 second, guys. Right back for a second. I had to close my window. All right.
Interesting to me is seeing that reaction, which, by the way, look, somewhat understandable given the sort of era of constant, you know, inserting artificially in many cases a sort of artificial diversity into things. But actually, interestingly, watching your review is very similar to what I wrote about it, which is, yes, Helen of Troy probably didn't look like Lupita Nyong'o, but
this is a distraction, by the way, guys. We'll go into why this is a distraction in the article, but this is a distraction, what he's about to talk about here.
And Elliot Page again, but they didn't really, that casting didn't really massively affect your experience of the movie, and mine either.
No, I mean, it was one of the first things I wanted to dispel when I did my review. The both of them are in the movie for a grand total of like 5 minutes.
And it is like a Christopher Nolan movie, so it's like 7 hours long.
Exactly, yeah. And so, you know.
So this is insane cope, guys. We just incidentally put these two characters in, or these two actors, actresses in to the movie. I guess it would be actresses. Oh, it's fine, guys. They were only in it for 5 minutes. It was only woke for 5 minutes. It's not like they're making a statement by putting them in there. No, we're just going to ignore that.
No, the focus is much more on other characters. They're very much just ancillary to the main story. And so it didn't really impact my perception of the film. Like I say, my bigger issue with it was just the lack of emotional engagement with it.
See, it's just the writing, guys. Just the writing. There's no ideological tension here. It's just the writing. So it doesn't bother me. The fact that we have these people in these roles who are given who knows how much money to play these roles for whatever reason for 5 minutes. Oh no. That didn't affect anything.
Other people certainly have issues with its fidelity to the original text.
That's me.
Yeah. Obviously, what I've discovered as well is that there's a lot of people who've suddenly decided they're absolute experts on the Odyssey, and that
That's me.
online. So again, that's another fun aspect of this. You don't know how much you really want to believe from people, but yeah, as I understand it,
Exactly, yeah. We only put a few little poison peas in with your peas, right? Yeah, we only farted on your plate. Ignore the big turd. You can eat the rest of the food.
he has taken quite a few liberties, particularly with the characterization of Odysseus, turning him from this brave adventurer with this burning desire to get home to his family into basically a Vietnam vet with PTSD and survivor's guilt.
And what could that mean? Why are they doing that? Drinker? Why are they doing that?
That's a very big change to the meaning of the story. And again, people who are familiar with it took issue with it. But apparently that all just lumps everyone into the same boat of just the casting became the focal point of everything. So if you have...
You realize what he just did there? He didn't even go into it. He didn't even explain why it was a impactful change. He just went right back to the casting.
Had any criticism of the movie, it had to be because of that, not anything else. So it's an interesting approach.
One of the aspects I thought your review was bang on was when talking about the character of Odysseus, because in the original text, he's actually very smart, very sharp, very bright, but also very arrogant, which leads to his own not only his own downfall, but also the downfall of his men, all of whom died. But I think what's more important is the way
Danny Summer 4591, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Yesterday's woke is today's based. Yeah, actually that's what the article I'm about to read is going to be all about, right?
the industry is looking at it, and it looks like it's going to be kind of a shoo-in to do very, very well at the Oscars.
Yeah.
And you're thinking to yourself, well, looking at it, you're going, hey, it's not that good, is it?
No. But I mean, how to describe it? I'd rather watch this 100 times over than just another piece of superhero slop or franchise, some old franchise like Star Wars or Jurassic Park getting recycled for the dozenth time, So it's taken a stab at least something a little more interesting. So I guess if I was pushed, I'd rather that succeeded than...
Yeah, like 2.8% of the hot chocolate is composed of literal feces. You shouldn't pay attention to it, Chud, right?
Other films of lesser artistic merit. But still, it's ultimately, I found it to be a bit of a slog. It's very slow paced. It's very lacking in emotional resonance.
By the way, these are generalities that don't mean anything. Slow paced, but he admitted that was a Christopher Nolan thing, so why is it bad? Very lacking in emotional resonance. What does that mean? He uses all these words in his reviews, and it's all ways of just coping and kind of skirting around the real problem. That's what it is.
Resonance, lacking in urgency, took a lot of liberties with the characters. Yeah, I still stand by my overall assessment in my video, which is it's meh. Didn't hate it, didn't love it.
So my overall assessment is I'm going to sit on the fence and not make an actual opinion, or not have an actual opinion.
It's just in the middle.
Because I think it speaks more broadly to the conversation about the quality of movie making at the moment, that it's been hyped so much. Whereas, let's say, I mean, we're all of a certain age now, certain vintage, shall we say.
It's been hyped, and then people will forget about it within a matter of, months? Until they bring it up in the Oscars again, then people are going to forget about it then, so...
I'm just going to pick a movie at random, something like 1996. Would this even have been talked about as much? Would it have been hyped as much? Would everybody be as energized? Or would it just simply be seen as just another big budget Hollywood movie, which is all right, but let's be honest, nothing special. Maxim would have given it 3 out of 5 stars.
Yeah. I think the thing that always puts it into perspective for me is, like, I do a weekly live stream, and one of the segments that we've done on that is for each year of cinema, We'll like go through some of the top movies of that year, the biggest box office earners, or some of the most well-regarded films of that year. And every time we've done it, all throughout the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, you're just hit with classic after classic, and you think, my God, we were spoiled back then. Absolutely.
That's not true at all. Like, there was a lot of slop produced back then. Like, the classics that we know of were classics because they stood apart from other films that were not that way. You got a lot of collections of stuff that are not good. But why do we not know that? Because well, only a few people know that because nobody kind of promotes those. Because why would you promote slop? So he's absolutely wrong about this.
Absolutely spoiled. And it might be that the era we're living in now, you've essentially got what would have been considered an okay-ish film 10, 15, 20 years ago is now hailed as this all-conquering masterpiece. Like, I've heard some people talk about this as being one of the great...
Who's calling it the all-conquering masterpiece? See, this is why people need to pay attention to what he says, is because they are saying that he's a right-winger and all this stuff, and yet he's on the fence about this film. Meanwhile, who's praising it and why, and who's not praising it and why?
Greatest movies ever made.
No.
And it's insane. It's like, how many movies have you watched, man?
See, can you think about why they would be doing that other than, like, does he really think when people say it's really great, they're not doing that for completely different reasons other than artistic merit? Does he really think... See, they pit these people who make these films on a completely different plane than just, regular people. This is what I meant when I said they're statists. Because he looks at this institution as being, like, completely neutral. Like, this is pre-lockdowns mindset. Like he's completely sheltered. Critical Drinker is. Because he's thinking that, the institution, the Hollywood institution, can do no wrong. If they make a badly written movie, it's just, oops. Oh, better luck next time. That's exactly how their mindset works. Christopher Nolan made a bad one. Oopsie. We're not gonna look deeper into it and find out whether or not the casting choices and other choices were ideologically motivated. We're not gonna look at the people who were hired to do the writing, the casting, all this stuff. Why did they do all this stuff? No, we're not gonna look into that. We're just gonna say, oops, they didn't do a very good job. Oh well. Moving on.
But it seems like we've all kind of got, like, woke PTSD in a way, where we had this narrative shoved down our throat for so long that Top Gun 2...
So, wait a minute, it's still being shoved down your throat. What are you talking about? You just talked about it. You just admitted it was there.
2 comes along, and let's be honest, I mean, maybe you think differently, but I kind of think it was like a 7 out of 10, solid 3 out of 5, perfectly enjoyable action movie, but people decrying it as this kind of anti-woke masterpiece, this return to form, Hollywood's back, baby, isn't it amazing, guns and all the rest of it, and you're like, really?
It's literally just a normal 80s or 90s action movie. Perfectly fun, perfectly serviceable, the plot...
See, has he ever defined what woke is? Do these guys know what woke is?
Doesn't do anything particularly revolutionary. It's just a solid movie. And that, because that is so rare nowadays, it does get hailed as this, breakthrough film that, like, no one saw coming. Whereas...
No, exactly, Backstabber. Who is saying that exactly? I have no idea. We're just making up people in our minds saying good things, bad things, praising it, whatever it is. It's just... What does this even mean?
Like I say, yeah, if it had come out 20 years ago, people would have just said, it's okay, I guess. Perfectly fine.
It's interesting that you got a lot of...
Yeah, Danny Summers, that's the problem, is because the Odyssey is popular and well praised, it means he has to sit on the fence. Because it's obviously woke. It's obviously full of propaganda. CD has a video on what is woke on his second channel. I'll have to look at that. I've never seen that.
I hate for what you said about it being made, because to me, and you see this, like I was looking at the Kalshi odds before we started. The movie Odyssey, the Odyssey starts out as being like 50% chance of winning Best Picture. After it comes out, there's a significant dip.
By the way, why do we suddenly care about who wins the Oscars now? This is one of those things where if the bad, or not the bad, if the wrong, I guess the wrong movie wins the Oscar, the movie that we know should have won doesn't win, suddenly we start talking about how the Oscars are just so they're like, there's something wrong with the Oscars, right? But then everybody forgets about all that, and all of a sudden this movie comes out and we start talking about the Oscars like it's some big important gig, and it goes back and forth like that. Again, it's just so bizarre, like goldfish memory.
Actually, and you can see that. So people are kind of going to it and recognizing it's not as good as it was built. But it's interesting you say what Francis is saying about, this great desire for Hollywood to be good again. And every time we've had you on, we've talked about Hollywood becoming a bit shit, or potentially even sort of being on the way dying out. But there have been several movies since we last talked to you that I thought were really, really high caliber. For me, Nuremberg,
Thank you, Dan, Chris. Yeah, a member for 11 months, almost a year. Wow. Thank you, man.
example. I thought that was fantastic. You gave it a meh kind of response as well. You didn't like it?
I thought it was fine. I mean, I don't know.
He just hates to see the good guys lose.
I think, performance-wise, like, I'm not sure how close Russell Crowe is in terms of Goering, and I think maybe it takes a few historical liberties. I would have rather seen it in a wider context, but yeah, it was fine. Like, I watched it on a flight. I didn't watch it in the cinema, but I was pretty entertained by it. You kind of know where it.
So wait a minute. You're judging a movie by its cinematic appeal, like that's your whole thing, and you watched it on a flight?
It's going ultimately, but perfectly fine movie, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was, for me personally, what I found interesting about it, it was something that covered, which was obviously a big topic, and I thought it did it very well. Historically, look, this is the thing we should talk about as well. It's like you say, it took liberties with the original text of the Odyssey. I mean, that's what always happens, isn't it? I mean, Peter Jackson, and look, I hated him for it, to be fair. He completely ruined Faramir.
See, they're doing more coping now. They're not even looking into who did the feminist writer who wrote for this one, like what that's based on and why that impacts the story and how that affects people who watch it. They're not even going to address that.
In Lord of the Rings, which was, to me, irresponsible. It was horrific, unacceptable. Completely, because he reversed the meaning of the character in that instance, right?
Yeah, I mean, his part was very much cut down and simplified. They do him a bit more justice in the extended cut, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, isn't this kind of what always happens? Like, to make
Yeah, he probably didn't even watch the movie, to be honest.
a movie, you have to change the story a little bit.
Sure, I can understand like cutting down really long segments or, trimming down really convoluted stuff to make it more digestible. I think the problems creep in though when you change the fundamental meaning of it. I think everyone would concede for whatever liberties Peter Jackson took with Lord of the Rings, he got the essence of the story 100% right.
No, he didn't. He did not get the essence of the story right. You wouldn't say that if you read the books, and I don't think he's read the books. Or he doesn't even know what the books mean.
Whereas you could say, well, if you change the very characterization
Glad you could catch a stream of mine. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining.
of Odysseus from the Odyssey and his motivation for wanting to get home.
Yeah, you could ask ChatGPT for a synopsis and just be as general as possible. Yeah, but you could do that.
You've lost the entire meaning of the story. It becomes something very different now.
Yeah.
But what does it become?
So that's a different kettle of fish for me.
I don't want to be super nerdy, but I will be. That is exactly what they did to Faramir. Faramir in the books is borrowing.
You're passionate about this character, aren't you?
Well, it's the entire point of that segment of the book, because
It praised Andor, which is the wokest Star Wars product in all of Disney Star Wars. It's basically Star Wars Antifa. Yet Mr. Get Woke Go Bro couldn't figure it out. Yep, and it will be getting to all that. What did George do wrong? He never did the books. George Lucas?
because Boromir falls for the temptation of the ring, and Faramir is his brother who resists the
I'm gonna skip past
temptation.
this
But
a
they
little
did.
bit.
I found Damon's character for some reason motionless, which is very weird. Matt Damon as an actor has incredible range, but he sort of plays this like slightly autistic Jason Bourne character. For
Yeah, this is all about writing.
Director. From what I'm told, he pretty much just says, right, there's the script. The actor is just Tom Holland.
Yeah,
Like,
so this is all just the writing. I don't know. Okay, here we go.
assignment in this case, and probably took it upon himself to just be, right, I'm going to be the biggest prick that I can possibly be in this movie. And he did a good job, to be fair.
Oh, he did a great job. But you know, it's really interesting because I've really got back into movies recently. And it seems to me like this idea that Hollywood is dead, it's kind of premature, because I went to watch Obsession in the cinema.
By the way, is Obsession Hollywood? I don't think Obsession is Hollywood. Obsession, I thought, was an independent film. So what is Hollywood to these people?
I mean, that's a good movie. That is a great movie.
I think
By the way, I this is what I hate about these discussions is people said Hollywood is dead, but I went to the movies and I saw a good movie. So I mean, I don't think Hollywood is dead anymore. And it's like, oh, good point. Yeah. And it's like, he didn't say anything of substance.
I don't think anyone would.
It's like, I think, people are getting cancer, but I don't have cancer. So I think cancer is not as prevalent as people say it is.
Say Hollywood's dead. I think it's been on a decline, certainly in the past decade or so.
So Hollywood's been on the decline. What does that mean? Like box office wise? What is Hollywood? How's it been on the decline? Can you talk about that?
It's been kept afloat by these big, mega budget superhero movies, things like the MCU and DC and so on. When you're pulling in like $2 billion per film, you're keeping the entire industry afloat. Those are 10.
I think the new Spider-Man had a pretty big take in as well.
Whole movies. Obviously, that's petered out a little bit in recent years. People are moving beyond superhero movies, but the demand is still there for interest in films. And I think movies like Obsession prove, particularly with horror, all you need is a good idea, a good hook to get people in.
See, all this is this film was bad because it was badly written, but I like this film, and this film is good because it was well written. This is a good film because it had good ideas. It's like, they're not saying anything. Like, there's no information actually going out. Just, this good because good, but this bad because bad.
You don't need a huge budget. You don't need big special effects. You just need a good hook, a decent script, and some good actors. And away you go. And that movie...
See, why couldn't you do that with your movie, huh?
It cost $750,000 to make. It's sitting at like $450 million. It's on track, I think, to be the most profitable film of all time, relative to budget. So the appetite is there for interest in movies. Maybe not necessarily on the scale that we've seen them before, but scale down the budgets a little bit, and you'll still turn a profit.
See, this is the he just made the indie argument that, hey, we need to spend less money. It's like, what's the correlation between money spent and the like how good the product was? I don't get it. He always sounds like he's parroting something else he heard somebody else who's smarter than he is said. That's always what he sounds like. None of these sound like his opinions.
So it can be done, for sure.
And you look at, like, for instance, the cast.
Yeah, the writing bad, but you just need to make it good. Yeah. Why didn't you do that? Yeah, writing bad. Okay, what do I do next? Just write it better next time. Oh, yeah, that's duh.
I'm into movies, not as much as I was, but I follow the directors, the actors. I didn't recognize any of those actors.
Why do I hate him? Because he murdered my family. I'll admit. Critical Drinker came into my not my house, but my parents' house while we were eating Thanksgiving dinner. He murdered my family and left. So I hate him. That's why I'm doing this. There, you happy? I admit it. That's the backstory. So you see why I have to do this, right? So
Actors.
In Obsession?
Yeah.
No, they were mostly not unknowns, but relatively low profile. Not anymore, of course.
Yeah.
The girl who was in that, I mean, she deserves all the awards for that performance. She absolutely carried that movie.
Oh, this part is kind of funny. Listen to the audio.
I think Indy Navarrete is her name.
So they had it off screen. Did you hear how this was off screen? I think he didn't know how to pronounce her name, so he had Indy Navarrete, and then he goes on. So did they even like capture his mouth saying that word? Hang on.
Performance. She absolutely carried that movie. I think Indy Navarrete is her name.
Yeah, see, they definitely cut it out because he could not remember her name, the actress's name. He probably didn't even watch the movie. Why don't I hate him? Why do I not hate Riddle Drinker? I've never met him personally, so I can't. That's why I can't hate him.
But yeah,
But he did murder my family, so I have to hate him. So it's like a hate not hate relationship. But yeah, people talk about love hate relationships. This is a hate not hate relationship. So it's like on and off, you know.
she'll be commanding like $10 million a movie within a few years easily.
And what it actually shows is what you're talking about. Look, and this was the thing that I found most egregious about the woke period. It's just all we ever wanted as audience members was
the woke period. When was the woke period exactly? Here from 1997 to modern times, we went through the woke period. But this was only a few years, and then we finally conquered them through sheer force of will. And then suddenly nothing was woke anymore.
to please tell us a story. I mean, it doesn't matter what the story
See, please tell us a story. Just do the writing, guys. Just please do the writing better.
is. If it's a love story, tell us a good love story. If it's an action, well, there's an argument to be made that every story is a love story. But if it's an action movie, we don't want the other stuff. Just tell the story.
We don't want the other stuff. Just do the good stuff. Just do the stuff I like. Stop doing the stuff I don't like. Just do that over and over and over again. That's all you have to do. Is the stuff I don't like needs to be like just out of there.
Absolutely, yeah. And that was always the pushback, you know.
Yeah, nobody has their own opinions here.
It's like, I don't want this movie to espouse my personal politics or reaffirm all my beliefs about the world.
You don't think woke is dead? Well, these guys would disagree with you because they said the woke era is gone. Nothing is woke anymore, guys.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's entertainment. I'm there to escape from like the mundane realities of day-to-day life. And I'm there to escape from all the politics that comes with every other part of day-to-day life. So that's...
So movies are there. So I'm here to escape the politics. That's why the most recent movie I had a black woman in place of Helen of Troy, an ugly black woman in place of the most beautiful woman who's supposed to be the most beautiful woman in the world, and a tranny. Or just ignore this and just say, oh, these weren't really good parts of they were just really short parts of the film. But I was here to escape. I was here to escape the mundane and the politics. It just while we're watching what's his name deal with PTSD, all this stuff. Yeah,
that's all it needs to do is entertain you. It's not that hard, but they made it hard.
You say they made it hard. Do you think they've learned their lesson now? When we look at, for instance, the Odyssey, which is...
It's not that hard, which is why I've only done it once, and I failed miserably because, was it Rogue Elements? Rogue Elements was abysmal. It's not that hard, guys. Oh, you didn't like my movie? Well, I don't know.
It isn't a woke movie, as we've discussed, and we look at obsession.
Call them pooners, please don't affirm.
And we'll talk about Project Hail Mary as well. Do you think Hollywood might actually be waking up and smelling the proverbial coffee?
You can spend
Oh no. Okay, I don't want to hear your fucking commercial. Fucking Hillsdale, really?
free. Read the classics, study the West. That's hillsdale.edu/trigger.
Yes, they are. You can...
Guys, Hollywood is finally waking up, guys. Wait a minute, but they didn't woke up. They waked up. No, Hollywood has finally woken up, guys. They're waking up to the fact that Critical Drinker was right the whole time. I'm going to talk about why this. By the way, this is the moment where he admits defeat.
You see a lot of the pivots starting to happen within the bigger franchises, like Marvel is a good example of that. They've very much pivoted away from all that like political identity politics pandering.
They have not.
And I think Hollywood has.
See, they haven't, and it's right in front of our faces. By the way, we can see the race swapping, but also things like the fact that in the most recent Spider-Man film, Jean Grey is the lone female who gets a redemption arc, even though she fucking kills people. Meanwhile, the Hulk has to be put away, even though he really was kind of a victim of circumstance, which is what the Hulk is usually. And the Punisher has to apologize to Spider-Man for shooting him, because Spider-Man tried to save Jean Grey, even though she was rightfully needs to be killed because she's mind controlling people and killing people. But no, there's no identity politics here. It's not about we can't redeem the men for some reason. We can redeem this women for some reason. Women are redeemable. These men aren't. And we're gonna have Spider-Man pining for a woman that he left in his former universe. Watch another guy make out with her, all that stuff. There's nothing about that. No, nothing political about that. Nothing that can be remarked upon for today at all. None of that. We're just gonna ignore that. It's all there's no subtext. Like what the hell is subtext? There is no subtext. It's all surface level, guys. It's all surface level. Hollywood is changing, and Hollywood is doing things according to the way we like them now. Just slowly and surely, we've won. And this is I'm going to tell you through the article why this is essentially him admitting defeat. What he's done here is he's moved the goalposts. He's moved the goalposts because this is never what it was about.
Grudgingly learned their lesson. I think
Hollywood has grudgingly learned their lesson. No. What you have done, what Critical Drinker and other people have done and what they're continuing to do is they actually move the goalposts. Originally, they kind of told you what they thought the problem was, and because nothing was being done, they basically redefined what the problem was. So now they've redefined what the problem was. They're kind of gaslighting you into thinking like, oh no, we were always talking about this, when that was never the case.
maybe they convinced themselves, probably based on things like what they see on the internet, on social media and so on, that...
This is arrogant as fuck, by the way. Like, he actually thinks that they care about what he says.
The world was this progressive, like, hard left utopia, you know, and they needed to match that. And it didn't work out. And it took tens of billions of dollars in lost revenue, probably over a decade, to finally realize it. But they got there in the end.
See, go woke, go broke, except that hasn't been working. Like, they've been continuing to do it. So he's in cope mode right now. This is heavy cope mode. This is the thumbnail.
Just a shame that, you know, so many of these pop culture franchises that we grew up with, you know, whether it's Star Trek or Star Wars or Indiana Jones, whatever it might be, they've all been casualties of war in the process, and they're not really going to come back in the way that they once did.
Do you think we're going to look back and go, I know you've got your criticisms of Christopher Nolan, as do I.
See, I don't understand that. We've lost all of these things. He just admitted we've lost all of these things. They're casualties of war. We're never going to get them back. And then he says, now they've given up. Like, what? What is that? I don't understand. What? These are casualties of war, so they've destroyed most of the things we love. That's basically what he went into. Look how they destroyed almost everything we love. But now they're learning. What have they learned? What have they learned other than you guys consume the slop no matter what, and you just cover it. You complain a little bit, but then you just acquiesce. You do things like this somehow, like we're winning. Like this is Charlie Sheen. We're winning. That's what this is.
He kind of reminds me of the guy you meet down the pub who's smart, but likes to tell you how smart he is. Do you know what I mean? You know, using words like chthonic and
What? See, this is like brainlet, like low IQ. Like, hey, remember when you saw the guy at the pub who said the thing? Oh yeah. These fucking morons, dude.
in you know, everyday conversation. You go, did you really need to, Christopher? But are we going to look back at him, particularly with Oppenheimer, and go, like, this is a guy who maybe saved Hollywood?
I mean, ultimately, as I said earlier, I would take like 10 Christopher Nolan movies over one like crappy, you know, franchise rehash, some dumb popcorn movie. Whatever criticisms I...
No, but your job is to watch it all no matter what. So it doesn't matter what you take. You're consuming the slop.
I or anyone else might have of something.
Your entire platform is based on that. So your viewers are going to consume the slop too. Look, we know how this works.
Like the Odyssey, it's still a relatively intelligent movie grappling with some pretty challenging source material. And hey, there's a lot of people now that are probably going to read the Odyssey in its original form because of this movie. It'll have piqued their interest in classic.
No, they're not. Has he seen like the people who are actually reading books? People don't read books nowadays. Like that's a code. If you ever hear somebody who says, "Hey, they probably were gonna get interested in the actual book and read it afterwards," no, they're fucking not, because people don't know how to read that stuff. You like. Not millennials, Gen Z in particular, like their reading level has dropped off the fucking cliff, dude. How are they going to read the Odyssey?
Literature. So, hey, if Hollywood has to go in one direction, I'd rather it was that.
Well, yeah, the only thing is, like you said earlier, and I think all of us were discussing this, you kind of put it up there with the ancient world war movies, and you go Gladiator, Troy, you know, you can throw a few others in there, but it's like, it's not even on that level. You know what I mean? And you're talking about one of the greatest directors in Hollywood history, according to some people.
You know, you stop watching Drinker of the God of War games, yeah.
And one of the greatest stories in the Western canon.
I'm gonna speed this up. Like they're not. I hate videos like this because they don't talk about anything.
If you like, and it's just like 7 out of 10 at a stretch. Unlike a Gladiator, there was, you know.
What does that mean? It's 7 out of 10. According to who? According to you? According to like what aggregates? Like what the hell?
10.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the bar for this sort of thing is, would I want to watch it again, right?
Yeah.
So you probably say you're flicking through the channels, you happen to catch Gladiator on.
Yeah.
You probably say, "No, this is pretty good." With the Odyssey, nah. I said at the end of my review, I'll probably never watch it again. I'd probably not really think about it again. But then you guys are asking me about it, and you're making me think about it. Damn it.
Well, you do this for a living, comment on movies. But we wanted to touch on Project Hail Mary as well. That's another very, very popular and successful movie.
Yes, absolutely. Again, when you
Okay, I want to hear what is his opinion of Project Hail Mary? Does he realize the woke elements there? Probably not.
guys talk about the lack of politics, the lack of pandering in it, great. It's a movie that's just entirely about, you know, adventure, science, friendship.
Science.
Just universal themes that basically anyone could watch, and you don't have to be like some hardcore science.
Okay, so that's another self-report there, by the way. Universal themes. Again, it is the thing about not Oppenheimer. Project Hail Mary. Project Hail Mary is very globo homo coded. Very globo homo coded. Where the remember the lone guy, instead of being like being a nationalist and going back home, he decides to live in a bubble with a bunch of aliens. To be with his alien friend, with the outsider in the end. That's the mode of like that's illustrated as the good. Like, this is what you need to do. Rather than return home or you know, be a nationalist, be part of your people. I'm gonna go live with these other people, with these others, like the guy in Avatar, not the Last Airbender, but the James Cameron Avatar. I need to abandon my people be with the blue aliens and live in their forest, in their little rainforest. That's what I need to do. The outsider has it. Like, my people don't have it.
Science fiction not to appreciate it. You know, it's not pitched at the same level of a Christopher Nolan movie, which is a great compromise. You know, it makes this stuff accessible, and it tells just a nice, charming story, a relationship between a man and a rock, effectively, a rock monster. And yet they make that creature, Rocky, more
Jake Sully. Oh yeah, that's the character in Avatar, yeah.
likable, and they give him more humanity.
Sir, come to India. You can turn it. Imagine if that happened with Avatar. Like, you can turn into an Indian. You put your body into this chamber and you can become an Indian and eat the poo-poo with the rest of us. And worship the cows. But it's also sci-fi, so it's like we will hook ourselves up to the cow posterior. And we poo-poo with the cows, and that's how we commune with the nature in this.
Than all these like CGI Star Wars characters.
If I watch the YouTuber Basic Logic, I've gotten his videos recommended to me. I've not watched him though.
Combined, you know,
it's very hard for me. People recommend videos and things to me. It's very hard for me to like transition to watching somebody else and then kind of getting into their content nowadays.
Impressive what they did there, but yeah, pleased to see things like that successful, and I want to see more movies like that as well.
Don't you think when you were watching this, I was watching Ryan Gosling's performance, and look, credit where credit's due. The way that he carries that movie, he's likable, even though he kind of plays this sort of wimpy, nerdy guy. And
yeah, so he's the everyman. Gotcha. Moving on. I don't fucking care.
He looks like that. It's stretching the boundaries of credibility, so we just say. But however, it shows the power of star quality. The fact that he carries that movie opposite a puppet. Well, you can see puppyish quality.
What movies are you watching, mate?
But he has that shows the power of star quality, I guess is the point I'm making.
Sure, and you know, they're in relatively short supply these days, like actual movie stars who are box office draws. You know, there's not many of them left. Like he's risen to that sort of level now where it's like, oh, Ryan Gosling movie, okay.
What do you mean there's not many movie stars left? Like, they keep on cycling through the same few now. He has no idea how this is this thing has evolved. Like, Anthony Mackie talked about this in an interview a long time ago. He has no idea what he's talking about again.
Yeah, that's interesting. Tom Cruise is obviously one that's a holdover from a previous generation, but he just refuses to age out. So fair enough. Yeah, but there's very few of them nowadays. You know, again, like we're all about the same age. We grew up in like
there are very few of them. Like, relative to what? Like, what? See, he says these things and they're completely meaningless. They sound profound, but they're like completely meaningless as soon as you start asking questions. But which these guys aren't. This is such a milquetoast, like, softball interview. It's just so boring.
80s and 90s, you know, there was back in the day, it'd be like, oh, there's a new Arnold Schwarzenegger movie or whatever, like that would get people's interest, but we don't really live in that world now. So when you get guys like that who can carry a movie,
transitioning is hard. Yeah, it is hard.
Partly on star power, partly on just, you know, the likability of their character. Hey, again, it's proof that maybe there's a bit of life left in that world still.
And do you know what I was watching?
I mean, you have to lose your, like, certain body parts you've had for most of your life when you transition. I would assume that's pretty difficult to do.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger, it's not biopic, it's not biopic, but it's his documentaries based on his life. And it was great on Netflix. And they were going through all his movies, not just, you know, The Terminator, which is incredible, or Terminator 2, or Predator, all brilliant movies, but things like Twins. And you just go, oh, movies were fun.
Yeah, they were like to be fun. And again,
what? This is, I can't stand this. You go through that whole thing. You go through the whole spiel. Do you remember this? Yeah. Do you remember that? Yeah. Do you remember that? Yeah. Anyway, my point is, movies were fun. It's like, that was what you were leading up to?
and like, you know, a lot of these movies wouldn't have made crazy box office revenue like we do nowadays, but they're still memorable. You know, still remember Twins, or you remember Terminator 2 or whatever. Like, their box office would be pretty dwarfed by today's, but they had something about them. You know, I've talked before.
So they had something. What was that? No, I'm not going to talk about they had something. I'm not going to talk about that. No. See, so many vagaries, so many, like, we can't use words to actually describe these things. This is very female coded, by the way. I've been kind of talking about that in some of my videos, but it's so female coded, where we just talk about our feelings over and over and over again. We don't actually talk about anything of substance. We just talk about this. This was so much fun. Yeah, remember this? Yeah, that was fun. And then remember then this happened. Yeah, that was fun. I like that. They had something about them. Yeah, that was something. It's like It really is like they used to make fun of Indians, like Native Americans talk about this. Yes, this movie hit heap big fun. Yes, yeah, good. Yeah. This movie here with Robot Man. Yeah, good movie. Yes, it had thing happen with man, and that made me feel good. Yes, That's all it is.
Or about someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger compared to someone like The Rock, who's the closest we've got to like a modern day equivalent, an action star, big burly guy, and really specializes in these popcorn action flicks. But most people would struggle to remember any movies that he's ever done. Right. Maybe Fast and the Furious, but that's pretty much it. The amount of money he's made over the years dwarfs what Arnold Schwarzenegger made at his peak. But people remember Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. They don't remember.
What do you mean? The Rock? You people can't remember the Rock's movies? Let's see. Top of my head. Let's see. Red One. Can't remember the title. He did a movie that was supposed to be like Die Hard, but it had like huge towers. It was in Jumanji. He was in some like movie where he had to play the Tooth Fairy or something. But yeah.
Remember The Rock.
Arnold Schwarzenegger movies are better. Objectively.
Yeah.
A lot better.
Yeah.
He was also in Star Trek Voyager. He played a wrestler.
There was more care put into them and probably better writing. And I don't know, maybe they came at the right time when the industry was different.
Yeah. Well, Francis mentioned Netflix, and one of the things I really always wanted to discuss with you is what you think the impact of the streaming services has been. Because there's some amazing stuff. There's some rubbish, obviously, but there's also some amazing stuff on there. I'm really enjoying it.
What's really impacted all this stuff, see, and this is not going to affect Drinker because he's probably loaded, but the economy right now is still the Scorpion's King. The problem with the Scorpion King is they decided to do a CGI Rock, which was you wanted to see the real Rock fight Brendan Fraser, right? But no, they brought in a CGI Rock. That was such a disappointment.
House of Dragon at the moment, and also a friend of mine introduced me to Landman. Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Oh, so good, isn't it?
No, the point I was making about the economy, fewer people are going to do streaming because it's just not worth it to do streaming and afford groceries. That's basically it. Plus, the reason everything's so expensive too, with data centers, AI, things like that. AI, by the way, for me, has replaced most entertainment. Like, I still play video games every now and then, but I really enjoy like using AI to generate various things that I'm imagining in my head. The things that stories going on in my head are far more entertaining than anything has ever been produced by Hollywood in, like, I don't know, 10, 20 years. So, thank you, AI.
That's on Paramount Plus. Yeah. So yeah, I think Taylor Sheridan created Landman, and he's got this entire universe of shows like what's the Yellowstone. Tulsa King, the Dutton Ranch, like, and they're all, how can I describe it? It's basically TV shows for men. Yeah. Like, 'cause it's all just like manly men like working on oil.
Oh no, really? He's going with that. See, he hasn't. He probably, even if he has seen these shows, this isn't true anymore. They're slop. It's just basically slop now. It's boomer slop, I should say. This is all boomer slop. Like my parents loved not Tombstone, but they watched something called Longmire, and I think I had a little bit of like a Synthetic Man moment with, like, where I was watching it with them, and I just kind of noticed like the woke stuff going on, but I keep my mouth shut because my parents are old. They're at an age where, like, if I tell them something, like, it'll go, like, they'll be like, that's interesting, and they'll forget about it tomorrow.
Oil fields and like having punch-ups and stuff, but he absolutely understands his audience. And he said recently, like, he almost does shows like that to piss off the Hollywood critics because they know he stands for the opposite of what they stand for, and he'll intentionally just write stuff in there to annoy them because he's successful enough that he can get away with it. But again, there's a demand then for shows like that, and so they work. But yeah, in terms of the streaming services and what they're going to do to the industry.
Your parents and grandparents watch Tombstone and spin-offs? I watched the original Tombstone. It's still a really good movie.
I did go through a phase where I thought they're going to be the future. Theatrical releases are gradually going to go window, and it's going to become the equivalent of stage shows nowadays. There'll be
the Scorpion King. Oh, the film The Scorpion King. I never saw that. I saw the Mummy with the Scorpion King, but I think it was the third Mummy movie. But I never saw that one.
A core audience of very committed people who still go and see movies in a cinema, but most people will catch it on their streaming service at home, or even on their phone or whatever.
The third Mummy movie, by the way, that was big whiplash. Where his wife, they changed the casting for his wife because the original wife, I guess, was getting into what was she getting into? It was the Tom Cruise stuff. It was Scientology. Yeah, I think something about Scientology, and she just, man, Scientology messed a lot of people up.
While they're on the move. Maybe we're not quite there now. Maybe there's a little bit of the streaming bubble bursting, perhaps. We'll see. But there's a lot of
He doesn't even know. Streaming bubble bursting, perhaps. He doesn't know. Like, this is not stuff he knows. He has no idea what he's talking about.
all the good stuff that you get on these streaming services. I mean, come on, there's a lot of slop.
Oh,
as
there is
well.
a lot of slop.
It blows my mind. Like, sometimes I'll just sit down. I don't know what I'm going to watch that night. I'll bring up Netflix. Let's have a look through. And 20 minutes later, I'll still be scrolling. I don't find anything that I want to watch, and it's insane.
Yeah.
It's too much choice almost.
There is a lot of choice. But I don't know, it feels to me like the big screen will always be there because it's such a special experience. And I think partly, even if you could build a cinema in your house, it's still not the same. I think there's something about...
See, the problem with people is, but with the too much choice, they're too used to having other people make their choices for them. I feel like that's how the critical drinker works. He's too used to having other people make choices, do thinking for him. Everything he says sounds like it's being parroted from somebody else.
Going outside of your house, going to a place and sitting down in a venue with other people, and maybe lots of them, maybe very few of them, but something about that just gives you the opportunity to be with this piece of entertainment, this piece of content, whatever it is, undisturbed, undistracted for 2 hours, other than the twat next to you eating popcorn. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're gonna get anything else here. I just kind of fear in Hollywood. Let's see what is Hollywood afraid, guys? Let's see.
Completely risk-free. So check it out today. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a comedian, and he's been in Hollywood all his life, and he's quite well known. And he said something to me in a green room in a comedy club, and I said to him, "How's LA?" And he went, "Dude, everyone's terrified. Everyone's terrified." And you just go, that is obviously awful. But how can you make great art if you're terrified? Because great art is about risk. It's about taking that chance.
Yeah.
It's about going, I don't know if this is going to work, but let's try anyway.
Well, it's also having the ability to tell the truth.
Well,
Because that's what art is, really, isn't it? Ultimately, it's expressing truth and allowing people to make their judgments on it. But if you're not allowed to express whatever truth you have in mind, and it's just got to be the pre-approved version, well, then you're just going to get the same crap over and over again, the same exact viewpoint.
Oh no, this is completely false. I don't even get that. Like, everybody's terrified. Terrified of what? What are they terrified of? And this whole concept of truth, who are they hiring though? Like, they hired certain people to do this job. Why did they hire them? What was their job acumen? Were they DEI hires? So what if you're talking about truth, like, why would these people be afraid of telling the truth? I don't understand. Like, what, you're hiring them because of they're ideologically in line with whatever you talk about. So if you hire people who are ideologically in line, what are they afraid of? I don't understand this. This is complete gobbledygook.
It's the same exact worldview. And you see it in Hollywood movies. Like, the only one I think that's different from that is maybe the Taylor Sheridans of the world that we talked about before, where he sort of leans slightly the other way, and he's not afraid to say that now because he's successful enough that he can get away with it. But generally speaking, yeah, I think the climate is one of fear, because all it takes is for an actor to say the wrong thing in an interview, to express the wrong opinion about one particular issue, some hot topic, and that could be it. That could be their career down the tubes.
I was just going to say, I mean, Taylor Sheridan to me is a very interesting example, because I do think, we talked about the kind of woke era. I think the woke era also produced this idea that...
What is the woke era? Like, when did that take place? And why is it gone? Why is it gone, supposedly? What solved it?
The way to make a great movie is to be like really, really, really not woke. And then it sort of dragged in a lot of people who were leading with that. Whereas Taylor Sheridan is clearly very good. I mean, did he also direct 1923 and 1887, the
Yes.
prequels? Those, just purely from an artistic point of view, are incredible. For me, way better than Yellowstone, which I actually wasn't that much of a fan of. But those two prequels are really, really high quality. And that's kind of where I always wanted it to go. I didn't want a woke movie because it's annoying. I also didn't want an anti-woke movie or something that's expressly political.
Yeah, I see this on my videos occasionally, where I might...
See, we're in the middle. I don't want a woke movie, but I don't want an anti-woke movie. I want to be in the middle. I want the pendulum not to swing one way or the other. I don't want to see right-winger stuff. I don't want to see, even though it's not, I would argue it's definitely not right-wing. But what would this guy say if he saw a Warhammer film? Would he be like, oh man, this makes me uncomfortable because they are saying, like, the God Emperor and stuff. Oh no. Would somebody praising God? Let's think of I don't know, think of The Conjuring. Think of any movie, think of The Exorcist. So, like, The Exorcist, guys. Don't they get a priest come in and do the exorcism, right? Is that too anti-woke that we use God, we use Jesus to conquer demons? Is that too anti-woke? Oh man, they're preaching the gospel to me. They had, like, Jesus conquering demons. Man, that's too political. That's too conservative for me. No, these guys are fucking morons.
might be criticizing some movie, whatever, that's not woke by any normal measure. And so sometimes people will say, like, well, it's not woke. I mean, what do you want? And it's like, well, I want a good movie as well. Like, there's plenty of reasons why a movie can suck.
Right.
It doesn't have to be just because it, like, pushes identity politics.
See, it's all writing, but it's all a matter of perspective for him. See, if the movie's good and it's woke, it's fine. Let's see if he actually says that. I want to see if he actually says that. Basically, he just admitted there. That's a clip. Hang on.
It's like and so I
Didn't want an anti-woke movie or something that's expressly political.
yeah.
You know, he hated the Passion of Christ. Oh, did he? That would be another one. Like, oh my gosh, I hate that. Like, by the way, I haven't seen the Passion of Christ, and I don't watch it because I feel like a movie like that. Well, anyway, I won't get into that, but I haven't seen it.
I see this on my videos occasionally where I might be criticizing some movie, whatever, that's not woke by any normal measure. And so sometimes people will say like, well, it's not woke. I mean, what do you want? And I'm like, well, I want a good movie as well. Like, there's plenty of reasons why a movie can suck.
Right.
It doesn't have to be just because it like pushes identity politics. It could be badly written, badly directed, whatever it might be. And so, yeah, I think we have to be very...
So the implication there is if the movie was well written, well acted, and it was woke, he would enjoy it. Because that's what matters to him.
Be careful that we don't just, lump everything into that one basket. Like, oh, well, it doesn't push any obvious politics, therefore it must be good. No.
By the way, pushing the politics, by the way, so assuming that these are correct politics, these are good things that we're pushing on you, why is it bad? Can he actually, I'm talking about like epistemologically, can he actually describe why this is bad? Or is it just a matter of taste?
We still want to champion good art, and that's a whole separate question, but...
Well, but good art, but it's subjective, right? It's all a matter of perspective.
As long as, I think, if we can get back to that era of, assessing films on their own merits, not about the politics that they push, then that's great. I mean, that...
Again, why does he think people were praising the Odyssey? This is so asinine. Like, he really thinks that people were praising the Odyssey based on artistic merit and not about politics.
Takes the horrible like culture war stuff out of it, and it allows us to just get back to, being geeky over Star Wars or whatever it might be, rather than, oh, your politics disagree with mine. Guess you're going to have to die then. That's what the level of...
Well, yeah, exactly. That is how it should work. Give me 1 second. Let me see here. No, he's not.
Of discourse is like, in a lot of cases.
Well, right. And look, I in sort of defense of the people who feel strongly about the culture war, I mean, it really does matter because it is, certainly in my conception, an attempt to undermine the very essence of our civilization. And it was important to counter. But I think what has...
So then why do you give the Odyssey a pass?
Happened is, if you stare long enough into the abyss also stares into you. And now...
Well, great way of like completely annihilating the point you were making.
How people are walking around with this sort of like woke, anti-woke filter in their brains, and they see
Yeah, correct. So what's the problem with that?
everything through that.
Yes.
Yeah. So who perpetuated that? Who perpetuated that? And who was trying to get people to think like that? And who is now abandoning his position? Who has just admitted defeat? And I'll talk about why this is an admission of defeat, by the way. There's something very subtle going on
And
here.
you can end up seeing enemies around every corner with this sort of thing. I think the most ludicrous example I ever saw was...
He thinks he can see enemies around every corner. Is that why you criticized Synthetic Man? Oh, but wait a minute. Is Synthetic Man your enemy? Drinker? Is Synthetic Man your enemy? Is that why you thought like he had a bad take? He's a bad take machine? I thought it was just a matter of perspective.
A remake of a video game. I think it was called Dead Space, some like survival horror game in space.
Okay.
And there's a restroom in it at one point on this space station that's
The original?
overrun with horrifying monsters, and it's some like gender-neutral bathroom. And people lost their minds over that.
He's talking about the remake. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's no idea what he's talking about.
So this game is...
See, if they changed it and it doesn't matter, why did they change it?
Whoa. And it's like, you're stomping like mutated creatures.
Yeah, you're stomping mutated creatures. So again, why did they change it? If people aren't going to pay attention, why did they have to go in and change it? You're not going to address that. This is so asinine. This is so stupid.
Into the ground with your boots or like chainsawing them in half. How is this? You know, that's where it becomes absurd.
Yeah.
You know, and so
So again, this is also, again, like I said before, this is deference to the institution. I'm deferring to the institution. So he's deferring to the institution here. The institution can do no wrong. So the people who remade the game went back into the game, changed it for political purposes. People played it, noticed, hey, you changed these things. And he's like, oh, don't pay attention to those, goy. Stop paying attention to the things they changed for. By the way, those don't matter anymore. Okay, so why did they change them? Stop noticing.
So yeah, it's there needs to be that perspective, I think, and just try not to go crazy with it.
And I think it's interesting.
See, you're crazy. See, you're crazy for noticing. The people who made the thing are not crazy, though. It's not crazy that they changed this for no reason, because nobody's going to notice it anyway, right?
Interesting, because we're looking at the last of the movie stars with Ryan Gosling. And one of Ryan Gosling's superpowers is his intense likability, is that even though he's this big, handsome guy who could pretty much get any girl he wants, you still really like him. Whereas we compare him with the movie...
All right, let's speed it up again, because they're going back to talking about nothing.
Stars of earlier, particularly like the Mickey Rourke's, there was something fundamentally broken about Mickey. And as a result, to my taste, it made for a more interesting performance on screen. Like, you look at The Wrestler, for instance, the Aronofsky movie.
Yeah.
No, I don't know any particular actor now who would be able to have that type of performance on screen.
It's the tortured artist effect, isn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, he's a prime example. Obviously, he paid the price for it long term. You know, if you've seen him recently, he's not in a good place. But I think, generally speaking, yeah, like, you kind of expect a certain intensity from your artists. You know, over and above like popcorn movies or whatever. But the people who are creating more serious films, they should have that balance of light and dark in them.
By the way, I'm totally for this abusing of your actors and everything like that. I think, you mean you're paying your actors to do that, right? I think that that kind of thing should be done to make for the artistic quality of the movie you're making. And if you complain about it, it's like, all right, we'll get somebody else to do it. Somebody who's willing to do this. Actors really are like the lowest form of like subhuman.
Whether it's trauma, whether it's inspiration or drive, whatever it might be, it creates a more interesting performer ultimately. And I've heard it described nowadays as like these actors, they seem like they just come across like from an assembly line. You know, they've all had the same experiences, they've all had that.
Oh, an assembly line, like a DEI hire.
Southern California upbringing, same worldview. They've never really had anything bad happen, and so you don't get the same level of nuance from them. You don't get the same interest. You don't get the same intensity. Maybe it's the same with writers as well in Hollywood. Again, like people who are working there now have lived.
By the way, he just made the argument. By the way. He just made a diversity argument there. He just made a diversity argument. He is making the diversity argument there. I'm tired of seeing the people who look like me. I'm tired of seeing people who look like me. This is just so tiresome.
Less interesting lives than the hard drinking, hard smoking, hard partying guys of the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. You know, those people all came from a lot of the time tough backgrounds. They had to claw their way into the industry. They had interesting life experiences that molded them into interesting people. That then came across in their writing. You don't get quite as much of that now. It's much more controlled, safe, coddled, and boring.
Well, you look at, like, again, just to go back to Ryan Gosling, I think he was in, the Mickey Mouse Club, was he? Was that Ryan Reynolds, maybe? Again, but
You just like the Ryans.
Yeah, I just like the Ryans. But
Anyone called Ryan.
Anyone called Ryan. But if you look at like the Steve McQueen's, for instance, like you look at Steve McQueen's journey, how he started out. I mean, he was in, I think he was in a care home for kids, and then when he left, and then he did a variety of jobs and slowly made his way. But that bled onto the screen. It gave an authenticity that, for me, nobody is able to match that.
No, the same with guys like Kirk Douglas or Charles Bronson. Like these guys all came from tough backgrounds and went through all kinds of deprivations in their childhood to eventually like claw their way into an industry that wouldn't accept them necessarily, but they forced it to. I don't get so much of that nowadays.
They force the industry? No, dude. God, dude. This is not how the industry works. This is an outsider. Again, people think that oh, because I like what this guy says, he must be correct. This is Dunning-Kruger. This is an outsider who thinks this is how all this works.
They're manufactured now.
And I guess to me, that's a real problem, because ultimately, and again, you could argue this is a taste thing, it creates a less interesting and compelling story, because I like nice people. I like nice people are nice to work with and nice to hang around with and whatever else. Do I want to see a nice person on screen? Do I want to listen to a nice person's album? Not particularly.
Yeah. It's the same with, what would I compare it to? So, you know that new...
Yeah, I know they're making a Ghost Rider with Ryan Gosling. And it's only exciting because it's Ryan Gosling and he's literally me.
TV show that's been out for a few years now, The Rings of Power on Amazon, right? That's their adaptation of The Lord of the Rings, all that, the Tolkien lore and so on. You compare the actors that you see on that, they're all very soft, very amiable, like they look like they just want to wear
Oh, is that the only problem?
a nice cozy jumper, you know, and have a cup of cocoa. Compare that with like The Lord of the Rings from 25 years ago. You had guys like Viggo Mortensen and Sean Bean, like those guys look like you could just dump them in the wilderness and they would survive no problem.
So that's the only problem? That's the only problem you see?
You know, they had a different upbringing, different experiences, but it molded into much more interesting people, not just in their performances, but how they look, how they carry themselves, the confidence they have. And we're just kind of losing that, I think, now in cinema.
And that's to me.
That was the only problem. Was there was nothing else to the Rings of Power that needs to be remarked upon. It was just they didn't carry themselves the way I like.
The real problem, because again, but I just don't think nice people create great art, if I'm being honest. You look at, people go, for instance, Picasso, and they'll go, oh, Picasso was like this and he was problematic, or any other type of artist. And I just go, yes, but what did they create? What would you rather go to? A nice person who creates art that's, or would you rather go and see a great artist who, let's be fair, maybe a bit of a cunt?
Yeah. So basically what you're saying is you want to see actors suffer more.
And but you read about the Kubricks of this world. I don't think being an actor on a Kubrick set was particularly enjoyable or fun.
Yeah.
Having said that, being evil doesn't make you a great artist.
No,
Hitler would be a good example of that.
Yeah. And, I've done many videos about like movies
Oh, so we're gonna take a jab at Hitler.
that have had difficult productions, whether, actors, directors clashing with each other, whatever it might be. And sometimes it results in
See, again, they just made the same argument I did, as we need to make these people suffer for their art, and then we just annihilated our own point by making the Hitler comparison, because it's like, all right, so we're gonna be light, we're gonna be like leftists.
great art or great movies. Like, James Cameron is a notoriously hard-driving director, Stanley Kubrick, obviously. Other times you end up with complete garbage at the end of it, like The Island of Dr. Moreau. So obviously there needs to be talent behind it all. But yeah, as you say, a bit of friction is necessary, I think, to create something really good.
Speaking of challenging production, you reminded me, we went to the premiere of The Rise of Merlin. Have you seen that?
Is that the TV show?
It's the
Okay, I don't think they're going to. What's the one thing?
talking about it, we should be.
Oh man, I had a good answer for this last time, and now I'm not sure, because we talked about so
What's the one thing we're not talking about?
much in this.
Yeah.
Why is Zendaya in everything all of a sudden?
She was so horribly miscast as Athena.
She frowns a lot. That was her role.
Okay, so it's more. Okay, I'm so glad to be done with this video. All right, that was a waste of time. I'm gonna get to this now. What's funny is I watched through. I think I watched through half of that, like, because the rest of what they talked about was just completely like substanceless. It was more just getting him to say that the Odyssey was not woke for whatever reasons. But this article right here made me understand why. So I'll let you guys. I'll read it to you guys. The controversy surrounding Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is not really about one film. It is about what happens after a cultural opposition spends a decade criticizing captured institutions while barely supporting the independent creators and innovators already building alternatives, let alone creating institutions of its own. Hollywood has not reformed. Film schools, art schools, unions, hiring pipelines, production culture, and prestige machinery still operate according to essentially the same ideological assumptions and incentives. There has been no reckoning, no reversal, and no meaningful surrender of institutional power. What has changed is the opposition. This is describing Critical Drinker right here. He mentions two other people in his article. I have no idea who they are. That doesn't matter. I'm gonna assume he's talking about Critical Drinker here, because I think this whole thing applies to him. So let's go here. Ben Shapiro, by the way, guys, Ben Shapiro recommended The Odyssey. So Ben Shapiro isn't even trying anymore. It's kind of clear what's going on with Ben Shapiro. But he's talking about all these guys who are supposedly anti-woke opposition, right? Shapiro reduces the question to whether the film is worth seeing. All three arrive at the same instruction. Go back, buy the ticket, stop treating control over cultural production as the central issue. So control over cultural production. This is Jews. This is Jews. This is woke Hollywood in a nutshell. Nobody talks about this. Well, the only person who does is Synthetic Man and some other chuds. But primarily we'll just talk about it's not Andrew Klavan, by the way. He's got the same last name, but it's not Andrew Klavan. But yeah. The only person who talks about this are like, whenever you do talk about this, it's like you're far right, no matter what. Well, people will say this, you're free to enjoy whatever they want. That's not the issue, exactly. The issue is what they are asking their audiences to accept and what they are declaring to be culturally irrelevant, all to justify that recommendation. After about a decade of outrage, the standard is quietly being rewritten. That is what the subtext of what that video was and this is the way Critical Drinker's content will reform itself over time. And I don't know if a lot of people will notice that, but what is happening with the Critical Drinker and a lot of these centrist libertarian types, and I'll probably make a video about this in particular, but they are asking their audiences to accept a new playing ground, a new goalpost, what they are declaring to be culturally irrelevant to justify a recommendation. So they want you to go see The Odyssey and to ignore the woke shit. So after about a decade of outrage, I'm supposing this is the woke era stuff, the decade of outrage, the standard is quietly being rewritten. Institutional reform is being replaced by consumer satisfaction. So we can't change Hollywood, guys. We can't change it. So we're just going to turn all the things that we watch into random hits or misses and just go by that. We're not going to change the people writing it. Instead, is if something comes out and we don't like it, we'll just say it's badly written and move on and make some content. The question is no longer who controls cultural production and according to what principles. It is, was this particular movie entertaining? This is important. That substitution is normalization. This has probably already happened, by the way, guys. Spree Snooter talked about it in his video. Remember, these guys, like Critical Drinker doesn't care if it's woke, as long as it's well written. That's what matters to him. So now he's normalizing that. Hollywood is not being forced to change. That's why I say this is the Critical Drinker is admitting defeat here. Its opponents are changing the conditions under which they will return to it. That is what, to me, that entire interview that Critical Drinker had. This is it in a nutshell. What he is doing is Critical Drinker is changing the conditions under which he will return to go see a Hollywood slop film. Some of the most influential figures in the anti-woke movement are now giving them permission to do exactly that. What does normalization mean, guys? Yuri Bezmov used normalization to describe the final stage of ideological subversion. It does not mean restoring the conditions that existed before the conflict. It means securing the conditions created by the victorious side, which is Hollywood, until they are accepted as the new normal. That's what's happened. So that's why it's so laughable for the Critical Drinker to go, oh, Hollywood's finally learned their lesson. No, they haven't learned their lesson. They killed all your franchises. They killed everything you love. They killed your childhood. They're victorious. They're the victors in this culture war. So what are the people who just who got slaughtered by this culture war? What are they doing? They're redefining what victory means for them now. So this is huge code. They're accepting the conditions. The other side is victorious. They've destroyed everything. So it's like, here's your conditions. The Critical Drinker is like, all right, I accept your new conditions. Normalization begins when the argument shifts from whether the transformation should have happened to how people should live within the transformed system. Institutions stop defending their changes because they no longer need to. The opposition gradually stops demanding reversal and begins negotiating the terms of participation. That's exactly what he's doing. So we stopped demanding you stop making woke shit. And they said, oh, we're going to produce more woke shit. So it's like, all right, well then I'm just going to ignore the woke shit and talk about something else. I'm going to talk about something else because what I'm doing isn't working. You won. That's exactly what's going on here. That's how the term applies. Hollywood does not need to abandon the institutional changes imposed during the culture war. It only needs its former opponents to accept those changes as permanent, and to stop treating them as grounds for resistance and to return as customers. Normalization is not the restoration of the old normal. It is the moment defeat becomes ordinary. This is why I hate the critical drinker. Everything I said beforehand, I mean, like, he killed my family. That's pretty bad. You know, and I need to deal with that in my own time. But the fact is, this is the real thing, is that he is training his audience to accept defeat, culture war defeat, as normal, ordinary. And just being like, all right, we're going to move the goalposts. We're going to focus on something else. We're not going to change the industry. Instead, look over here. The institutions do not return to their previous condition. The public adjusts to the new one. In practical terms, practices once recognized as ideological intrusions become conventions. Objections that were once treated as principled are gradually recast as too much, too embarrassing, or too obsolete. Eventually, resistance narrows from challenging the system itself to just requesting better products from within it. Hey, Mr. Nolan, I realize you just gave me this completely, utterly woke bullshit movie called The Odyssey, which was written by a feminist activist. Can you just do better? Can you just give me something good next time? Thanks. Bye. That's what it is. Instead of recognizing the institution for what it is, it's like, oh man, I didn't really like that. Can you try again, please? Critical drinker isn't the only one. The entire anti-woke sphere are trying to distract their audience from the fact that they lost the culture war. They're trying to deflect that into something else. Yeah, I would say so, yes. That is the threshold now approaching cultural politics. The institutions remain captured, but the influential members of the opposition are beginning to behave as though institutional control no longer matters, provided the entertainment is occasionally good. So this is like your slave masters, basically. This is slavery. Hey, please don't beat me, Massa, you know? Instead of like, I need to get away from here. It's like, no, you'll never escape. Okay, well, just please don't beat me so hard, Massa. The distinction matters because a film can contain traditional moral themes while still being produced by an ideologically captured system. The story may celebrate heroic masculinity, marital fidelity, family, hierarchy, duty, and the restoration of legitimate order. That tells us something about the story, but it does not tell us that the institutions producing it have been reclaimed. The means of cultural production still matter. Who receives training? Who enters the unions? Who gets hired? Which identity quotas influence casting and staffing? Which products receive financing? Which ideas can be discussed without professional punishment? Which assumptions shape development, production, post-production, marketing, and criticism? A satisfying final product does not make those questions disappear. But normalization requires the audience stop asking those questions. The new standard becomes this: if the film entertains me and does not openly lecture me, then the ideological conditions used to produce it no longer matter. Once that standard is accepted, institutional capture becomes practically invisible. Hollywood can recover its cultural legitimacy without abandoning its hiring practices, without reforming its institutions, or acknowledging its ideological excesses, or surrendering any power. Hollywood merely needs to produce an occasional competent film, preferably one built upon an irreplaceable work of Western civilization, and wait for conservative commentators to declare the restoration themselves. See, we gave you a cookie, guys. We gave you a cookie. Hey, Critical Drinker, we gave you a cookie. And Critical Drinker's like, oh yeah, I made this cookie, and it's so delicious, and we'd won, guys. Hollywood is learning. What a good golem you are, Critical Drinker. This moment also exposes the strategic failure of the anti-woke movement. For roughly a decade, its leading voices built audiences, publications, podcasts, and profitable outrage businesses. They became extremely effective at identifying cultural decay and explaining why institutional products were failing. What largely failed to build was a counterculture. I disagree with him. I think that they were vague. I don't think that this is grift. They became effective grifters. There's no comparable system of financing, training, production, distribution, criticism, and prestige capable of supporting independent cultural creators at scale. The average audience member was trained to recognize propaganda, to mock bad casting. See, this is everything in that video. To punish terrible products. They were not trained to finance alternatives or understand that cultural independence requires infrastructure, patronage, sustained personal commitments, etc. Drone, thank you for the $9.99. Great stream, Egad. Sorry about the murder. Well, thank you. Thank you for the $10, guy. And thank you for being a member. Very good article. Who wrote it? This was written by, this is in Culture Shock. It was just recommended to me at random by Felipe Gosselin. Or Gosselin. I might actually look more at more of these articles. Everyone wanted a better culture. Almost nobody wanted to take responsibility for building one. See, this is what happened with the Critical Drinker. Is he made a movie, I guess, the Rogue Elements, and he ended up doing exactly the kind of stuff he criticized. He ended up kind of like falling into the same mode of operation. And I don't know what his excuse really was for all of it. So funny, after all these years, they still pretend that those who run entertainment would actually care about what the anti-woke think. Right. I mean, they don't. That's the whole thing. Is like, that's why I say this is so arrogant for them to talk, for Critical Drinker to be talking like this. Is it somehow like, oh, they're finally listening to me? They don't fucking kill, or they don't fucking care what you're talking about. I was reading somebody else to kill my family. That's right, guys. My main motivation for talking about this is the Critical Drinker. What did I say? He came to my house on Thanksgiving and he murdered my family. He took the what did he do? He took the bones from the turkey and impaled all my family members with the bones, and he suffocated them with a pumpkin pie. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Hollywood did not. Where did I go off to? Everyone wanted a better culture. Almost nobody wanted to take responsibility for building one, etc. Yeah. Hollywood did not reform, it did not apologize, it did not surrender. It simply waited until enough of its opponents became tired, became culturally starved, or professionally integrated with enough to accept an occasional good product as proof The underlying conflict no longer mattered. Nobody illustrates the resulting intellectual surrender more spectacularly than Winston Marshall. It's completely different. It's focused on somebody else. I like this point though. So this guy wrote Why It's Not Woke. Critics applied ethnic authenticity selectively. They objected to Lupita Nyong'o as Helen, Zendaya as Athena, and Elliot Page as an initially unidentified role, while largely ignoring the non-Greek ancestry of Matt Damon and most of the remaining cast. If authenticity is the principle, Hugh argues it should apply to everyone. This is a red herring. Don't fall for this. And here's why you don't fall for this. Very well put. This guy recasts the objection to ideological casting as a demand for perfect ethnic authenticity, which, by the way, I would argue with too. But beyond that, if Lupita Nyong'o cannot play Helen, he argues, why should Matt Damon play Odysseus? Neither actor is a Bronze Age Greek. Apply the principle consistently, and virtually the entire cast must be rejected. Here's what you answer for this. This is a really good answer. Critics are not demanding an archaeological reconstruction populated exclusively by Mycenaean Greeks. They are objecting to a modern, directional, and institutionally encouraged practice of altering established characters according to identity politics. This is so obvious. This should be so obvious to everybody who is anti-woke right now. The fact that they are not doing this, I would say, is a huge self-report that they have no idea what they're talking about. They're still living 10 years ago. They don't know. They don't even know why they oppose Sweet Baby Inc. Like, Critical Drinker doesn't even know why he opposed Sweet Baby Inc. Like, he talked about Sweet Baby Inc. one time. He has no idea what Kim Belair said. Has no idea what education is teaching people right now about all this stuff, about identity politics. He hasn't a clue. Matt Damon playing a Greek character follows a long-standing theatrical convention in which actors portray characters from other European cultures. Exactly. If they are white, we don't care if they are Greek. They are white. They're European. It doesn't fucking matter. But if you get somebody who is black playing somebody who's supposed to be white, then we do care. Because you're not doing it because, it's artistic. No. You're doing it because of identity politics. You've said that. Sweet Baby Inc. said that. Everybody says that. They wear that on their shoulder. If you are ignoring that, you're part of the problem. You are blinding yourself, and it's self-inflicted blinding. It's self-inflicted white guilt. The reason why you don't notice that, you don't talk about the fact that, why did these characters get put into this film? Again, he said, it doesn't matter, they were only there for 5 minutes. Okay, so why did they have to get a black woman to play the most beautiful woman? Why did they get a troon to play another character? If it doesn't matter, why did they do it? The relevant question is not simply whether an actor shares the character's ancestry. It is why the casting decision was made. Exactly. This should be so obvious. What institutional incentives shaped it? And which new cultural rule helped establish it? This is what let's see, calls what remains consistency. This is what EFAP Mahler does as well. This is what Drinker does as well. Hey, be consistent. Well, we will be consistent. We're doing pattern recognition, and we know that you say there's no politics. So why did they have to do this? Why was this done? The rest of the article is pretty good, but it's not really talking about. It's more talking about like the fact that we need to create our own institutions. Which, by the way, John De La Rose is kind of doing that. I mean, he doesn't have like an institution, but he's actually like writing, doing his own culture creation stuff. So that's good. Let me read this. The final equivocation is the most consequential. The absence of overt woke propaganda in a finished film is evidence that the institutional concern was misplaced. These are separate questions. A film can tell a traditional story, all the while being produced through a captured institution, schools, unions, hiring systems, corporate incentives. So you can celebrate heroism, you can celebrate family, fidelity, but you're still doing it while you're reflecting the identity-based rules. So this is exactly what Synthetic Man talked about when he said what they're going to do because they realized, oh, we went a little too far, we went a little too obvious. We've got to be subtle. Because as soon as we're subtle, people, they don't care anymore. They don't care that they're being propagandized to. So we'll do this identity-based stuff, and we'll just write it well. That's what we'll do. The quality of the film does not tell us whether the system that produced it has reformed. Controversy was contrived. Feared takeover as abstinence. Progressives surface secretly anti-woke. Each uses the finished product to make the means of production disappear. What that means of production disappearing, what that means is we don't want you to question who's making this, why the decisions were made, why we hire certain people to be in these industries. We don't want you asking those questions. Instead, if you don't like the movie, tough luck. Be like, oh man, this is bad. Oh, sorry. Anyway, better luck next time. Pay for your movie tickets, goy. That is normalization's most decisive move. Hollywood no longer has to surrender anything. It only has to produce something enjoyable, and its former critics will declare the institutional question irrelevant. A captured institution does not cease to be captured whenever it produces something good. Can you send a link to that multi-part article I covered in a video a while ago? About brainwashing society through 5 or 6 steps? Whoa. When did I do that? I don't remember doing that. Are you talking about the... I hope you're not talking about the feminization stuff or the female brain stuff. It makes sense Drinker sucks at writing books. Writers have to story to tell, beliefs to espouse. He can't do that since he has neither. I think he's written books, but from what I understand, they're pretty lackluster. Oh, cool. John De La Rose liked this too. I think that's probably why I got recommended it. Oh, I don't want to write a comment. At least not right now. Oh, what did I do? I will give this a heart. Oh, you that article? So that article was it wasn't about brainwashing society. It was basically how society moves through the motions of the female brain. Basically, hang on. That's kind of all I wanted to talk about tonight, but I can look at some other stuff. This was from Dave Green. It's called Ride the Female Brain Egregore. It basically talks about how there's a dialectic that you go through where the brain of a woman goes, or a female brain goes, is you have 6 stages he created, and this is how you introduce things to women in order to get them to be convinced that this is the good thing. And it's more emotional, kind of an emotional validation. And here's long and short. I'll tell you about it because I have a video on this, but it's basically that you can't convince a woman through a woman through logic, basically, or a female-brained person cannot be convinced through logic. A female-brained person needs to be convinced through shame. Needs to be convinced through consensus. Basically, you need to get the rest of people to agree with a consensus reality before you can get them to agree with actual truth. And part of the problem, though, is this is not a good mode of trying to reform the world, because when you reach, which stage is it? Not stage 6. When you reach, I'll tell you this much. When you reach this, the debate and conciliation stage, this is where your grifters come out. Because, look, we see that this new thing is good. We previously thought the current thing, which was beforehand, was good. Maybe both are good at the same time. Let's try to get along and resolve our differences. Friendly conversation. It's time for everyone to have the conversation about the new thing. I think one of the things he talked about here is that you get grifters who basically come in and say how we changed everybody's mind, even though they didn't actually. What they did was they sanitized the original point. I'll show you where Synthetic Man is. Synthetic Man is here. Exclusion. This new oh shit, what am I doing? This new thing isn't complying with the current order. Therefore, this new thing is bad, and the people associated with it are bad. In fact, those bad things, males, are making me feel unsafe. So this is why the people who are always opposing Chuds, Synthetic Man, whoever it is, they're in the exclusion stage. But there are people who take the exclusion stage into isolation. All right, so some non-bad people believe in this thing. So this stage is where people listen to Synthetic Man and say, hey, you're saying things I agree with, but I need to hide my power level. So I'm going to bring them over here. And then we go to here. And then we go to here. Yeah, we go to here, stage 5. And here's what really frustrates me, by the way, guys. The people who bring things here have the original ideas sanitized to an extent that they're no longer recognizable. So people will start kind of talking about, like, new things. You know, we're talking about the Goyim, right? We're talking about Israel, right? But these are points that were brought up by the alt-right, by the far right, long before people started talking about them openly. But they've been sanitized, right? They've been, like, people can talk about them, but not in any way that actually matters. And they can kind of ignore the fact that, where did these ideas come from? Like, why am I talking about these things? Well, it's because way back here, a alt-righter, like, I can say Synthetic Man, but let's use somebody else. Let's use Mike Enoch, for example. Let's use the rightstuff.biz. Let's even use, like, Carl. Maybe Carl's definitely exclusion stage. I'd be definitely exclusion stage. Let's say I say something, Carl says something that somebody likes, but they're like, nah, we gotta sanitize this. So they bring it all the way to stage 6, and they don't give credit to Carl or anybody. And they talk about it like, oh, this is what I always believed. Anyway, I had videos on this, but yeah, if you want to watch, this is, or not watch, read This is how to ride the female brain egregore. Carl is streaming? Fuck it. I'll go into Carl's VC. Alright, I'm in Carl's VC. I don't know if he'll join. Hang on. Let me... It's kind of more or less what I wanted to do tonight. But we've got a whole night ahead of us. So let me see here. He's not really, he doesn't have any commentary.
Alright. Getting late. Let's get back to the base.
There he is. Has he caught up?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second here. Let me get back to, Dave's spot. Hop in. Oh, fuck. Exit drive. In this pristine car.
The Distributors is great. You've been following him for 10 years now. Yeah, he is great. Female brain people are just normies. They don't get it. Well, we're in a feminist society right now, so a lot of people think that way, and they've been thinking that way for a long time. It's kind of built into our education, and the internet exacerbates it all. But I do means a lot. I wish there were more men like me. Oh, well, I mean, most of what I talk about...
Chugging. Where did they all go?
Well, I think my dad's influenced a lot of my thought, but it was going to pastors' conferences with a lot of people who were talking about these things. I might have to actually cover Eugene Rosenstock Husey a little bit more in the future. Maybe you just kind of go through his autobiography, Western Man, because... That, and I was even thinking about going and talking about William T. Kavanaugh, talking about, like, religion. Things like that.
Again.
Oh, wait, what's up, man? Hang on. Your stream is a bit delayed. Let me mute that. You want to stream it locally, or can you do that?
Yeah, sure.
Is this a multiplayer game?
It is, yeah. It's actually quite fun in multiplayer. The only difference is that you can't sleep in multiplayer, so that like system's completely like removed from the game.
So how have you been?
Not bad. You know, I was up all night, and I was able to crank out a video during that time. So
yeah,
you know, 2 videos in 1 month, egad. Oh my lord.
Well, when I heard you,
I can't believe I did it either.
When I heard you streaming it, I was like, wow, he's really passionate about this. I mean, it is something that is rightfully, we all need to have our like passions incensed by it, but unfortunately, not enough people are. People are just kind of people are going to forget about it next week, which is also infuriating.
Streaming what? Oh, what I covered. Yeah. Well, typically, I don't know, man, because I was on the fence. I was like, fuck, do I make a whole video, or do I just clip like the stream section and upload it as a video, right? Like, how much do I skimp out here? But I ended up just going with making like actually recording something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was just sad to see, and a lot of the there's quite a few people that watch me that are European, and they've talked to me about this, and they're like very black-pilled and not happy.
You see Italy's response. I think Italy's like, no. We're not having
yeah,
this.
They shut down free travel between them and Rome. I mean, not that Rome. What the fuck am I talking? Spain. I talked about that in the video too. It was like Italy was pretty much the only one that had a response. Poland, I imagine, probably was going to have a similar response as well, because they few years ago they were like just straight up shooting people at the fucking border because I don't remember I don't remember what country it was, but they tried to like send all their criminals into Poland, and Poland did not have it.
That's good.
They were like, "Fuck you."
I've heard. I mean, I guess this is probably true for any nation, but I've heard Poland's pretty based. But then I've heard other things where they're like, yeah, they're kind of not so based. But
They're pretty based. I've personally been there. It's like very nice. It's entirely white. Like it's not going to be like Berlin or Paris or Rome where you go in and it's like literally all fucking Muslims and browns. It's literally all white people, and it's very, very nice. It's very, very cheap too. The cost of like really fancy, expensive places in tourist trap areas in Poland is going to cost you like how much it costs to get a Big Mac from McDonald's. Like you'll go there and you will eat for like $20 USD.
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's really nice.
What currency do they use?
So they use both the euro, but they also have their own currency. The zloty is what it's called. It's like CLOTY.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that means gold. I think it just literally translates to gold in English. But yeah, they prefer their own currency. They list everything as zloty as opposed to the euro, but they will accept the euro.
Holy Knight Vader says Poland is legit conservative, old school traditionalist, religious people. You don't want to mess with them.
Yeah, if you go anywhere in Europe, I would recommend it be Poland. It's cheap and it's beautiful, and it's not filled with brown people.
Yeah, that's the American dream, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who said that was me? There was I think it was a Devin Stack stream where he was talking about some guy who was like, yeah, and I was like, yeah, that's true.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was some guy who basically said the American dream was basically to make enough money to find a place where you could be as far away from the consequences of liberal democracy and
oh yeah,
immigration reform. Yeah,
yeah. I've seen him talk about that before.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some truth to that, because most people's idea is like to get a bunch of land and live in the middle of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Like people don't want to live, like, I don't know, at least in our sphere, people do not want to live in a city, and rightfully so.
Or gated community, which is funny because remember that they were saying that about all the I think it was both Antifa and Black Lives Matter. Is as soon as they made a bunch of money, they decided to go live in a white gated community, even though they're black. So.
Yeah. Well, most of them already did, right? Like most of Antifa is, at least in my experience, they're like fucking college kids. They're people with like, you know, money from their parents and whatnot, where they haven't really earned it themselves. Either that or they're fucking broke. They're like homeless. There's two juxtapositions. They're either homeless bums who have been paid to be part of Antifa, or they're people who have like mommy and daddy's money.
Oh right, I think you were making the point because you were playing Kazu. No, what was it? I can't. Where you're managing property. The Japanese game. Why can't I think of the word?
The Yakuza.
Yakuza. Yeah. You were saying like this is exactly what goes on like in the rest of the world, even though they're making, you know, it's a fun little video game mechanic, but it's actually what goes on.
Yeah, where you send the homeless bums to go lower property value in areas. Yeah, you literally pay them like $5 a day to go hang out in specific areas, so it lowers the property value.
Yep.
And that's a real thing. That's a real thing that people do. The mob did it. The Yakuza do it. Like, and rich people who want to buy up land cheap will do it as well. It just depends on how much time they have, right? It depends on the amount of time they're willing to wait for it.
Public Privateer says, you heard it stated as escaping the consequences of the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, well, I mean, it all goes hand in hand. The Civil Rights Act is kind of like ground zero for a lot of this stuff. You do it too.
You have this game again?
I do not. I was watching you play it a little bit.
Oh man, you're missing out. This is one of those few times where an early access game is actually mad fun and like has a lot of stuff to do in it.
Oh, I don't know if I will, if I could stand all this inventory management.
You don't have to do that. You can just drop everything on the fucking ground.
Yeah.
And now with the new dark system, when you play multiplayer and you have to wait out like the night, like this, you have nothing better to do than to inventory management because you can't sleep. You don't really want to go out and try to loot stuff because zombies will fuck your ass up. So it gives you time to like read books, and there is some down points in the game,
Oh,
like
I
skill
saw-
books.
I got one of your screams where your guy's like sitting in bed reading the book, and it looks like he's masturbating.
Yeah.
It's like he's like really, really rapidly.
I'm
Yeah.
sure that someone's made a mod where like you could relieve stress by doing that. Yeah, I'm sure that that's like somebody has fucking added that to the game.
Yeah. I've been playing some Space Marine 2. I hadn't played it for a while, but they had a bunch of new additions to it, and I've just been having fun with that. But does this game have gay and trans representation? Does it, Carl?
Not that I know of.
I guess you read some blogs and
There's-
stuff.
There's not really anything I could point to. I can't think of anything. Pretty much the only lore that existed in Build 41 was it was like radio broadcast, and it's just text. It shows up on the screen for like a little tiny bit, and you have to have like the TV on or the radio on over here, right, in order to see it. And they're mostly just talking about like how the military is like shutting down access to Louisville, how the place is quarantined, and the phone lines are cut. Like they're just talking about like what's happening in the
Oh, so okay, yeah.
during the apocalypse. I don't know about anything that they've added because they did add the ability to actually read flyers and stuff. Like you can look at newspapers in the game now and look at
But-
flyers. But
This
They,
animation, by the way, reminds me of if you ever played a game series. It's Shadowrun, but it's called Shadowrun Dragonfall.
no, I've never played that.
So okay, what's really cool about the game, something I really respect the people who wrote it for doing it, because it was an independent game, is they have a moment in the game where you know, if you have these games like Fallout New Vegas where you have to talk down the bad guy. So there's a bad guy who's about to basically commit genocide, right? At the very end, and you have to talk him down. So I kind of thought, okay, how are you going to talk him down? This is kind of stupid. And basically, if you have the academic perk in the game, one of the options that the game actually gives you, because he basically talks about like he was like, this has happened before. He's like, you know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II. He's like, we're no stranger to doing this kind of thing. The game actually gives you the option to basically be like, you do realize like even that can be like an objectionable thing, right? Like you basically talk about how like there's certain people who objected to like bombing Japan that way. And I was like, well, this is actually like anti like World War II rhetoric, like all the people, all the Jews who kind of like talked about how like, no, we needed to use the atomic weapons and all this stuff. Like this is actually like dialogues. So it was just something I remember from this game. I was like, this is actually really cool. Like I'm talking down the bad guy, basically telling him that, by the way, the US was wrong for doing this. We should have resolved this thing a different way, differently, but yeah. A really cool game.
I don't know if we were wrong to do it, but
Oh no, that's not the point. The point was more, this is like going against the consensus that bombing Japan was the correct thing to do.
yeah, I mean, I was under the impression everyone knew that it was like a controversial topic.
Not mainstream, no.
You nuke two civilian cities. Like, come on, like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? That nobody's gonna approve of that. That would never like, dude, that would literally never happen today.
No, it wouldn't.
You could not like come back as a politician ever for doing
But
something
almost
like that.
almost every right wing argument I've heard just tries to justify it.
All right, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, this is why you got to get this game. All right, look.
When I say right wing, I'm talking about like the Not people like us.
Wait, where is it?
What? You had me.
Check this out.
By the way,
Carl,
hello,
go straight to Louisville.
Astral Hammer. Have you been in the
Hello.
VC before?
I have a
Damn.
while ago.
Look at that guy. I got a little Keemstar in my front yard now.
Killer Teamstar.
Yeah, more than neocons, exactly.
Like neocons, normie lips, normicons.
The normie conservatives, yeah.
I got a question. Can you guys hear my fan? Is that annoying?
Nope.
Alrighty, good.
Whatever you did, you fixed it. Proud of you.
No, I'm just laying in bed waiting for fucking games to update on my PS5.
Don't talk about your own life so much.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you can. I'm just kidding. You can do it. It's not a good idea to do just regularly, but you can do it.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, I was.
This is Carl's VC, so you.
I'm
Actually-
aware of the Carl's VC. I am well aware. How you
To
like
be-
your pony sona, Carl?
I fucking hate you guys.
I
be
know
fair-
some guys were watching My Little Pony a while ago in VC.
Japan would never have surrendered without it. Public opinion would have tanked hard if it became a slog with massive massacres. Well,
They would.
I think that's what they say. But I think even after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I think they still weren't willing to surrender.
No, they weren't. They weren't. In my
But
opinion, we should drop the
I
first
think
bomb.
the greater point,
I
though,
mean, a
is
lot
that
of them were probably really pissed off, especially people who were like super hardcore, like nationalist, traditionalist Japanese were probably like these fuckers just killed like millions of us, and we're just
Yeah.
gonna surrender. Like,
By the way, I was thinking about that too with the video I made recently. Was that I was thinking about just how many things have just gone unresolved throughout history. Like we still haven't really resolved like the end of the Civil War.
no, I mean they can't even people can't even agree what the Civil War was fucking fought over.
Yeah. But that's like still in the back of everybody's mind. Like I feel like there's a lot of like historical events that will in some way get resolved in the future. Like we just keep on kicking the can down the road. I was just thinking of that. I was even thinking about like the U.S. Like the Mexican War and how many Mexicans hate our guts still. And so for like even for like us bombing Japan, us bombing the civilians, like how many Japanese, like I know my parents even like witnessed this because they traveled to Japan like way like it was a lot of years ago, but like there's a lot of people who just they really hate Americans.
I know diplomatically we get along fine.
Yeah, well, of course you have to, but like if you start going into the country, you'll get Japanese who fucking hate our guts.
I see more of a positive relationship, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pretend I'm fucking educated on this subject.
I was even gonna say like they're probably right. Like we're currently bringing in like I can even see this with some of the stuff they produce and you know have us consume here in the West is like whatever they're doing. I'm wondering if they're like, is this really what Westerners want us to do? Like they want us to produce this shit for them every single day. But anyway.
Yeah.
The dinosaurs were gay. That's why they went extinct. It wasn't the meteor. They were gay. They had the gay gene. They no longer reproduced. Vietnam also hits the U.S.
They all
Yeah.
got AIDS.
Oh, they don't even
So
need
they got
AIDS.
dinosaurs.
They didn't even need AIDS. They
Dino
just
AIDS.
like the male dinosaurs were like, oh, a female. Ew. I don't want to put my dick in that. I want to put.
They got monkey pox.
Yeah. Oh, look, another male dinosaur. I want to put my dick in that. And they just died out because they didn't reproduce. Anime is absolute trash nowadays. I was thinking also of that. I was thinking of just doing I don't know how long the video would be, but just talking about how a lot of anime nowadays, it really is, it's as woke as it could be. Where the main character is always like getting into relationships with like the other, the outsider, and is always fighting against the church, against traditionalists, all these things. Like they keep on doing the same tropes. The only difference between like what the Japanese do with anime and Westerners is they make their characters look attractive. Yeah.
The new
I feel like there's a lot of Japanese media that's like kind of blasphemous already. Like it's been that way for a while, where it's heavily themed around like killing God, right? Like look at JRPGs and how many are themed around that, and that's true for anime as well. So that's not really new, but there is like a lot of injection of stuff that was like pretty not like it was pretty rare to begin with during like the 90s and 2000s. Was like the characters where they're like femboys, or you can't really tell if they're a man or a woman. They're kind of like true representation, essentially, right? Like that is a new thing. It was not really in many animes back then.
Cause every vehicle you loot this detailed?
Yeah, so every vehicle in the game has all like the engine. This car's engine's at 100%. Like every part of the car has a percentage, and you can rip all of them. You can rip all of them out. You can repair them. Some stuff you need to actually find. Like so, if I wanted to replace this muffler, right? The muffler was torn to shreds. I'd have to find a muffler. I'd have to find a muffler in good condition and replace this. And you have to know how to as well. Like you have to actually be a skilled mechanic to be able to do it.
Where are you on the map, Carl?
I am in Muldrow.
Muldrow?
And I'm in one of the storage yards in the center of town.
Have you looted the Redwood police station yet? Rosewood, I mean.
Oh no, I haven't been to Rosewood. Rosewood's like all the way up here.
Yeah, it's right there.
Right here.
Rosewood.
Yeah.
The police station and firehouse always have good loot.
I have a question, Carl. Can you actually beat this game?
No, there's no end.
Oh.
You go until you die, essentially.
Oh. But I react to this.
I've had characters last over a year. I've made it over a year, but at that point, there's like not really a whole lot of reason to play the game. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I would do. I would actually make like some kind of end game.
There's custom scenarios that do have end goals, but they're custom scenarios.
But I react to this guy called Revolver Snake or Natty Bud Light. Well, Jack, dude, I don't know if I don't want to turn. See, that seems like a slop thing to me. Like I wouldn't want to like turn my channel and like, hey, let me react to this guy. I mean, I could do that for more engagement. I don't know if you noticed, like I do upload a lot of AI shit and it ruins my engagement, but I don't really care because it's fun. I enjoy doing it. I'm not really trying to grow my channel. I was kind of thinking about it like years ago, but when my job, when I became a well, I'm not going to talk about my real life but too much, but basically my job kind of changed my circumstances. Plus, if I got popular, I think a bunch of my video quality would go down because I would have to continually censor myself because YouTube hates some of the stuff I say, so. Yeah. That's why I wonder if Carl's stream has already been shadow banned. That's why his channel can't grow.
I have no idea. I don't really care either, to be honest with you. Like, it's nice, but like you were saying, I have a real job and it pays me decent enough, so it's not like I need this.
Yeah.
This is more of a hobby. This is something that I do to interact with people. It's something I started to do to interact with people when I was working literally like 50 hours a week, overnight shifts, and had like no time to have a social life.
Yeah, I'm a loner too. I don't have a huge social life.
People are scary.
Not that people are scary. It's just like I've never been a social person just in general. Like even around my family, you know how they encourage, like, if you're around your family members, like, family members are really physical, like, you hugging, kissing, all that stuff. I was never a person who just in general didn't. I never really liked doing that with other family members.
Yeah, I understand that.
Even when I was young, like a child, and I didn't know any better, I never really liked like touching other people. If I critique any anime, it may be interesting to look into 12 Kingdoms. From a Christian perspective, it's a demonic pocket dimension pretending to be a better universe. Well, a lot of stuff nowadays is built on wish fulfillment. I feel like everything now produced has some element of like pornography, and not pornography as in like it's sexually pleasing, but it's more as like, this is giving you exactly what you dreamed of. And you didn't earn it, but it's pleasing because it's like, hey, this is what I want. This is what I always wanted. Always wanted to be the strongest, the most powerful. I always wanted all the women, and I wanted to be the king of the kingdom and all this stuff. And it's like, it's great. What's funny is here's the thing, that the way that works is, yes, you do, like, that's what your goal is supposed to be.
It's a power fantasy.
Well, no, see, this is even that I think is false. It's not a power fantasy, because this is the stuff you want to procure, but there's a way you need to procure it. You actually see, men by default are conquerors. We're actually built like the reason this stuff appeals to us is that we want this stuff.
Yeah,
but there's a methodology to achieve that, and that's what's robbed to us. Instead is, we're given I guess the fantasy part, you're right about the fantasy part, is basically all our fantasy is, hey, you get all this stuff for free. And it's like, no, you never get it for free. You actually have
it shouldn't be for free. You have to earn it.
Well, not only do you have to earn it, you have to sacrifice for it.
Yeah.
That's what people don't understand about like great military leaders. The greatest of military leaders are the people who are willing to sacrifice. Like even people, even men. Like if you're a great military leader and you have thousands of troops at your hand, you know instinctively, like, to get what I want, a bunch of these guys gotta die.
Yeah.
Like you don't try to make them die, but you know that a bunch of these guys are gonna die trying to get what I want. And you need to, like, basically know that it is worth it in the long run.
Yeah.
Niggers. Oh wait, we're
Whoa. We're fucking alrighty. Okay, I was not expecting the whole fucking god.
I don't know why he thought that was gonna like do anything. Like,
I should. I'm not sure.
How dare you, sir? Dare you?
I'm not sure. That caught me off guard. I'm not sure why. I should know what server I'm in.
Can you imagine though? There will come a time where all the slurs that we use right now, just like anything else, I bet there will be a time where people will be able to say them, and they're just gonna wear it out, and it's not even gonna mean anything.
I think it depends on the circles you're in, where that's already the case.
Well, I mean, look at Goy, right? Goy is becoming like popular vernacular now. Which is a good thing in my opinion, but it will become grating, and
yeah,
I don't know. I feel like I won't get tired of it.
It's a fun word to say.
It is kind of like, what the fuck? I have been banned. Like, I've been banned off platforms for saying this fucking word, and now people, like, large streamers are using it.
Hey, it's No Name.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, we're live, man.
Oh yeah, cool. That's cool. Yeah. I was
Is this?
no longer Literally who?
Is this the update that reworks the skills?
Yeah, what's up, Connor? What's your question? Yeah, so in build 42, they added a bunch of skills, and they also changed how you level some skills, right? So you can't just like dismantle everything to gain XP. You actually have to build stuff.
Okay.
And then yeah, they added blacksmithing, carving, glass making, knapping, which I don't even know what the fuck knapping is. I still don't know what that is. Masonry and pottery, and they also added, you know, animals and a butchering skill.
I would
as well.
assume
Slaughtering them.
napping, like knapsack, something about carrying things in your bag.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's
I'm
what it
too
is.
lazy to Google it.
I mean, they did add the rise and fall of the Third Reich, and it gives you happiness.
Yeah, they also this was a mod in that I would play the game with, where it gave books actual like book names, or like they're real books, right, in real life, and you could find them. And it added like 1,000 books to the game so that you could like go around collecting books. But they made that part of the actual game. They changed it so that every book that spawns in the game now has a name and an author for it, and they're unique items.
Carl, somebody in my chat says napping is primitive stoneworking.
Primitive stonework. Oh, okay.
Napping is flint napping.
I see. I haven't gotten into the I haven't gotten into the new skills yet. I'm not really sure how to get started. I'm gonna have to watch like a video or something and like look up how to actually get into these new skills. But my question is this: how do I get a girlfriend? Because I'm pretty lonely since I don't have a family or friends or a community, and I feel isolated and demoralized. I'm also poor. I fucking hate answering this question, but I guess
I can do it for you. I can do it for you.
Go online.
Oh. Unfortunately, I do
And
I do not know.
Cooked.
Yeah, actually, Carl, you know what's funny? You say that. You know what's funny is these guys who kind of learn everything they need to learn about how to court a woman, and they go out and do it.
Yeah.
I've heard like as soon as they find like as soon as they learn all the skills and they actually do it, like the power goes to their head immediately. Yeah, the power goes to their head immediately, and then they're like, "I'm bored. I'm gonna go do this again."
Yeah, women are terrible.
Yeah. Well also,
Yeah.
this is something about men too, like about us, is like I feel like for anytime you learn a skill and you get really good at it, you just want to keep on doing that over and over and over again. That's the way I work anyway. So it's like as soon as you learn the skill about how to court a woman, and as soon as you use it, it's like, okay, do I turn this off now? It's like, no, I don't want to turn this off. I'm really good at this now, so I just keep on doing it. So you end up like getting a bunch of women to kind of flock to you, and then it's like your girlfriend's like, why are you cheating on me? It's like, because I'm good at it.
But yeah, to answer your question, Connor, my recommendation for that is the first step is having a social circle, right? And it sounds like that you aren't really able to do that in the real life, so you need to find a social circle online, and that'll eventually a woman will show up in it, and you'll meet women that way.
Yeah.
So, good luck.
Women are very
The more you say they're not allowed, the more they're gonna want to get in.
That's true.
Yeah. First of all, like it's not even that easy, bro. Like, you really simplified it, because from what he said himself, he's kind of cooked. He needs to work on himself first before he like goes out there, tries to.
That too, but women also like a project, right?
Well,
yeah,
they
women like
want
projects.
to have a project with prospects. They want to have a person that can be fixed, not like a fucking boy failure fucking loser.
I'm waiting for the perfect neat incel. I'm saving myself for the perfect
Yeah,
neat
they're
incel
not really
stuff.
like saving themselves for like a fucking beta male like VTuber watching like loser. No.
The problem though is if you find that woman who is not what Carl described, then there might be something wrong with her, and you won't realize it until later. Like, why is this woman a loner? And you'll find out, oh, it's because she's actually kind of deranged.
She skins rats
Right.
in spare time. It's like something really fucked up because the fun part about women is that they have zero accountability and nobody holds them accountable, so they can like literally do whatever. It's pretty crazy what they can get away with.
Hey, yo, sexy bitch, you fuck so good, I'm on top of this. Or whatever the hell the song goes.
Not always much warriors,
I
bro.
need to keep up with my chat. What are people saying? Better root. The better word for that is the root is pornea. Yeah, I know about that. Most
yes.
anime are pagan. The gods that anime heroes fight are nothing like the Christian god. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Have you guys already talked about the Spain shenanigans, or?
I literally released a video about it today.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? I have not checked YouTube today.
You need to watch that video.
Bro.
Like, Carl painstakingly puts that video together. Like,
It has a really good thumbnail as well.
Hold on. let me-
when I say pain, like, Carl goes through literal pain. Like he hurts himself.
I do.
I mean,
Make
he
videos
has
like
to deal. He has to deal with people like us, though.
That's
I
true.
say that, but there's no bad offenders in here currently.
No, that's
big funny.
But no, that's what Jordan Peterson talks about when he talks about suffering. Like life is about suffering.
Yeah.
So that's what Carl does.
Astral Hammer. Are you
Hello.
gay?
No.
Well, I mean, there's a certain truth to that, right? Like
Are you
life,
sure?
No, there
life
is.
is
No, there
suffering, and
is.
it's a struggle
There
to
I have
overcome.
repented for my
Yeah.
sins.
No, that is.
For man is both the sculptor.
I just hate the
and
I just hate the hyperbole of life is about suffering. It's like, yeah, life is about a lot of things.
Yeah, I didn't finish my thought at the beginning. I wanted to say that I'm no longer a little who, because I starred in fucking, what's it face? Base Asuka's channel.
It's true.
Once he's fucking done with editing.
Now I have to commission None for his art because he is a very
You'd be
unique
a fool
artist.
not to.
Actually,
You'd be a fool not to.
actually, you know, I shouldn't say very unique. It's just unique. It's either unique or not. You know, people say very unique or most unique. You can't actually say that. I mean, you can, but you're be retard because unique is one of a kind. So it's either unique or not because you can't say somebody is most one of a kind. So whenever you
Dude,
hear anybody,
a zombie broke one of my fucking wildlife traps. These fuckers. Oh my god, they
Yeah,
came
I
over and ate.
appreciate it.
Not only did they break my trap, but they ate my fucking food too.
Yeah, based.
I mean, this is the cost.
I have bad news though. I'm pretty sure like the entire episode is just gonna be like a Bible study. I'm not used to talking to like a devout.
Yeah, what'd you
Christian.
guys talk about? What'd you guys? talk about?
I'm
Give us a
telling you,
little-
99% of that episode is gonna be Bible study. I don't know how he's gonna cut it up, but it's gonna be really funny if it's just that.
Who's this person? You say
I'll listen to it.
it's Asuka?
Based Asuka, bro.
Who that is?
That's
been
honestly,
here a
you
couple
should
times.
you should be fucking kicked out just for that. He's
Carl,
one of our-
can you construct
Top guy.
buildings and bases wherever you want in this game?
Yes. Yeah, you can go out in the woods and build a house. Yeah.
Yeah, there's pretty much like every video you can imagine. There's like a video of like sustaining yourself just from the starting house. There's like a video of like what if you literally just like exist in a forest. Like there's probably like, you know,
I
you can probably
I
figure
like
it out.
I like Basin in the Rosewood fire station.
Yeah, it's a really popular one. The easiest
but
way to play the
basically-
game though is to just spawn, run towards like run out into the woods and fucking literally build a house. Like it's that's the easiest way to survive because there's not a lot of zombies out there.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought
weird.
zombies just,
I'm
like,
getting used to
fucking
it.
Swarm you from the fucking forest.
Well, they're
No.
out there, right? Like you will encounter hordes out there that like wander out there, but for the most part, it's
So- Don't make
It's
noise.
pretty clear.
Yeah, it would make tons of noise to construct your own.
But isn't it now? What
function.
the construction itself isn't the issue.
So
I'm pretty sure the issue is that like player constructed walls are aggroed by zombies,
they can, yeah,
And-
they can break your
and
walls.
like the naturally generating walls are not, and that's like a massive difference. Because
So how it works is there's a few towns. So the map is fucking huge, as you can see here, right? Like, right, and zombies are designed to spawn in mass in town.
Yeah, Dan, Chris, if you want to, you can go ahead and do that. I don't mind.
In main like areas where people visit a lot, right? So they go by like the Romero style zombie thing, right? Where like they go to places that they went to in real life, right? That's why the mall is filled with them, and all of these main like shopping roads are filled with them, like the main road. And then in the suburbs and stuff, there is also going to be a lot, but not as much. And then in the woods, there's just ones that like wandered out there because they migrate. They will actively like wander around the map and migrate and form large hordes and shit.
What popular entity are you playing on?
Insane.
Insane? Okay.
Yeah.
do
The
you
reason
have
why there's not
multi-hit?
yeah, and I have multi-hit. The reason why there's like no zombies in this area is because I've already cleared it out. Like I have 2,000 kills, and I haven't even left this town yet.
Damn, been alive for a month.
Build a
But yeah,
zombie
as you can
camp.
see here, like there's all of this wilderness that you can just walk out into and build a house in, and nobody will ever find it.
Someone says build a zombie camp, label the front gate with Arbik Machfri.
One of my favorite
Oh,
scenarios to play out is to spawn on top of the Louisville Mall and try to survive.
This is all in Kentucky?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is real life Kentucky. Yeah, this is model
Like
life real life.
1993
Oh, cool.
Kentucky, yeah.
Actually, that's really cool.
Yeah, the first thing you do when you spawn in, you invest into Bitcoin. Ignant, why have you become brown, Ignant? Explain
You
yourself.
don't like my new profile picture?
It's honestly like on the same level as that gay guy in the Discord.
Shut up, dude. Look at yours. What are you talking about?
What
The
are you
Big
talking
Funny
Look at
literally.
your
man.
fucking picture, dude. You're gonna give me shit.
Mine is cool as shit. Mine is literally cool as shit. Mine is fucking ballers, and yours is.
Mine is like the Indian cat girl from Chainsmoker cat.
Oh jeez,
Zach,
that's.
I've been alive for 2 months, so yeah, the helicopter event's long gone.
I like my profile picture.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's pretty.
Yeah.
pretty good.
I would want to like the end game for a game like this is to create your own empire. Find all the survivors, kill the zombies, and then be like,
There
Here's
are no NPCs yet in the game.
Yeah,
there are
the-
mods. There are mods
Yeah,
that add
I was gonna
NPCs
say,
to the
I don't
game,
think there are
but
any survivors in this game.
yeah, you're the only person alive currently. How
See,
how
how-
it works right now is because of gameplay limitation. Like the devs just haven't figured out how to add like good NPCs to the game yet. So the current like thing is that like you are the only immune person in all.
There,
of the,
there
that's
was
left.
a build a while ago with NPCs. They just sucked ass, so they just abandoned it for now.
you need to create your eternal Reich.
I mean, the
Come
game barely holds itself. I
Yeah.
mean,
It's a pretty stable game to me, I think. Like, this game's been around for like, what, 10 years or something like that?
Yeah.
well, but I mean, like the coding itself, it's pretty spaghetti for a game
I've
of
never
like.
looked at the
Ignat's
code.
trying
Yes,
to
for now.
attract Nick Fuentes, brown cat boy. It's why he's defending.
Yeah, the little
Asuka.
brown cat boy. That's his fucking. That's
I
his
don't
deal.
know where you're coming up with that, but okay.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Ignat. Don't end your sentences with questions.
Like it might be a
High
word, like, it
inflection.
might be
Don't
Don't do this when you're talking. You need to like end sentences this way.
telling-
You don't have to take my advice.
A little insecurity, perhaps.
You don't have to take my advice. You can do whatever you want. But I'm just saying like don't do that because it's a really feminine way of.
Well, I didn't ask, so thanks for that.
I don't need you to ask to kind of like instruct you on how to be a fucking man. Anyway,
It's fine, Ignant. Egad is not a person.
Yeah, I'm
What
just
is he?
I'm a
Is he just
robot.
like an entity or something?
He's AI. He's literally AI. He's like a
Oh.
chatbot that
Oh, did you make him?
Yeah, I'm
We
literally
made him.
Grok. You-
Well, he's
Mecha
partially
Hitler.
powered by Grok. He's partially powered by Grok. Why do you think he
I'm
like?
That is
funded.
true. He is a big fan of AI.
I am funded by Eli.
He-
I am a fan of
Powered
AI.
up by Grok, and then we red pilled it.
Actually, if you guys want a really cool engine to test out, look up Dance 2.0. It's amazing what it can do.
Is that the Chinese one?
I don't know.
I'll fucking I'll forfeit when I see like an actual good AI creation. So far,
Don't
it's
forfeit.
really subpar.
If I ever
Like the
need,
shit that they post around with
if
the
I ever decide
powder,
to pay
the
for,
powder fucking.
There's been plenty of good
Dang.
AI, peak
No.
AI. What are you talking about?
no, nay, if I ever decide to like when I
Yeah.
like
What
get
about Tay?
serious, when I get serious about stuff, I'll definitely like go out to you, Nene, and I'll be like, hey, I need a book cover or whatever it is. Make me something, please. I'll pay you. I will pay you.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm Polish. I'm cheap. You don't need to save up too much.
But you know, we were just talking about Poland.
Yeah, everybody talks about Poland because it's like one of two white countries still standing.
Yeah.
What's the other one? Is that Hungary or what's the other white country? Argentina?
You can
Mexico,
pick
probably.
up the angel statues.
Whatever's the funniest answer.
Carl's like, the angel statues. I can.
Antarctica?
I can put them in my base, egad. I just need a shovel. If
That
I had
is
a shovel,
true.
I can pick it up.
You can put the
October
religious
1st,
iconography
Drive
near
until
your
then, they'll
base.
follow you.
I think that's incredibly based. Can you swim?
Oh no.
But it is crazy though that a game of this like renown and this success, monetarily speaking, is like literally neglected by its devs, and like most of the progress has been like boosted by modding mostly. Like what you
Not
said.
most games are like that.
Yeah. I think a lot
No.
of
They
games
take
are.
a while. Yeah,
really.
they do take a while to
Like
actually
It's been,
come
like,
out with
Skyrim,
updates.
years since
Minecraft,
update.
fucking,
It is an early like
the
access
other
game.
heavily
I mean,
modded games.
As far as I'm concerned, this game's complete. Like, I'm glad they keep working on it, but like, build 41, I would have been happy if they just like stop right there. Like, I thought it was good
Is
enough.
it bad that I would like the game to have like some kind of win condition, or does that kind of just defeat the whole idea of what it is?
It kind of defeats the idea
Yeah.
because you're not supposed to be like a superhero that like saves the world. The world has ended. You are one of the last people on Earth, and this is how you died, right? Like that's kind of the idea of the game.
Yeah, that's how it is how it starts, like text-wise. But it's kind of like, oh, if you survived like a full year, or you fucking make it to like a fucking
Winston.
escape area. But I don't
See,
know,
I told
because
you guys.
I'm just too much of an objective gamer, you know.
I told you
Yeah,
guys. I know.
it needs
I
to
know
have
you,
a point,
Want to
alright?
fucking see all you want to
I don't
see.
get it. You just run around and build shit. It's like Legos.
I mean, that's
When
why
does the
why
game
that's-
start? This is the game. You're playing the game.
that's why I
Winston,
don't
don't-
don't-
like Minecraft, is 'cause it's like,
Yeah,
it
don't
doesn't
tell
really
him
have
about
that
Minecraft. Don't tell him about that game. That's
Well, there is a win condition in Minecraft, though. You kill the Ender Dragon.
well,
Yeah,
they
but that's
added
the
it
game.
like
Yeah.
halfway through its life cycle. Like it had.
The
no
Ender
win
Dragon is
condition for
way,
like,
Minecraft
all-
ain't
way
got
more
no
than
winner. It
halfway.
ain't got no losers. You're just running around building shit. Seeing if other shit can come knock it down.
Killdozer.
No. Like Zomboid, you just want to see fucking Project Zomboid speedruns, buddy. We know that.
Me?
But what's it face? I want you
He
to
wants
say that I was correct.
Project Zomboid speedrun.
If you stand in front of the mirror and you say powder 3 times in a row, Winston is literally just gonna appear in your voice chat.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I
At
should-
midnight.
I should place the Space Marine too. You're right. Got more editions. I've been
Winston,
enjoying
is
the
there any
news code.
VTuber drama?
Egad, if you
Don't
get this game, I'll
trigger
play
him.
with you. Teach you how to play.
Sure, I might.
There is
I might check it out.
multiplayer.
I have 600 hours in this game. It's definitely worth doing.
How many hours did you have in Rust?
Let's not talk about that.
7 billion.
Oh,
buddy,
yeah,
it's a
Carl.
safe
Carl,
space.
I
It's a
was telling.
safe space.
I was telling
Brother, you get into Rust and your life fucking ends right
Carl,
there. Like it's just over.
Carl, you need to-
You are glued to the screen until you get killed.
Your
life.
Coma. I feel like Rust is more like you go into a coma for a week,
Carl,
and then you come
no, wait.
out, and then it's like, oh, okay.
What
If
happened?
you ever
Where am
leave-
I?
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you ever leave, if you ever
Boss,
leave
it's been 9
Rust,
years.
if you ever leave Rust for a long time, you have to come back in. You need to tell everybody in your chat who's talking with you, be like, "Hey guys, I haven't played this in a while. I'm a long, I've been away for a while, so give me a break. I'm a little rusty." You need, you need to fucking,
Yeah, good one.
you need to fucking.
Kill yourself, Marlon.
Alright, okay.
This is called exercise, chat. I know a lot of you don't do it, but you probably should.
Yeah, I've had it
I
done.
like being a fat fuck.
Especially when you get
fake.
older.
It doesn't exist. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fake. It's just like real life. It doesn't work. Okay, you would have to do it for like 2 months straight to
Consistently.
get 1 in that skill. It's better to just pick pick the strength option at the start. You don't even bother exercising. That's what I did in real life.
Yeah, already, I gotta go.
In
Talk to you
real life,
later.
you spec fucking strength over dexterity.
Yeah, I just
I had to
spawned
do
in with,
that.
like extra stats. It's that's why my build is
You
viable
just,
to
like,
begin
your
with.
mom gave birth to you, and you just like had a fucking 6-pack abs.
I mean, I had to balance it out. Like, I had to take some negative traits, bro.
Yeah, you had to lose some
Autism
hit.
minus
You
4.
always lose the hit, but you suck into strength.
Yeah, minus 4 for autism. A little bit
Yeah.
in the hard of hearing.
Pro strat in this game, by the way, never dude, you need to go strong and athletic traits. Like you just have to. It takes way too fucking long.
Oh yeah,
to
when I
level
spawned
these.
in with literally 0 strength, I literally was
You
encumbered
can't
by
pick
the
things
clothes on
up.
my fucking back. It was ridiculous.
You
I
can't
it's like,
pick
you
things
put a
up.
pen in your pants and it's just like, oh jeez.
I would argue though,
Tungsten, bro.
Carl, with the amount of like running around your guy does, and you're picking up loot and everything, I would say that needs
Like,
to work into
literally
like what you're
spawning
doing.
as, like, Redditor soy boy, like.
What do you mean it
office
works into
fucking
what I'm doing?
soylent.
Oh, no, I see that needs to work into what you're doing because like anytime you're moving your body and doing anything, like that's burning calories, that's working muscles.
Yeah,
So it's like
That's in the game.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
in the game.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, yeah.
Oh wow, they
Um,
even accounted for that. Wow.
Yep. You have to have a proper amount of calories. So like here, if I go to my info screen, you can see here my weight is at 80, which is perfect. That's exactly where you want to be.
Whoa,
But it's
your guy's
going
like
down.
a woman.
Yeah, it's because my hair's grown out. I haven't cut my hair in 2 months, so it's kind of gone
80
crazy.
pounds, dude.
No,
And you're
it's
carrying a bunch of
kilos.
kilos. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I was like, your guy's like.
Yeah, so 80 is exactly where you want to be, because if you go below 75 or you go above 85, you become either underweight or overweight, and that reduces your strength and fitness. Like you become fat or too
You become
skinny,
an American.
and you become you are no longer able to perform. It like negatively impacts your fitness and strength skills.
Yeah.
And as these level up, like these actually apply stuff, right? Like so, like the strength is how much weight you can carry at one time without being over encumbered. And it increases the amount of damage you do with melee attacks. And then fitness is how long you can exert yourself before becoming exhausted, needing to take a break.
That's like
Right?
really important in the early game.
Yeah.
Like
And
that's
then
your whole fucking gameplay early game.
yeah, and then like you have the running. As you run more, you are able to run faster and run for a longer duration without becoming exhausted. Sneaking impacts how you're sneaking, right? So if I crouch, I'm less detectable to zombies.
Do you get XP if you're like just like crouch walking by zombies, or when you're just doing
Yeah.
that in general?
Yeah, when you're sneaking near zombies, you gain XP for it. Yeah, everything here actually plays into the game. Like it has an in-game function. And you gain strength from walking around over encumbered too. Like you passively will gain strength. It's just not a lot.
Is now for the way the world works. I mean, you've been doing menu stuff here for a while, and like not doing so much out in the outworld. Does the outworld like have a is there stuff happening in the outside world while you're doing this?
Yeah, it's simulated. The zombies are migrating. They're moving around. They're breaking stuff. Stuff's rotting. There's not really a whole lot other than that, though.
The water goes and the electricity goes.
Yeah, the water's out already. The electricity's out already. But I've built so like here, like these are my rain collector barrels down here for like washing myself.
Ooh.
And I got some pots on the ground here that are filling up with water, and then up here is for my sink. Right, like these are rain collector barrels, and they're plumbed directly into my sink, so I don't need to like boil the water anymore.
It'll be really cool, Carl, if you could outfit a car to live inside. You could do like van life, and you could just like travel to another place.
There's mods that add RVs to the game, and you can go inside of them, and they're like a little house.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I would love that. I want to do that.
Yeah, that does.
What? No name.
Neat.
Like the electricity's gone out,
build,
and
rain
as you can see, I have all these generators. Only one of them's connected, but I have all these generators. I have to keep topped up on fuel. I have to repair them. Otherwise, my lights will go out. My fridge will go out. My oven won't turn on. The TV won't turn on. How do you build rain collector barrels? You need to level up carpentry. You go into this building menu here, and you do rain. And it's right here, rain collector, crate. And if you're high enough level, you can build the good one that has more capacity, but you need to be level 5 for that. So you need hammer, planks, 4 nails, and 4 garbage bags for the base one.
You can sleep in car seats, it just hurts your neck.
Yeah, the level of simulation in this game is extremely autistic.
If you sleep in a car,
that's what I think too.
Zombies can stumble across you while you're sleeping, and they can break the window and kill you while you're sleeping.
That really sucks.
Yeah.
But that is pretty realistic. And so what, does that mean you need to like just board up your windows, or like would you wake up if the zombies are like breaking their way into your place, or what?
If they make enough noise and you don't have like the heavy sleeper trait, you typically will wake up to them creating a lot of noise. What I've done, though, because the barricading it with wood, they can break it down. It just takes a while. What I've done is I've welded sheet metal onto my windows so they can't get in. I'm pretty sure that's nice. They cannot break that down.
So would they have to break through your doors or the garage doors there?
Yeah, they would have to break through these doors. And I have prone to illness, so going outside in the rain is not a good idea, because I will become ill and fucking might die from it. I might get like I might get the flu and
pneumonia.
I might get pneumonia and fucking die. But I do have this fucking poncho, this rain poncho here on the ground, which will stop me from getting. It'll allow me to be out in the rain for longer without catching an illness. Like I won't get wet as quick, right? So that's what that's for. Yeah, a lot of thought. Because
when you catch a disease, you just die.
No, you can. You don't immediately die, but you could die from it.
Because I thought about it.
Medicine, right?
Yeah, but what do you do? You'd have to keep yourself well fed, and you can't like overexert yourself and stuff. Otherwise, you will slowly die.
Yeah, I haven't thought that far in the future. This is like the first time in like a long time. I think this is the first time I've made it past day 2, because I'm playing on the fucking apocalypse or whatever.
Are you playing like solo?
Yeah, but I'm playing the harder difficulty with the running zombies, so it really is quite different. You can't just like face check entire hordes.
That is a thing that's kind of cool that they've added to the game, is you can set it so that there's a certain percentage of zombies that will sprint at you, that are sprinters and will run at you. So like, they will vary in how fast they can be. Sprinters are fucking terrible though. I hate playing with sprinters. It's just not fun.
Yeah, but it patches up the issue with like just dealing with slow zombies is you can easily like figure them out and then they're not a threat anymore. But like with sprinters, there's always like, you know, you have to be on your toes.
Yeah, it's like you have the Romero zombies, which is like the 28 days later shit.
Yep. Yeah, the 28 day later World War Z zombies are just, it's not fun. It's it's just
It's gotta be fucking.
yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, I've played this game for quite a while, and this is the first time I made it past the fucking one.
The second day.
Yeah.
Well, it's because you're playing with sprinters. Don't play with sprinters, and you'll
No,
be able to
I'm
actually
driving now.
experience the game.
I figured it out. I'm pretty much, you know, I'm probably gonna be better than you if I keep it up.
I don't know about that, brother.
I don't know.
So does that mean
You
you
didn't-
guys are gonna like have to 1v1 Zomboid and you're like float into a map and like see?
That would be fucking cool as shit. Like
That'd be funny.
we start in two different cities. We have like a set amount of time to gear the fuck up, and then
You both need
like
to spawn
halfway.
in the same city, PvP flag.
like a battle royale.
If you
'Cause then-
want, you
then
don't
it's
need-
better
You don't
with-
need to go kill each other, but it's like, you know, just have PvP flag on.
Then it would be better
If you
with
want
more
to, if you
people.
want to do your whole, oh, I'm better than you at Project Zomboid.
Yeah. Kill on sight. Well, it does some fun.
You
for
you
sure.
survived for fucking 2 days max. Like, brother, I've survived for over a year.
Well, to be fair, like I haven't played that game for like even you know
He's walking it
a
back.
fraction of your.
All this big cock.
I'm talking.
Yeah,
look,
yeah. You don't even know how to
said-
survive winter. You don't even know how to prep for winter. Like,
I said I will easily log him.
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when it gets cold? What do you do when it gets cold?
Get enough to demolish the bridge.
We'll see. Okay,
Nomads. EGAD was what EGAD a long time Sincel, just like he had added Quar Pudding as called to moderate Sin's chat. It's no big mystery, you know. But he bugged a fellow Sincel up, which is why I'm calling him a homo. Fuck is
What? Hang on.
Toby? Who's Toby the drinker, EGAD?
Kobe? Well, Kobe's Synthetic Man's
Oh
first
no,
name. Is
Toby
Toby?
the drinker in
Oh.
my chat. He's calling you a homo.
Oh. Well, I mean, if he wants to proposition me, he needs to be like. He needs to know. I don't swing that way, but he's welcome to find somebody else, and I'm cool with that. I'm cool with like not knowing about whatever his proclivities are, and just assuming he's gonna get AIDS out of the way and not be my problem.
Is that true? Are you Quar Pudding?
Yes, I am part pudding.
Why? Why did you think it all to mod his chat?
No, I need to tell them I'm part pudding because they already think I am, because so I've got to like affirm what they already believe.
Oh, I thought you're. Oh, okay, I didn't. Think
Oh no, for real, I'm not. But for the chat, I am.
If anything, it's George, because doesn't Quar Pudding have like that like weird anthropomorphic blue guy? Is like his profile photo? Is that the same guy, or am I thinking of somebody else? 'Cause that seems like more of a George thing to do.
The stream quality is choppy. I wonder why. I might be.
It's raining.
What happened to George?
He doesn't like me being
The Hive
active
Tyrant will
ways.
reach your position shortly. Join the Imperial Guard defenses up on the bridge and lure that Xenos
Brother, I can't
Colossus
listen.
into the
I'm
kill zone.
very anti-Gooner, and all he does is post like Gooner shit. I can't be him on. Like, it's just that simple.
I mean, it's complicated.
Yeah, fucking 9 is about to lose it too, man. Can't have degenerates on the Discord mod team. Otherwise, we'll have a repeat of the fucking Wolves.
Yeah, but sure, it's no problem. Is the stream quality going down? I wonder if it's because like I'm playing a more high intensive game.
What's the good? They do that sometimes.
Astartes! We were not expecting such illustrious company in the rear ranks.
Oh, see you, man.
Yeah, gotta go.
We've got a handle on these probing strikes,
Yeah.
my lords. It's the relay that's getting hammered right now.
Ignan changed that brown noise. It might be a woman, but like it looks like a fanboy, like 100%.
Without armor support to tackle a target that big,
I mean,
we may have to bring down
everybody
the
else is assumed to say.
All
Everybody
enemies
else
needed.
It's like so that's tribal NECA. Hold on,
Negative
I'll
is the
take
Hive
this
Tyrant
one.
on the bridge.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
talking
Defend
about-
this position until the Tyranid command unit is executed.
I don't know. It looks very
Understood, my
fanboy.
lord. May the Emperor guide our lasguns to your support.
Like when you just
ready up.
go watch the fucking
What we are made
what's
of.
his face,
Swarms on the
the
bridge.
public diarrhea
Xenos,
shit
coming down the bridge.
into a trash can.
Why can I not?
I've watched that one.
The Hive Tyrant is on its way, but it is the
Come on,
horde
you
of
don't
Xenos
lie to
between
us.
you and it. Time to take it for the long haul properly.
I don't. Well, no, I do. I would say
You have its attention.
Well,
It is
it's-
moving to intercept.
not-
Apply more pressure.
it's not directly obvious, but I would say like sleeping is.
Keep your eyes peeled. The Xenos leader beast will be in visual range shortly.
What is that? What is your profile picture, bro? What is that? Oh, I haven't.
Remain forward, brothers. I've never seen such an atrocity.
Let's see.
I'll have to load
I haven't been in there
the
once.
settings
The Hive beast them
later on. I'm right in the middle of the
charges
mission.
now.
Maybe that's why Carl doesn't like
It's kind of gross. I mean, like the first episode, she takes a reverse diarrhea shit right on camera. Like it's just kind of a nasty anime.
I count that amongst my
I don't get why they do it.
This is Talessa. The ambush was a success.
And I'm loving
not
every
dead.
bit, Gary.
But we blew it up. The swarm would go feral without their connection to the hive mind.
Like it
But
is
their
Playing okay on
focus
my
is
end.
on
I
the
don't know.
relay.
Let me see here.
Reports confirm the
Yeah,
lieutenant's
the
assessment.
LLM has
Well,
not
well,
recovered
watch
from
Still
that
in full
trauma.
effect.
Based
That
Yojo
beast is
Senki.
not yet dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking take the anime down. You will regret
Kill the bastard
making me a
more.
YouTuber. I will destroy everything that you
Target
love.
is still struggling under that wreckage.
Alright, see you, man.
I'll have to adjust the settings later on. It's playing right on my stream. I don't know why it's
Stock up.
I don't think I've streamed this game before. I think I've recorded it, but I've never streamed it before.
This tarantula is still battle-worthy.
I have 5 boxes of batteries plus 60
Pursue and eliminate.
unboxed.
We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
Save a little bit of.
It's the settings. Is it the in-game settings or is it my stream settings? Because it looks fine on my end. I don't know if the stream. What's going on with the stream?
Activating tarantula sentry gun. The thing is too smart. It knows we are after it.
Finding clothes.
Ready to grapple the foe.
Ready to advance.
Got holes in my clothing.
Delasa report.
Hive tyrant continues to evade.
Delasa, you cut out. Repeat. Damn it! Nothing is getting through. We are in the dead zone.
Gotta find
Our
jeans.
duty
What about
remains
my gloves?
unchanged.
How are my gloves looking?
Forward.
No holes. Okay, good.
I'll try to lower graphics, see if that works.
My shirt.
Repurposing battlefield sentry.
And holes in my shoes. God damn it.
Reinforcement process blocked. Cycling cartridges.
Yeah, I lowered the graphics setting a little bit. Tell me if that makes any difference.
Since it's raining, we're gonna gym max. We're just gonna gym max until it's done raining, and then I can go look for new clothes.
That's actually the good way to do it, Carl.
Gym max?
Well, yeah, gym max. If it's raining, that's like you have nothing better to do. Just gym max.
It's true. It's true from real life.
Yeah.
Done running, alien trespasser.
Carl, did you get my Ko-Fi dono the other night? I did get a notification that I got a Ko-Fi dono, yeah. I did see that. I don't remember what it said, though. I got the notification after the stream ended, so
Transformation.
you know,
That's no ozone.
actually
Like an overloaded plasma gun.
after the stream. So sorry about that. No naughty. I don't know what no naughty is. But yeah, the Ko-Fi works. I understand people don't like using it because it's better. Like, you know, you want the YouTube benefits and whatnot, but Ko-Fi is by far the best way to support people because I think they take 1% as opposed to 50% like YouTube does.
We only needed to find our opportunity.
The critical drinker looks Indian in the thumbnail. Has the quality improved, guys, or not?
whole. Just stuff it down.
So, the Honest Whisperer has come.
YouTube takes 50%. Yeah, I thought that was like common knowledge.
It's still choppy, so I guess I have to. I don't know. It looks okay on my end, so I guess I'll have to investigate exactly what's going on with the stream settings and my game settings. Maybe I'll have to get.
It takes 70. No wait, it takes 7. Is it really that?
Yeah, Ambush will look into it for me.
Stop reading. Let me get rid of my sadness here real quick. So let me go.
Michael, I'm having this error every now and then where I can't get the thing to the next screen. Look this up. Mr. Carl's stream. Okay, let's see. What should my stream settings be for Space Marine 2?
Do they have work boots? They don't. What the fuck? Alright, we'll put these on.
It says 6,000 kbps. Yeah, let's try that.
What else had? Oh yeah, jeans. My jeans have a shirt hole in them. They don't have any jeans here, really?
Like white jeans?
No, just jeans. It's normal jeans.
It was a joke. Though.
These fuckers, bro. So the next option.
All right, how is it? Is it still choppy? Let me know if it's still choppy now.
Jeans. To respect the servitors, lest they become one.
What's in that car? It's a specialized van. What kind of specialty is
choppy.
it? Oh, it's an electronic van.
I don't know what the settings are. What they need to be. I've kind of set them to what I thought was optimal. Still choppy though?
Alright, okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, I was muted. Is everyone alright?
Hi, Winston. How's it going?
Are you still alive?
Yep.
Oh, okay, where'd everyone else go? It's just you, me, and Egad.
They left.
Why'd they leave?
Probably
greener pasture.
because
What
they
greener
have
pastures
lives
could
to
there
get
be?
to. Okay, I think I'll just go.
Oh, the ones in their dreams, I would assume.
I'll just leave the game.
He's late.
It's not working.
By the way, Egad, I wanted to tell you something. I didn't mean any offense or anything, or to like hurt your feelings or like be a dick or anything with my
Well,
comments.
You
Your
did.
comment
You
section on
my
your video.
feelings
Did I really?
were well, yeah, my feelings were immensely hurt, and I like the moment you put those comments out, I started crying all night.
Fuck
And-
you. No, like I didn't mean to sound like a dick or anything, but I mean I was just voicing my opinion.
Well, you
but
did,
I really didn't.
and
mean
I
to...
started crying, and I couldn't stop.
Fuck
like
you.
I lost
Carl,
sleep
can I
over
say
it.
the F word on here?
Yeah.
Egad, you're a faggot.
There you go. That's what you need to like. You need to like stop with the like whatever it is, because
Well, you know, I want to be civil, but like we have these big disagreements.
right. You just see what being civil got you there.
Maybe
'Cause
I'm
I-
too temperamental.
Yeah, I think you are because those femoid VTubers been rubbing off on you the wrong way.
That's true.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
It's actually true.
Uh,
I want this van. You see this van, Egad? This is how we get vans.
That's what I want to do. Like I want to do van life. I want to get a nice van and like deck out the back so I can like live in it. Go on trips, go to the beach, things like that.
not like an RV, right?
Like a mini RV, something like that.
RVs are really dangerous. I remember driving down to Florida. There were so many RVs that crashed or like keeled over or whatnot. Those things are so dangerous.
Most cars are dangerous.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like RVs are really bad. Like you're better off just driving like an SUV. Like a roomy SUV, you have your radio, your Bluetooth, your like snacks in your passenger seat. You're ready to go. You're good.
Yeah, I was gonna get like I wanted to do like a van life run. You do the van thing. Go to the beach, open up the back, and just live there with the and then just open the back to the water.
Can you surf, Egad?
Can I surf? I've never surfed. I've snowboarded, skied, but I never.
I skied one time in my life, and I broke my leg so bad that the hospital I went to in the Poconos said it was the worst break they've ever seen. I was in the hospital for 8.5 days.
The Poconos? What is that?
Yeah, the Poconos. It's in northeastern Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's a very big skiing destination for people in New York and New Jersey and Delaware, and Pennsylvania, obviously. And I was skiing there, and it was my first time skiing, and evidently I'm not a very good skier because I
You just need
broke
to
my leg
practice.
in two places, in my ankle and in my femur, and
dude.
they said it was the worst break they had ever seen.
Why?
Yeah, it was really bad.
I've skied. I can't. So I used to live in Colorado. I skied like almost every year. Never broke it.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah, I am not a good skier. Like it was very complicated.
That's putting it lightly. You broke your legs and stuff.
Yep, broke it, twisted my ankle, broke my ankle.
Well, you know what
broke
you
my
need to
femur.
do? You need to do it again.
What?
Like not break your stuff, but
No.
like be like, no, this will not conquer me, and just like go out and do it again.
My uncle wants to take me out again, and I can only imagine me going out and be like, "Oh, I broke my other leg."
Yeah, but then you're like, you need to conquer. This sounds like the world is against you, and you need to conquer it.
Egad, are you trying to kill me?
No, the world is. That's why you need to conquer it.
He wants to kill you because you left that negative comment.
Holy shit, that's funny.
Honestly, Winston, I pay more attention to your comments. Except, see the most of what you do when you argue with someone or tell someone they're wrong, is all you do is say they're wrong. So they don't have to enact any brain power to kind of argue against you. All they have to be like, all they have to kind of say is no, and then they're I mean, it really.
No, that's not true. I laid out a well-articulated argument.
You think
and
you
accused
did?
me of writing it with AI. I swear
I know
to God,
I didn't.
I swear to God.
This is part of the problem. No, I didn't accuse you. I talked about it. Like the post I made about AI was completely distinct from whatever you were talking about. That's when you posted that, I was like, dude, Winston, whenever I post things, I'm not thinking about you. You don't matter.
Right.
You don't matter to me.
I don't stop and ask myself, what does Winston think about this?
Yeah. You gotta
Wait. You don't?
You don't matter.
Carl?
No, Winston, you don't
Not
matter
like
to
your
me.
Oshi does.
Yeah, by the way, and that's a good mindset to have. Is don't post or talk like you think like I'm actually thinking about you. I'm not, because you don't matter to me. But like that's like you need to actually like function that way normally.
Okay.
It's a really good way to function. Is don't assume that you or like anybody else in my chat like or in my comment section actually matters to me. I will say some people do. I won't tell you who does, but like it's very.
All of my fans matter to me. Don't listen to this guy. Don't listen to this guy. I
Carl,
love my fans.
you said a few times ago when you were drunk that you wouldn't care if we died. Fuck you, Carl. I hate you. I don't even know why I'm a member of this Discord anymore. I could be a member of more VTuber Discords.
Well, you don't matter to
your Oshi will lie to you and
you don't matter to VTubers
don't
either.
Kill yourself, Winston. Well, I'm gonna be over here and be like, yeah, you probably should.
Winston, if you died tomorrow, would any of your VTuber waifus remember you or care about you?
The difference is that they will whisper sweet little nothing, sweet little lies into Winston's ear, and we are here to tell him the brutal reality.
Yeah. I do like the oddest whisperer. I do like Carl. Carl, like if Carl was gone from YouTube, I would feel bad. I know. Of course,
get a beer. I'm kind of having fun. I'm gonna go grab a beer real quick.
Yeah, I would get over it somewhat, but like if Carl was gone, I would be sad. If Synthetic Man was gone, I don't know. Actually, I should be out. If Synthetic Man was gone, I probably would feel bad, but I've already like exhausted all his videos and stuff. And I don't know if he's gonna get any better. I don't think he is. I'll be honest, him moving, I feel like there's something that's gotten to his head. And I like it.
Right.
But I don't know if he's gonna improve. What?
What got to who said?
Oh, Synthetic Man recently moved. And ever since he's moved, he's out of his mom's house. And it's like he's turned a new leaf. He's changing things up. I don't think it'll work out for him. But what? Well, he's doing things like sound. What?
What has changed?
Well, he's doing soundboarding now. He's a little bit more upbeat. He's a little bit more upbeat. He's not as doomer as he used to be. Maybe this will work out for him. You know what? I do hope.
Soundboarding?
Yeah,
What
he's using a soundboard.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
You can tell I haven't been like watching
Griffin
his,
Gaming
his
uses a
streams in a
soundboard?
while.
A little bit, yeah. I don't think it.
I
don't
mean,
think it.
I would say it's a good thing, right? Like you want to be
Yeah, I
on
should.
your own.
Yeah, I should say I hope it works out for him. I was saying it, but I don't want to.
Mentally speaking, he's probably like, mentally speaking, living out on your own is like really, really uplifting. It feels great.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I got my first apartment, and it's really liberating. It's really nice, and it definitely brings your spirits up. So I would say it's probably overall good.
Well, good. Yeah, I just hope. See, there was. I wonder. Well, we'll have to see. I
don't know about soundboards. I've gotten annoyed by that.
He has a certain.
There was a time where I would run around when I played Counter-Strike Go a lot. I had soundboards hooked up through that, and I would play Moon Man and shit through the public chat. Fun times.
What was I gonna say?
I feel for Devin.
I think-
What's wrong with Devin?
I think with Devin is very sick. He has like he had like some kind of mold infection, and like it kind of like deteriorated him, and like there's like other stuff going on. He's not being very specific, Synthetic Man, but I saw his stream where
That
he
was
was
a long time
talking
ago.
about it. No,
That
no, this
mold
was
thing was-
recent. This was
No,
recent.
the
He was
mold
talking about it.
thing. What happened a long time ago?
True, but he's still sick, so it might not be just the mold. And Devin's like very depressed and whatnot, so the Lord Frogmire channel isn't making any new content, and you know Chudcast is on an indefinite hiatus. So that's like an issue. And also with the housing market, like I have no idea how much the house cost or whatnot, but like if it costs quite a bit of money, a YouTube income is with a size of Synthetic Man's channel and the super chats he gets, that's significant. But like I mean, I don't know how it can sustain like a house or
Yeah, that's my thoughts. Was
mortgage
I was trying to articulate that, but I don't know his real life issue, but that was my issue. Was like,
well, the thing is that they share a pretty significant audience, right? Like most of the people that watch them probably also watch Devin, and there's very few people who
the
like
problem is
watch one or the other.
Devin isn't really producing content, and it's partially because he's not feeling well.
But even if he did produce content, like the amount of money he's like, they're just kind of like splitting the audience, right? And some of them are going to give their money to Synth, and some of them are going to give their money to Devin. So it's not like they're making necessarily less. They're maybe losing out on ad rev. That's about it.
I would say this, and this might be a retarded opinion because I'm not a content creator. I'm just like an e-boy who invades live streams and goes on people's channels. But the thing is, I think Synthetic Man and Devin would do really well on Kick. And if they would simulcast there, like they get 98% of all super chat revenues, and like if they would also have a buy me the coffee, I think that's the same amount of a percentage of revenue versus the YouTube 70-30 split, if it's even that good. So I mean, I think
Synth
that
might
would be
do
a better...
that in the future. My whole point was that he's changing things up, which is it could be a good thing or a bad thing. It depends, but he's far more upbeat, less doomer, which is I guess ostensibly it's a good thing. But for his channel, if people got attracted to the doomer personality, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I wonder if people will be as apt to connect with him, because there is a parasocial aspect to this that needs to be I guess, yeah, you have to attend to it.
A parasocial aspect? Do you mean like with your audience?
Yes.
Well, I mean, Devin could just do editing for like somebody else, right? Like he has a channel that is pretty large, right? Like he's got I don't remember how many he had when I last checked, but he's got quite a few subs, right? So he could do editing and instead of making his own content, right? He could, edit for somebody to make an income if that's what you're talking about. Personally, I think, it's he'll they'll do fine. All right. And if they don't, then whatever. But
Well, I mean, the economy is uncertain. Government as it is uncertain. Like looking into the future. Like, I mean, I'm gonna fight to the last inch of my breath, but I mean, I don't have a lot of hope for the future of this country.
When you say fight to the last inch of your breath, what are you talking about?
9Y2Y for $2. H. Thank you.
Well, like, do you want to read the super chat and then I'll explain?
It was H.
He just said H. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is,
I mean, it's not really our concern. Like why do I care about either of these people's financial states?
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
It's not about
if
caring.
I were
It's
in
just
his place, like,
or shooting
and you
shit.
get asked, fight to the last inch of your breath. Like, I don't have a lot of hope for the future of this country, but
Who
I
cares
think it's
about the country?
I know exactly, and that's kind of my sentiment. I think it's going to balkanize. I think what we need to do is focus on groups that can, create a community that can collectivize, that can expand, and whether that be like Patriot Front or Old Glory Club or like some kind of other alternative, we need to do stuff like that. And I think it will help in obtaining a greater amount of space when we do balkanize for this country. Or we can either do that as people, individuals, we can either do that option, or we can go back to our home countries in Europe.
Are you armed?
And that's what we can do.
Don't answer that. Like, we need to start arming ourselves. Like, a bunch of people are going to start killing themselves, like each other.
Yeah, I think there will be skirmishes, but I think ultimately it will be different than it will be in the Civil War. But Carl, what did you ask?
I don't even know. Like, you're talking about something completely unrelated to what I said.
I'm sorry. Look, I start talking about balkanization, and everyone starts joining.
We're not gonna have a civil war. What are you talking about? We're not gonna have a civil war.
You're the guy that
Trump. Mr. Trump, welcome. It's good to see you.
Well, Trump's kind of secure, isn't he?
I heard talk about a civil war, a little bit about it, and I wanted to say it's not gonna happen. Not here.
Well, probably not in your lifetime, Mr. Trump. You're secure.
Oh yeah.
Not under his presidency. Not under his watch.
No.
Mr. Trump,
we've got another good two years.
I need to ask Mr. Trump, like, what's your fascination with all these plastic women?
Well, plastic. It's it doesn't degrade that much. It's you can replace the parts. It's like a doll, really. They're like real life-size dolls. Great.
Mr. Trump, what are your views on VTubers?
I think I'm not a big fan, but I guess they're not so bad. There's some that are not so bad, but I don't watch them, so maybe they are all bad.
Okay. Good to know.
Trump, why did you portray the Gen Z and Alpha? Like, I'm asking this rhetorically because I guess it's just in your nature as as a boomer to do this to your later generations. But like, can you can you
Well,
give me the modus
I
operandi?
was having a little bit of lunch, and I thought, well, we're gonna do this. We're not gonna do much actually. We're just gonna let things get a lot worse.
Yeah.
Egad, do you watch Academic Agent by any chance?
I watch very fewer and fewer people almost every month, year on YouTube. I you know the most recently I listened to James Corbett talk about books and talk about how like most things online have reduced everything to entertainment, and it's really, I'm trying to get back into like just reading now. Just reading.
Okay.
I used to read more, and I got into this really bad mode of like doing the entertainment thing where it's like, hey, this is content, and I can just watch somebody talk about something for 30 minutes to 10 hours, and it's not the same. It's not the same as reading. I'm trying to get back into reading. That's what I'm trying to do.
I can kill
That's
about one book every 3 weeks just by reading for 30 minutes a day. At least 30 minutes.
I didn't know you could do that. This is the first time I'm finding out about this. I didn't know they were alive. There.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of reading myself, but I have definitely fallen out. Like I haven't read in years now, but there was a short 5-year span where like I read pretty much every fucking day.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot
Were you
more
more
people
free
used to do
then?
that.
What'd you say, Winston?
Were you more free then?
Was I more free then? I think it was more like I just had like I had the time, right? And now I don't really have the time to do it. Plus, I've kind of fallen down into the thing where it's like I would rather be entertained, like watch something on YouTube
Yeah.
or something. Than
It's a really easy hole to fall into. See, the problem is I'm finding out, and I found this out over a couple of like months and years, is when you get into that mindset, your IQ and your ability to process thought actually diminishes. Because
over time your IQ dies down. That's that's a known fact.
Yeah, I was listening to somebody talk about how like you ever heard of Common Sense? Just not Common Sense, the book Common Sense.
By Thomas Paine?
Yeah. Thomas Paine's Common Sense was written for like the average person around that time. And what's funny is the average person around that time was actually was considered not very intelligent, but compared to people today, like they were extremely intelligent. And remember, they were just farmers. They were just like the common people. If you compare that to today, like we are completely fucked. We are completely fucked. Because
what's interesting though is that the language in Common Sense is actually pretty verbose. Like
yes,
it's using
that's my point,
like words that most people today would not understand. But even back then, where people were barely literate, people like Common Sense has a lot of that in it. Like the people today would not really understand. They'd have to look up a lot of the words that are being used.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's the people that did read were fucking very, very smart. They were very what is the word? Seasoned? I don't think
articulate
seasoned is the right word.
Articulate.
They were articulate.
Yeah.
Or they had a lot of knowledge like baked in to them from just kind of like worldly experiences.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that Thomas Paine, when the Constitution of the United States was written, he did not like it and would derail it at every opportunity he could. But I never read about what his particular dissatisfactions with it were.
Probably the idea of having a uniform, like a powerful government. A lot of people, there were two factions back then where it was there were
Federalists and Confederalists.
Yeah, where they wanted a strong central government, and then there were people that did not want a strong central government, and they kind of clashed heads a lot. The concession for the concession actually was the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights was a concession to have a strong central government.
Yeah, the Federalists. And I remember Alexander Hamilton wanted to have a central bank and a strong central government, and he got what he deserved at the hands of Aaron Burr, who got no favors for the good deed that he did, but he deserved it. Alexander Hamilton. And they made that gay play about him in like 2012, I think. Does no one know what I'm talking about?
No, I know what you're talking
I
about.
don't. The Hamilton play?
Yeah,
Yep.
Alexander Hamilton wanted a strong centralized government. He was a federalist, and he wanted a central bank like what Woodrow Wilson
Is that a
did.
Jewish rewriting though? Because the Hamilton play.
I don't. Well, no. That I'm not talking about the Hamilton play. I haven't even seen it. I just know that it glorifies Hamilton. But the thing is,
Yeah.
Alexander Hamilton wanted a central bank like what Woodrow Wilson did, 1911 with the Federal Reserve, and Thomas Jefferson didn't want that, nor did his vice president Aaron Burr. And they said it would create like a basically monopoly on the money supply, and would stronghold the economy into like special interest hands. And Aaron Burr like shot Alexander Hamilton in a duel, and I think he got hung for that. Because usually in duels, people would just shoot their pistols in the air and be like, "All
Well,
right,
wait,
our
Winston.
over."
Winston, are you reading my chat? Because there's a guy here who's got a different story.
No, I'm not. What I didn't
Go to
even
my
know you
chat.
were alive.
Dusty Rugburn is talking about how like Hamilton was talking about something completely different than what we got.
Let me see. Let me see your chat. Oh, Critical the Drinker. That guy sucks. He used to be pretty good with like just normie analysis, and then like he totally sold out.
Not
to the Friday Night Frights.
ignore the thumbnail. Try to resist your goyim proclivities and listen and like go to my chat and go to Dusty Rugburn who's talking about things. Dusty
I'm not a
Rugburn.
Lolbertarian. I'm not a Lolbertarian.
Don't be autistic and concentrate on what I just said. There's a guy called Dusty Rugburn in my chat. You need to talk about. He's got he's got something he wants to talk.
All right, Dusty Rugburn, do you want to join Carl's Discord? And if Carl would kindly allow him in voice chat,
well,
I will gladly.
Regardless, he's in my chat, so he basically said that. Let's see. Hang on. Payne's book was written for people who could actually read. It's using high school grammar. Tories and Rigs, Federalists, Confederates. He was listening to you. He said, "Sure, Winston, believe what you want, Lulbert." Hamilton was talking about something completely different than what we got. He didn't. But anyway.
No mods yet. I don't know if I'm not sure if like the modders have had time to update their mods yet. So I'm just kind of experiencing the game vanilla, and you know, maybe in like a week I'll start going through the mods that I do have downloaded and see if they've been rolled over yet. But no
Zomboid is unplayable.
I don't even have Carl's stream up.
Brita's weapon pack.
Well, the thing is I'm pretty sure Brita's is not being ported over. I'm pretty sure it's an abandoned mod, and that's really unfortunate because it's a great fucking mod. I love the variety of guns that are in that, and you can get fucking 60 round drum mags, dude. Like it's fucking mad fun.
It's incredibly sad.
Pudding, I won't tell you why I won't renew my membership. I could go into it, but I'm not going to go into it.
Membership of what?
He wants to know why I'm not a member of Synthetic Man's channel, and I'm just not going to go into it.
The 1913 Act was different. No, but I know that. But
why do you not give money to this man?
Because I'm too busy giving money to Carl.
Look, here's the thing. All the Western powers got usurped by a special cosmopolitan international clique, if you know what I mean. So the thing is, it's different, but it would have had the same ends at the end of the day. Wilson was an internationalist, yes, but in the same vein, like, it still would have had the same effect. Dusty Rugburn. A believer in foreign investment and trade. No, I have no idea what this guy is on.
Charles,
you got to be
there's a guy
stop
here
selling.
who wants to tell you that someone just ported Brita today. That means.
Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. Somebody okay, so the mod we were just talking about where it adds like over 150 guns to the game and gives them a bunch of different magazines and adds new ammo to
That
the
is
game. It's
stupendous
like
news.
yeah, that's great. That's awesome. So
Europa
that
is
means that
safe.
somebody updated it. Somebody like went in and updated the mod to be compatible with the new build, the new update.
Okay,
He's a
Dusty
hero.
Rugburn, it clearly would not have. That's the thing. No, a
Don't
strong
don't
centralized
just leave it like that
authority.
though. Don't say clearly would not have. You need to explain things.
Okay, what are you going to have? A perpetual dictator that's benevolent that lives like infinity years? I mean, how are you going to
That's a
do that?
king. You just described a king.
Well, look at the King of England. He sucks.
Well, I mean,
The
some
King
kings
of
suck,
Spain
right?
sucks. He brought in all the migrants by approving the constitutional authority
Well, I
of
mean,
the
that's a
socialist government,
constitutional
allowing all the.
monarchy, though. Like he just described, though, a king, though, king's function. That was the
So
original king.
we're gonna have a based monarchy like Mohammed bin Salman. Like before that, they were Wahhabists that were like wild Yehudis. Like, I mean, how are you gonna do this? This makes absolutely no sense. But you don't want any actually. Wait, but you don't actually want anything to change? I do. What the fuck are you? Dusty Rugburn, get in the Discord. I want to talk to you
Obadiah
one-on-one.
Vandal 10 for Obadiah Vandal for $10. Thank you, man. Shekels for Carl. What you been shooting lately? I went off about my NE 6.8 SPC earlier. Also, you should get a 3D printer so long as it don't connect to the internet. All kinds of fun stuff to make. Well, I do have a 3D printer. We won't go into that, but I do have a 3D printer.
Ooh, cool.
But I have been shooting. I have a Mosin Nagant, and that's kind of my go-to. I like taking that out.
Yikes!
That's actually really cool.
Yikes.
Charles got a 3D printer.
That was the first 30 caliber rifle I ever had. I can hit a quarter from 100 yards with it.
With a Mosin Nagant?
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
With 30
I
yards.
have a scope on
I
it.
got mine off of some old dude, and he sold it with like a bunch of ammo. And I got it for like $300. It was really cheap. Bunch of ammo to go with it. Very, very nice pickup. Unfortunately, in where I live, bolt actions and shotguns are kind of like the only thing that you can really get your hands on.
What about semi-auto shotguns, or no? Do they have to be pump action?
They have to be pumped.
Okay, well, still better than nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately, AR-15s are pretty much completely banned where I live, so I cannot buy
There is
the
a
good
clear.
stuff.
Well, stick with what you got.
My chat says there's a clear difference between the absolutist or the absolute monarchist benevolence and the constitutional restriction for the English crown.
Yes.
Dusty
I
Rugburn
agree.
says the Parliament were the ones taking the colonies into poverty. The king had no power.
The Parliament wasn't as democratic as it was today. It was mostly ran by the aristocracy, and the king is the head of the aristocracy.
Well, he was a figure
Now,
with
true, there were
with
dissident
power
members of the
to throw
aristocracy
in with
like
a
Edmund Burke.
cause.
What do you think there should be, Winston? Do you believe in democracy? Like,
Okay. How autistic do you want me to get?
Get really.
Well, I don't believe in democracy at all.
I know you believe in a I know you're Nat Sock, but
Wait a minute. You can't just say you're Natsock because that's different.
Carl
Whether
has
you're
said that to
German
me
or whether
several
you're
times
American.
before.
Yeah, but if you listen to George Lake and Rockwell, being Natsock is completely different from what the Germans talked about. So you need to understand exactly what
It's
Carl
it's
means.
American.
Yeah.
Well, are
national
you
socialism.
like a Rockwellian Natsock or
Yeah.
a
Yeah, Rockwell.
okay, so
Yeah.
you're Rockwellian. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of democratic though.
No, it's not.
In what way?
Well, what are you going to just have a vanguard dictator that's benevolent and like take centralized power and wield it for the benevolence of your people?
Yeah, that's kind of the idea is that like running a nation should not be it's a craft, it's a skill. It's not something that should be left up to the whims of fucking popular consensus.
Okay. Well, here's what I believe, and it's going to sound completely
Well,
fucking
wait a
retarded,
minute. Wait a
but-
minute. Now whether he just kind of like issued something there. You need to actually like
Okay.
address what he said there before you just kind of like go off on what you believe.
Okay, well, I don't believe in that because what if the guy is like completely fucking like psycho and like runs his fascist dictatorship who was a guy in Paraguay who was a rapist and a serial murderer who became the fascist dictator? Stroessner.
What if
in
an
Paraguay.
asteroid like came out and hit the Earth?
But that actually happened. Like this can happen easily.
That's what I'm saying. Is you're basic. You're not addressing
Okay.
the
So-
ideology behind it.
So
you're saying
does that not
what
happen
if
in
some
democracy as well?
Yeah.
Like that's a flaw with democracy as
Yeah.
well.
Yes,
You realize
and
that,
I
right?
don't agree completely with like our constitutional
Like that
Republican
flaw
democracy.
that flaw exists in literally every form of government. So it's
Yeah.
not like a counter argument to what to like a form of government. That's just straight up not an argument. It exists within all of them.
Okay.
What if someone gets into power that's a madman? Like that's not a real fucking solution. Like that's that's not a real
What
counter
if
argument
it's like
to
a
it because it happens.
Caligula-like figure?
You
By
mean
the-
like Biden? You mean like Biden? A
Biden
Caligula
is nowhere
figure?
near as bad as Caligula
Okay.
was in the Roman Empire.
By the way, this is the programming. By the way, I think that what's his name like with the whole Marvel cape shit with where they did the Thanos thing, where it's like why is Thanos doing what he's doing, and they don't know why he's doing what he's doing, so they
I
basically
have
say
never seen a Marvel movie
Giving away-
outside the
I'm.
first three
It doesn't
Spider-Man
even matter
and
if you need
Spider-Man 3
to
sucked.
watch it. Is the thing is they do this. They basically create this benevolent tyrant, and then basically say is, oh, the benevolent tyrant would be bad because he goes insane. They don't really explain why he goes insane. They just do this because it's programming you into thinking that it's bad.
Okay, can I explain what I believe?
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. I believe in an illiberal, hierarchical, direct democracy. And what I mean by this
Democracy.
is that listen, Carl. What I mean by this is everyone who qualifies, whether they're above a certain intelligence threshold or like a civics threshold, or if they're male, or if they're married, or if they have kids and have a progeny in the future, they get a certain level of votes. And they basically get to vote for representatives, but they also get to vote into
Okay, so
referendums.
that's
And
not a
essentially, they
democracy.
control everything, but there is still a Republican form of government where there are people elected into power.
Okay.
But almost essentially, they get to the power is given to the people, but only select people.
Okay, so what you're
And
what
it's
you're
not an
talking about
oligarchy.
is not a direct democracy, let alone a democracy, right? Like, what you're talking about is a republic where you elect representatives. That's what rep in Republican stands for. You elect representatives, and what you're talking about is a limit. It's a limited Republican, like a republic, a limited republic where only certain people are allowed to vote. Right? That's kind of what you're talking about.
No, it's different because it's like what Switzerland has, but way more conservative.
Okay, but what you described is what I would call a limited republic.
Like
or
more
a
limited than what we have.
almost like a democratic republic. Democracy specifically, though, is a republic where only landowners can vote. I think that's what it's called.
True, but the thing is, if we have those parameters of only landowners, it'll only be a certain amount of. Can I just name Jews here, or is that forbidden?
You just did.
Okay, well, I asked a hypothetical. I didn't say I was going to do it. Okay, here's the thing: if we set those parameters, it'll only
Just
be
tell
a
the
certain amount of
truth.
time before. Yeah, okay, all right. Here's if we set those parameters of only property owners, it'll only be a certain amount of times, amount of time before it's just Jews voting for things because they're the only ones who have property. Like, I mean, it's kind of a bad idea, don't you think? They kind of organize themselves to the parameters of the situation,
Appealing to
and
my
use it to take control.
appealing to like my natural dislike of Jews is not going to help you here. Like,
I'm not trying to appease you. I'm saying this is how it would function.
okay, but what you're describing is not what you think it is, right?
Yeah.
Like that's not a direct democracy.
You also need,
no,
by the way,
I
Winston,
know
you seem to
that.
be operating under the assumption that Jews are these high IQ individuals that have been touted by people like Jordan Peterson, but Jews have the same problem that a lot of Muslims have too, where if you look at the IQ of like Israel and stuff, they have their own problems where they have their own inbreeding issues and the IQ decreases. The whole Israel is high IQ. Jordan Peterson and other people like to tout that, but they still have the same issue, the same issues that a lot of other people have with the fact that they don't really subsist outside their own family like unit
Inbreeding.
structure. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I absolutely know what you mean. And there are multiple different types of Jews. There's Mizrachi, Maghrebi, Ashkenazi, Ethiopian, if you want to include the blacks. Obviously, the Hebrew Israelites aren't really a part of that. They're just crazy people. But yeah, I everyone loves them. They're insane.
The problem with electing people, right, is that people naturally, even smart people, are going to vote in their own interests, right? So you're going to have a huge portion of the population who is not allowed to have a say in the political process, and therefore they're going to get neglected. They're going to get left behind. They're going to get taken advantage of. Without them, if they have no say, then the people that do have a say aren't going to care about them, right? So that's like a primary flaw in any form of democratic process, right?
I'm
It's a
not
flaw in
saying
the
they
Republican
don't have
system as well.
Well, hang on, wait for Carl to finish.
Okay, you want them to have a say. Okay, and here's my
No.
counter. I'm not
No,
saying
that's
they
not what
don't
I
have a
said.
say or
Wait,
they
wait,
don't
wait,
have
wait,
a
wait.
vote.
Hey,
They
Winston,
have a
wait
vote,
for
but it's
Carl to
not as
finish.
much as other
Wait,
people.
Winston, wait for Carl to finish.
Okay,
I just said that. That's not what I said. I didn't say that they need to have a say.
But they're not taken care of or focused. Is that what you're saying?
And this happens. Yeah, this happens literally in every democracy that's happened, like any form of republic or democracy where they've limited who can vote and stuff.
Okay, and no one's voting for their interest. That's
Yep.
what also you're saying. Okay. Well, I would say they do have a voice, and if this is the vast majority, they do have a collective vote in voting for their interests because they are given the right to vote. The thing is, the only thing that really happens is people who have a progeny in being like more skilled or more abled or having higher beneficial traits or having a progeny into the future if they have kids or have established industry, those people also get a say, and their say matters more. But the thing is, these people, they're not left voteless. They still can vote, and they still can collectivize and vote their interests. I'm just saying, proportionally, people who have a progeny in the future and a more vested interest, they have a larger say, but it's
wait a
not
minute.
like insurmountable.
Someone in my chat was saying you'll still have the same majority versus majority populist government, regardless of your selected few.
No.
Who should
That's the
should
other
have a
thing.
voice.
That's the other thing where I understand what you're saying. That's the other thing that I'm saying. I don't think that a vote like 51% over 49% should be allowed. I would have it be where in order for legislation to pass, it should be like 76, 77, 78%.
But nothing
Versus
would get done.
whatever the no vote would be. So that
Well,
way it has to pass a certain threshold
a
before
supermajority.
it gets approved. A supermajority, yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so nothing would ever get done then.
No, that's not
And
true.
also,
Things
you
get
can't
done.
say
Things
that
get done.
people have to pass a certain test to have a say, and then go back and say that these people actually will have a say. Like you have two conflicting. It's conflicting. That conflicts. You said that
Perhaps
these people would not have a say, and now you're saying that they would.
Perhaps I misspoke.
That's why it's the better solution is to have a hyper nationalist in office with total authority, because the hyper nationalist will look out for the interests of the nation as a whole.
But what if
Right?
that hyper nationalist is someone like Donald Trump, who's not really a nationalist, but is just a 90s liberal?
Well, what happens in democracy when someone like Biden gets elected and he lets 10 million fucking immigrants come into our country and rape us, kill us en masse, and then sends all of our resources and money to a hostile nation?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's okay.
That happens with literally all forms of government. That's the difference, is that when I criticize your thing, it's a specific attribute of your thing. When you criticize mine, it's an attribute that you can literally plaster onto every form of government that there is.
No, I can't. It's not the same as North Korea, which is a totalitarian dictatorship.
How is what?
You said what I plaster on is what every government like plasters on, versus what you want is the
Your criticism of my form of government is literally a criticism of all forms of government.
Yeah. When you say totalitarian, what do you mean?
enough?
No, meaning that a crazy man that does not look out for the interests of the nation is something that happens in literally all forms of government. While my criticisms of your government are a direct attribute, it's a direct criticism of a specific attribute of your form of government that you are.
Yeah,
I
would actually agree with Dusty Rugburn, who's talking about like totalitarian state. I don't think I can't think of a single government right now that isn't totalitarian or authoritarian. Like authoritarian, by definition, means you have to obey them. When people talk about anti-authoritarian, it's like every state is authoritarian, so it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, what's the opposite? Having a anarcho state?
I don't think I think that's a myth. I don't think it can even exist. I don't think you can.
No, I wouldn't want an anarcho state. Anarcho.
Like I even think these things like totalitarian and authoritarian are kind of redundant when people talk about them.
Yeah, I agree. It's outdated, or not even outdated. It's like a false dichotomy.
Well, what they mean by like totalitarian, they mean like an oppressive government where like you don't really have freedoms.
They mean oppressive,
They don't actually mean totalitarian as in like the leader has total absolute control.
Yeah.
Right? Which is what totalitarian actually means.
Correct.
Right. There's literally no one that can override it at all.
And,
whereas like in fascism, there are representatives that have a say in what happens there. In fact, to say that the dictator has total say isn't actually quite true, because most of the say is left up to the people that are like a council, essentially a council of representatives. It's very like, there's attributes of republicanism in fascism naturally baked in. It's just that the dictator more than likely is going to have the final say on what happens. But there are like concessions. Like there were parts of the German like economic system that was not touched. It wasn't like in control by Hitler. It was controlled by people specifically like German economics, like economics majors, very like the best of the best, who came up with this system at the request of Hitler.
Yeah. Which is why, again, why you need to respect George Lincoln Rockwell is because when people said, like, what are you trying to do? Do Germany and America? And he's like, no, this is America. Like, I'm trying to implement these ideas here in the United States according to the things that we believe in.
Yeah,
so
and when it comes to individual rights, German National Socialism did not tread on any of American natural rights. They talk about how he took the guns. Well, he took the guns from people who were labeled enemies of the state, which were primarily Jewish people, right? And in America, if you are labeled as a convict or an enemy of the state, you're not allowed to have a gun. It's literally the same thing. In National Socialist Germany, it was actually the easiest time in all of German history to own a firearm.
I understand that. I saw Zoomer Historian's video about gun laws in Third Reich Germany. It was a good video too. It was before he got banned.
Yeah, it really is like when you look at what happened. It's hard to make distinctions. Like again, the victors write the history books. When you talk about like Germans being evil, it's like, what books were they burning? What were they doing during this time? And you think, well, they were doing some bad things. Okay, well, everybody does bad things, but they were doing a lot of good as well.
And for the libertarians who hate taxes, actually, they paid it was approximately 20% of total income was taxed. Whereas in America, 40 to 50% of all the income you make is going to be taxed, no matter what tax bracket you're in, through sales tax, income tax, land tax, all these different forms of tax that come in you have to get your car registered and shit like that. All these different forms of taxes that have popped up lead to about 50% flat tax across the board for all income, right? Regardless of tax bracket. If you make a lot more money, then it varies a little bit. But for the average American, you pay more in taxes than people in literal Nazi Germany paid. Which is that's the big bad. That's the evil, right? And so like the libertarians being like, oh man, it just doesn't make sense. These fucking
No, I would agree with that. I would 100% agree with what you said there in regards to taxes.
Well, the greater point is like I feel like a lot of people, like not just libertarians, but a lot of people were like, Hitler had a lot of good ideas on how to run things. And if you're just gonna people just completely it has become the whole Hitler drank water trope, where it's like they had really good ideas on how to run government. And people just kind of remove it all, saying like, "Oh, it's fucking Nazis," and it's like, well, maybe there's something maybe there's something there. Like even though you the Allied powers won the war, yeah, okay, cool, we won the war. Can we find out
the world to stop it though?
Yeah, can we find out why the people we won the war against were so persuasive, and maybe they had some things that were worthwhile, that are worth implementing? Because we fucking did that with Japan, by the way. Because Japan,
or how they became so strong to where they basically single-handedly, because the Italians did not help that much, right? They did not have very many allies. They single-handedly fought off the entire world for nearly 10 years, right? Like for a very long time, this one nation not only fought off the entire world, became one of the strongest nations to ever exist.
Yes.
And was economically free. They were liberated from international debt. How is that possible? Unless they were being managed very fucking well. It's a proven system. It's a proven system. And if it was not for the entire world, the international Jewish cabal collapsing upon it, it would have fucking prospered. It would still be around today.
And it wouldn't.
Which is why they had to get rid of it.
So go ahead.
Which is why they had to get rid of it.
Yeah, I would even say It's not even a sense of like what people do with these
I do read chat. I'm just talking to people right now.
these stupid dramas where they make it look like oh my gosh, they took over the world. No, I even think like if Germany had won World War II, they would have their own little problems, throughout the world that they have to deal with. Just like the United States is doing with even as an empire, where like United States and the Allied powers win, but they still have to deal with like all these all these problems. Like that's the thing that would have happened with Germany if they had won World War II. They would have had to deal with their own problems here and there. Like it's no different. It would just completely change the playing field.
We would have had no Cold War.
Yeah, there'd be no Cold War. You know what's funny is, like, I think if Germany had won World War II, we probably would have more nuclear energy, more striving into, nuclear energy.
Not nuclear.
You don't think so?
Something completely different.
Like what? Like what is it called? Theremin or oh fuck, what is it called? It's
Also
it's really expensive, but Norway I think invented it, and it's called thermonium or something.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
No, go ahead, Primus. I apologize.
Do you know who Victor Schauberger is?
I'm gonna look him up. Victor Stahlberger.
Schauberger.
Is he Norwegian?
Well, it's wait. Dusty Rugberson is. How are you going to do that when you're having to deal with all the losses and newly acquired territory and the inter-party conflict?
Borger. I probably spelled that completely wrong.
I think that Dusty Rugburn, I think that's going to happen no matter what. I mean, we're dealing with theoreticals. This is kind of happened like because the Allied powers or the U.S. kind of won the war. That's the timeline we're in. So if there's an alternate timeline where Germany won, we'd have to like deal with all that. But
I just get a Swedish NFL, not NFL, NHL player.
Okay, so Victor Schauberger was
Schauberger.
He was an Austrian hydrodynamics expert, and he built something called a trout motor. It was designed off of the motion of a trout, and he did so off of the orders of Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler gave him a team and told him to build trout motors. And he allegedly made a working prototype. There's actually still one in Texas in the United States. It's in its archives somewhere. There's a whole documentary about him. But apparently this trout motor was able to generate 50,000 volts wirelessly, no wires attached. In fact, Martin Bormann would actually he would walk around it to try and look where the wires were connected to it, but there weren't any. And the thing was completely powered by water. And,
Holy Night
this
Vader.
guy walked or no one was interested in his research because it wouldn't make any money. So he ended up washing out and literally dying of sadness. It was pretty bad. Because he could have
basically
saved
like a Nikola Tesla figure who wanted to generate free electricity.
And according to the conspiracy, this trout motor was able to levitate off the ground. And it was allegedly used in the Flugelrad project, which is questionable whether it existed or not.
So if the funny mustache man didn't do what he did, wouldn't Europe still have their sense of identity? No. The natural. So what was happening in Germany was the plan for all of Europe. You could say it like accelerated it because of the sense of like German guilt or white guilt from the Holocaust, whether or not you believe in that or not. The sense of guilt from it is a real thing.
600,000. That's all I'm gonna say.
So, and what did he really do? Like, what started World War II, right? And it was him trying to get back the ceded territory from World War I, right? The first territory, they gave it up, no problems asked. But when he went to Poland and tried to get back his, the German territory that they lost, literally 20 years ago. They have a rightful claim to this, which, talk about this isn't like an Israeli thing where it's like, oh, this land was
You're
promised
talking
to me
about the
10 million years
Versailles,
ago.
the Versailles treatment and the Bolsheviks
Yeah.
revolution. Yeah.
Well, they took German land after World War II. After they
Carl's
ceded
talking
territory.
about the land of Prussia,
Mm.
Poland, and Germany. Germany used to control it. It was called Prussia.
Poland wouldn't give it up, and because of the pro-communist sentiment, within Poland at the time, right? The Germans, who were still in that land, they had not left, they were still there, were hyper nationalistic towards Germans. The communists came in and were slaughtering Germans in that territory wholesale. They were just fucking slaughtering them. So Hitler, once Poland was like, no, we're not giving it back to you, go fuck yourself, was like, okay, well, if you're not going to give it back, we're going to go in and we're going to rescue, we're going to get these people back. Like, you can't just murder Germans, ethnic Germans, wholesale like that. He goes in, and that's literally the event that kicked off World War II, because Poland had, the alliance with the rest of Europe to defend itself. If they had just conceded the land and given it back to them, which it was rightfully theirs, it's rightfully German territory at the time, freshly given up because of World War I, World War II would not have happened.
What if
what do you
Germany
do as a
were,
leader?
What if
Do you just
Germany
let
were
those
to
people
have
die?
armed? What if Germany were to have armed the German population and given them money and aid, and like allowed them to take land for themselves and like take the amount of land that they occupied and have seceded into Germany if they had it that way? I guess you would call it a dimension of Are you familiar with forced generation warfare? That concept?
I'm sorry,
I
I'm
have
reading
no
chat
idea
at
what
the
you're
same
talking
time.
about.
I have no idea what you're talking about either. I thought it was because I was reading chat, but
Oh,
I guess
no.
nobody else
I
understood you
was
either.
saying, what if Germany, rather than invade, were to have given the German populace within Poland at the time, like arms, aid, money, finance?
So funded a rebellion like the CIA. I think that was
Essentially.
I think that was kind of like CIA tactics like that. I don't think
It
that
was.
was really a thing
It was, but
that had
if
existed.
they had done that, they would have been basically the proto form of Black Ops, where they would have
I don't
engaged
think
in fourth
nations would have.
generation warfare.
I don't think nation states at the time would have tolerated such a thing. Like, I don't think that they would have allowed that to happen. Like, the only reason like you don't see people going to war over espionage or like funding like these paramilitary groups is because they don't have the means to, or because the power that's doing it is nuclear, and going to war with them is like just not an option.
Yeah.
I don't think Poland at that time, from what I'm familiar with, would have had the means to confront Germany over this.
No, but they had their alliance. They had their
With the
military
Soviets.
alliance with the not the Soviets. Poland was invaded by the Soviets as well.
True, but I mean with the
with the rest of Germany, with France, with Britain, like
right.
Poland was
Well,
allied
I
with
think
France and Britain, and they encouraged Poland, if they were to go to war with Germany, that they would also declare war on Germany.
I would have tried some Black
is what
Op
happened.
operation to do that, to secede land to the German folk, and by giving them supplies and arms and money.
Dusty Rugburn says nationalists were more willing to dig in and fight. You had Soviets that were willing to just do that because that's part of their doctrine.
Well, yeah, they were ordered by Stalin, and then they went in and raped everyone because they were savage animals. Yeah, there is a special place in hell for Soviet soldiers.
Depends on the Soviet soldier.
True, but I mean, like the
some are
mass
alright.
rape of German refugees, like there's no way
no,
you
you
can
can't go
justify
around
that.
raping people.
True.
Yeah.
But I like to read a lot of autobiographies, of soldiers on both sides, and the Soviet ones are really rare. So those ones interest me in particular. So you have two kinds of Soviet soldiers. You have honest Soviet soldiers, and you have dishonest Soviet soldiers. Those are the propagandists, and they make very unhinged statements, which are sometimes quite funny, like trying to justify everything you just said, like rape and murder and pillaging. And then you have the ones that are honest and the ones that record everything that these people did. And those ones are very precious because if those get erased and thrown into the dustbin of history, we will have no record for anything that happened on the Eastern Front from the first person perspective of the Soviet Union. So you need to hold on to those pretty tight so they don't get erased by Bolsheviks in our modern day society.
Yeah.
I can give you a couple of names if you'd like.
Yeah, go for it. Actually, if you could, DM them to me with the book names, and I will definitely look them up on Amazon, or probably, like, I would like to prefer to go somewhere else other than Goimazon, and like give them my money. But yeah, definitely DM them to me. I would definitely appreciate that.
I think Antelope Hill will like print any
I
book
love
that
Antelope
you
Hill
want. Yeah,
so
you ask them
fucking
to.
much. I love Antelope Hill. They're
By
the
the way,
best.
Carl, do you see my most recent video I made?
No.
Yeah, it's fine if you didn't, but part of what the whole video was just encouraging people to people need to look at history on all angles, but just stop villainizing the Nazis in Germany and kind of look at history as like there's multiple actions that kind of like rose up during that time. What were they reacting to? What were they responding to? Like all this stuff. That's kind of what my video is about, is like stop thinking like the Axis powers were evil and there's a good and bad, and this is like we need to side with the good guys and against the bad guys. Like that's not how, like you're just falling into the trap. That's how the history books are written.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the primary thing about Germany was the conditions that they were currently experiencing, right? That's why these new ideas, these new factions, these new political movements were able to gain traction, was because the system was so fucked, people were willing to try anything. That's why communism was rising. That's why people were joining the National Socialists. There were a few other strange factions that kind of popped up during that time. The economically speaking, it was just unlivable. The place, and it was super degenerate. Society had like completely deteriorated. Back during Weimar Germany, there were gangs, like 100+ gangs of homosexual men going around raping people en masse. Things were really fucking bad in Germany.
Yeah.
Post World War One. And people were desperate for anything. That's why they were willing to try these new ideas that had never been implemented before. The Fuda faction. Yeah, the Fuda faction.
Well,
yeah.
That's right. I have great respect for George Lincoln Rockwell, who basically said that. Remember the people who are the Canadian press conference who basically asked him about homosexuals, and he was like, "I will not like." He's converted a lot of homosexuals, but he said the one thing he will not tolerate is a homosexual who is a homosexual. And they asked him like, "Really, you hate these people?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I really want to burn the queers," and I was like, "Yeah, that's base." Like.
Yeah. Well, George Lincoln Rockwell's big thing was that like you could rehabilitate people, right? Like he would go out of his way. Like he wrote about this in one of his books. He said there was a homosexual man that came to us, and he wanted to change. He didn't want to be like that. So what they did, I know this is like very primitive, but like they basically just forced him to live in a car for a few months. And he showed that like he really was dedicated to the cause. He wanted to change, and he stopped being a homosexual, and he was welcomed with open arms. And in that way, it's a very Christian thing. Like people do fuck up, right? Like nobody's perfect. And these people can change if they want to. You just have to want to. It's hard, but it is possible.
Broken
Have you
Runer
ever
has done a
seen
great
the,
video on how communists worship the demiurge. You talking about the beginning of the universe, the demiurge?
Don't let Synth hear you say that. Well, I literally made a video making fun of Synth's food addiction, and
Yeah.
now we play video games together. So
I would even say,
I don't think he cares, bro.
Well, I would even say, Carl, I think Synth is one of those like people who are like have those homosexual tendencies who is looking to be converted into that in that sense where it's
Well, I
like,
mean, he knows that it's a weird
Yeah,
degenerate fetish, and he
exactly.
tries to stop it.
That's what I mean. Like for people who hold that against him, it's like, dude, like do you not realize like we all have these kind of proclivities, more or less?
I do not, but I do have like people bash on me for liking Hatsune Miku because it's a weird thing. I agree, it is a weird thing.
What I mean is,
I'm not
Carl,
perfect either.
Yeah, we're not perfect. That's what I mean. Is like we all have like little tiny little inclinations, little proclivities that we want to indulge. And I guess what makes us exceptional is that we don't indulge them, and we would say no. I have a greater purpose beyond this, and
I think there are people who are like who have homosexual tendencies. Yeah. I agree, but they don't have to be that way. It's a fetish. It's a fetish, just like anything else. It's not a thing you're born with. People are not born gay. That's ridiculous. It is a fetish, plain and simple.
I think it stems from trauma or some kind of dysfunction growing up that manifests itself. But I take
a lot of
I
different
take
things.
the approach of like degeneracy or weirdness with the Jean-Marie Le Pen quote. I don't know if you're all familiar with Jean-Marie Le Pen. He was a French nationalist, gained a
Maybe.
big following, pretty much basically a philosopher. He was a great man. But he said degeneracy is like salt on a savory meal. A little bit of it, and it heightens the flavor and makes the meal more
Now I
enjoyable.
disagree with him.
But too much of it, and it completely ruins the meal and makes it completely worthless.
I
And I
disagree
think
with
society
what
is
he's
kind of
saying
like that. You don't agree?
No, because you can have sex with your life and your wife and enjoy your wife, like enjoy sexual relationships with your wife. But if you enjoy that sexual relationship with someone who's not your wife, you can still enjoy it, but it's like it's not your wife.
True.
This guy is like trying to bait me in the chat, brother. If you actually want to fucking talk about this, join the Discord and come make your stance known. Don't worry
Dusty
about it.
Rugburn,
He's being ridiculous. All right, he's
the demiurge is an evil spirit of materialism. Well, I thought the demiurge was basically a generic explanation for how the universe began, apart from God. That's what I thought it was. It was just like what do you call it? Spontaneous generation.
No, the demiurge is Gnostic.
It's Gnostic. Well, isn't that what I just talked about though?
No, the Gnostics believe that the demiurge created the world, the material world, and thusly from it is evil and all his suffering.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is like what created it? It was just random, right?
No, it was the demiurge. The demiurge created the world to trap mortal souls.
Who created
immortal
though?
souls in mortal bodies?
Nobody or somebody?
No, the demiurge did.
Is a demiurge a person or is it a force?
It's the stand-in for the Christian God, basically.
So it's a demon.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a demon. So the demon created the world. Yeah. So definitely like.
Yeah, Gnostic belief. They believe that the devil or a devil created the universe.
Yeah. Then yeah, of course you like that.
Yeah, I think most people would. It's ridiculous.
Obadiah Vandal, were you planning on joining the VC? We're just hanging out in the voice chat.
Yeah.
Because I assumed that you joined because you wanted to talk on stream. So, just wondering.
I thought the demiurge was just spontaneous generation. I've heard it used in multiple sense, but I thought the demiurge was just that was generally what it was. It was how did everything become? Oh well, demiurge. It was just spontaneous generated. It was just a massive. It was just the explosion. Whatever.
Are you using the correct? Are you using the correct? Doesn't demiurge just mean ruler where there are rulers?
No, the way I was taught it was demiurge means demon, and the Gnostic religion believes that the demiurge created the material world.
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure like the hold on, let me look this up because I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Of course not. You're Carl. You could never be wrong.
A demiurge is an artisan-like creator god who shapes and maintains the physical universe, a subordinate deity in the ancient belief system, a powerful creative force behind a major idea or project. Oh, okay. So I actually had the wrong definition. Okay, my bad.
Demiurge is Gnostic heretical crap. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't call it a heresy. It's just an early such an early religion.
I can't tell you where I got the assumption. I thought the demiurge was like how did everything become, and it was like spontaneous generation. It was the Big Bang. That's what I thought the demiurge was.
No.
Like how did everything become, and it was like spontaneous generation.
Yeah,
Dutch.
You're gonna have to mute the stream, brother.
Mute the stream, nigga.
Put on headphones. That's funny. There was an anime.
You guys are getting into like mythos and stuff like that. So I'm unfamiliar with.
There's an anime. Well, what you've seen Overlord, right?
You're very quiet, Dutch boy.
Yeah, it's also known as Obadiah Vandal. Good evening, everyone.
All right, he's
also Dusty Rugburn.
Only with a few girls once upon a time. I don't live like that no more.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but is that your username on EGAD's channel?
Nope.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, you have the same profile picture, I think. No, actually you don't. Never mind.
Were you the guy that was feuding with Carl, or the guy that was feuding with me?
Feuding.
I don't know about feuding. Just a little disagreement. Don't like democracy.
All good. I'm in the minority here, but I have an alternative view, like a neo-reactionary view. But go ahead, Dutch boy. Or do you prefer Dutch boy, or what's your other name?
You can go with Dutch boy. That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I will concede that like democracy can work at like the town level, or like amongst whatever your like little manor boon happens to be. Like there's not like there's not like no use in the idea of a consensus view amongst individuals, but I just don't think it scales. Like when you're dealing with like America of, I mean, what is it now, 360 million? Right. I mean, even if you were able to get it down to like the America of 100 million,
I would ask if it doesn't scale, was it really democracy, or was it?
I would say it's the illusion of democracy.
Yeah,
because...
but what was there actually? That's what I'm thinking of. Like you said, it can't work at scale. So what did the people within a locale have? Maybe they were practicing democracy, but maybe democracy was a front for something else. That's what I mean.
Like oligarchy?
Not even oligarchy.
You could...
Shadow government?
More so is the fact that if you have a small community, people know each other. So if people know each other, they have a certain kind of I want to say commune,
camaraderie.
Well, basically everybody knows each other. So
yes.
With the things they vote for, the decisions they make, you have to keep that in mind. The more people you involve in democracy, it's harder to do that because the limitation to how many relationships you can have, how many people you can like talk to, know, etc., it becomes diminished.
100%.
An advocacy
Well, I feel
for a
I feel like
confederal republican?
any system can work provided it is on a small scale, right? Like look at Slab City. It's an anarchist commune, and for the most part, that works.
What's
It works
Slab
for them.
City?
Slab City is a place where basically it's an anarchist commune. It's I think it's near Las Vegas. I could be wrong though.
I never heard of this place. Is this like
I've
Christiania in Denmark?
heard of this place. I think I saw a documentary on this like years ago. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, it only comes to mind because
Off-grid
people
desert
somebody was
community in
talking to me about it a few days
California.
ago. But people
Um,
say the same thing about like communism and stuff, where like communist compound like communes work, but that's only because it's like it's a small amount of people and
what are the ethnic makeup
everybody's
of
behind
the
the
people
cause.
there?
I think it has less to do with the ethnic makeup and more the scale of it, and that the people that are living there actually believe in what they're practicing.
So it's more ideologically focused than
Yeah.
racially or ethnically focused.
Yeah.
Well, it also gets back to what EGAD was just saying about relationships. Like, you can only ever have so many relationships with people, and if you have a network, that network of relationships can expand to a certain size. I don't know, think of some fucking hippie music festival or something where they're all sharing with each other and it kind of works for a little while. And that's only, those relationships amongst those people doing that thing, or Slab City, like you brought up. Once you try and bring it out to like hundreds of millions of people, then it kind of like loses its meaning.
Well, that's why, just being in the military, because I was in the military for a bit, a chain of command your chain of command is kind of necessary, and
Absolutely.
it still opens itself up to some flaws, but you do want the lower people to kind of defer to the next tier and the next tier and the next tier and so on and so forth.
So to keep tying this into kind of like America and everything, and like Jefferson and what he was thinking, like he kind of wanted to create that kind of Germanic thing concept where, it still wasn't everyone gets a say, but, like the respected elders, fathers, prominent individuals who had proven that their opinion mattered because of X, Y, and Z reasons, they would come together and kind of form a consensus, and then all the other people, like you wouldn't let the town drunk, interact with this necessarily.
Yeah. Well, also you wouldn't let women do it. I think that's another problem with today. Is
yes.
we think like, oh well, we're equal now because we're evolved and we think a certain way. But now we let women involved in all these things, and women have never been involved in these. Well, I shouldn't say never. I think there's been times in history where women have been involved, and that's where you see like a degradation of society. But women, their mindset never lends itself to these kinds of things, and it's a lot of it's due to biology, history, evolution, but it's also the fact that even the fact that a woman is far weaker, weaker just by average, smaller, weaker than a man is. So
yes.
you're going to have
They put a lot of emphasis on harm avoidance.
Yes.
Which that can be poison for certain situations.
They also just completely think differently than us. They have a different neurological system. They do not. They're much more emotional creatures, much more social creatures than a man. So they don't like the first thought that runs through a woman's mind when something happens is what will other people think, right? Whereas a man, it's like how do I fix this situation, or how do I gain from this situation, right? Like it's not the same
Carl,
thought process.
Someone's asking how do you get in the Discord?
You become a channel member, and then you go to the the members only post, and there is a link.
Is it on your channel?
On my channel. On my channel, yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
Unfortunately, it has
go
to
ahead.
be that way. I wish it would. I wish it didn't, but we've been banned so many times off Discord that
Yeah.
autists follow you around. I mean, people get pissed off about the things that you say, and then they follow you around the internet and report you and get you banned. So it just has to be that way.
Anyway, continue what you were saying about women and opinions, things like that.
That's all I really had to say.
Yeah.
So that they just think differently than us, and it's the same with blacks. It's the same with every ethnicity on the planet. They do not think the same way as we do
Yeah.
not think similarly.
I
We
would
have
say-
evolved in different conditions, and our bodies we're conditioned through evolution to meet to survive.
Yeah. I would even say
And that involves your thought patterns. That involves the way that your brain develops.
to give credit what you're talking about blacks, something I've noticed just within my lifetime is like I go to the gym and I see a lot of black dudes. They'll be helping each other at the at the barbells, all the workout equipment. Being at Planet Fitness, and yeah, it's like, and I never see white guys doing that. Or hardly ever see white guys doing that.
What, helping each other?
Yeah, just like this. Well, it's more the social stuff. Like a lot of this,
they're hyper social as well.
Yeah.
That's why they're obsessed with like shoes and gold chains and shit like
Yeah.
that. Is they are also like hyper social, status oriented creatures.
yeah, and I've also noticed like a lot of black dudes, they're highly athletic too. So like that's got to be some like social hive mind kind of thing going on too, where it's like
No, that has to do with evolving in Africa, where specifically like the slow.
Yeah, but they do go to the
died
gym
off.
though. They maintain though, and I feel like that maintenance comes with their social behavior.
Yeah, it's because they've been natural selection has dictated that they needed to have physical attributes to survive in Africa. So the difference between Africans and Europeans is very simple. It has to do with the environment that they grew up in, right? The environment that all of their ancestors grew up in. You, as a European, had to deal with scarcity and winter, right? So you had to develop a brain that thought ahead and knew about scarcity, would save things, would store food in the ground or whatever to have during the winter time. Whereas in Africa, they evolved where there was not a whole lot of scarcity, there was no winter, and all they had to do was be faster than what was either trying to kill them or what they were trying to kill. Right? And that's why when you look at their legs, they literally have extra muscles in their legs. That is a natural trait that Africans have. They have extra muscles in their legs to be able to run fast.
This, it's the cold winters v equatorial life strategy and environment thing that you grew up in, 100%. And what is it? There was some article that came out about African time, like when they talk about the concept of time, and like the fact that you grew up somewhere, or your ancestors existed somewhere for however many tens of thousands of years, that if the tree has always got fruit on it, and you don't have to think about putting food away for 6 months at a time, you don't really project your mind into the future very much. So that would be extremely underdeveloped in equatorial people who can just outrun the cheetah and get another piece of fruit off the tree.
Yeah, evolution. There is a weird tendency in modern man to deny evolution when it comes to them, but they recognize it in other creatures.
Yeah, like 100% dogs, for example. That's the obvious. Yeah. But
and
everything.
The science is real. The science is real. People always crack me up too, because if you talk about Charles Darwin, they're like, "Oh, Charles Darwin, yeah, he BTFO'd all the Christians and whatnot. We love Charles Darwin." But then you talk about his book, The Descent of Man, right, which talks about how evolution has affected men as human beings as a species. He refers to the different races of people across the world as different species of humans, right? Like he specifically calls them species, not races. And if you talk about that, where they're like, "Oh, well, he wasn't right about everything," like he was still subject to the culture of his time and whatnot. It's just like, go fuck yourself. You people don't like actually believe this shit.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, yeah. It's all performative and utilitarian how they decide they want to believe or
And it's
side
funny,
with whoever.
Carl. I had a video on another YouTuber called the Birdman. He's a black YouTuber, and he likes to simultaneously say there's no such thing as race, but when people like start talking about certain things, like you and I, he'll be like, "That's racist," and he doesn't address the contradiction at all. It's like, okay, so you say there's no such thing as race, but then when you talk about something, it's like it's racist.
Well, I
Oh,
think I
but
think it's more that the people he sees people as being able to be racist. Just because he doesn't believe that there's a difference in the races doesn't mean that there aren't people that do, right?
He does though. He's a movie reviewer. He definitely recognized like, oh, there's a movie here that had a black man and a Asian woman, and they did a race mixing thing there, and he so he recognizes the propaganda there, but he recognizes it as it being like a good thing, like most leftists do. Like, oh, race mixing. I turn my brain off. It's good.
is he one of the like we'll all be coffee in the future kind of guys and like
We'll all
I
be
don't-
coffee.
I don't know if he's like that. It's more as he's more programmed by the leftists, where it's like if they produce the good product, where here's the next Hollywood good product, and it's approved by all the right people. It's good. He'll make a movie review, talking about how this is so good, etc., etc. And you'll find out it's promoting some kind of global homo bullshit. I remember him talking about a particular video where he was like, "This isn't woke." He was arguing against somebody else, saying it isn't woke, and immediately he starts talking about how like the only thing noteworthy he can talk about is the main character is black and the main female is Asian. And I'm like, so you've structured your entire linguistic like dialogue, your entire language around identity politics, and you're talking about how like identity politics isn't here. Like, you're fucked, man. Like your entire mode of speaking is something you have to deny actually has any value.
I sometimes wonder how much of it's actually conscious. Like, yeah, it's the genuine and cynical.
It's
you know,
it's a
like, which
survival
one is it?
mechanism. It is
Yeah.
a survival mechanism that a lot of these people employ. They realize I need to I can't tell the truth or I'll die. So what do? I need to continually lie about the things that I see. So I see that like the movies I like are all made by Jews. I can't talk about that because if I talk about that, I die. So I've gotta find some way of talking about whatever it is in movies and not mention that. So that's why you have long form content. I have a video on this. Where why does long form content exist? Long form content exists. People spend 4 to 8 hours talking about anything because they need to talk about whatever it is in a movie, video game, whatever it is, and not talk about Jews. So that's why they spend 8 hours talking about it.
I can see that.
Yeah,
Although,
and
I will say that I did just flash back to some of Devin Stack's Kino old fucking movie reviews on YouTube from back in the day.
Yeah.
his American Beauty breakdown and what was the one with Tobey Maguire, the black and white one?
I don't know.
Seabiscuit?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It was some movie breakdown he did. It was very good. He did it like 2016, 15, something like that. It just made me think of it. But he would be the exception to the rule in what you were saying there. Yeah, I genuinely agree. Most of it's just pontificating and over rationalizing instead of just calling out the obvious.
The movie was called Pleasantville.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
that
Devin
was a
Stack has done movie reviews on his live streams pretty frequently. but he doesn't really post videos anymore on where he posts, but he does live streams on Odyssey and Rumble. I
Oh
think
yeah, yeah.
BitChute too
I
now
love.
has live streaming, and I don't watch on BitChute. I watch on Odyssey or Rumble. But I love Devin Strack's streams. He is very, very good. He's
Oh, yeah.
frequently cited as being your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. He is amazing.
Oh yeah, nothing but
You learn
love
a
for
lot
old
from
school.
I haven't seen many of his streams recently, but I used to love his content back when he was on YouTube, and I watched him pretty much all the time. But now that he's like primarily on Odyssey, I just don't use it very often.
He
He's
does
on
a
Rumble though, and he's pretty
he does
popular
a
there.
he does a
Mike-
Wednesday show with
Rebecca Hargraves.
Yeah, it's on her channel on YouTube. I think on Wednesdays. Sometimes I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Carl,
And
Mike,
Rebecca also does a show with Cameron McGregor called
Mike Enoch
The
and
Reset, and that one's also really good.
Mike Enoch and Alex McNabb and other folks like them from the TRS. That's how I became aware of Devin Stack.
Yeah, TRS, that's another old one that I haven't listened to in a while. But that was more because they started to piss me off with how much they asked for money.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I have a lot of respect for Mike Enoch. Mike Enoch. By the way, you know the whole virtue signaling thing? Carl, I even want to ask you about this, is that virtue signaling. I had never heard of the term virtue signaling until I listened to Mike Enoch. I think I've talked about this before.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah. Do you remember anybody ever talking about virtue signaling before Mike Enoch?
Yeah, so I had heard about virtue signaling through like older YouTubers like Sargon of Akkad or really any of like the culture war people, the Gamergate people, was when I kind of started hearing that term thrown around. And then it really sprung up on the Chans as well. I had not I got into TRS pretty late. I was unaware of it.
What year do you think?
Oh, dude, I have no idea.
I started around 2015.
Yeah, that was way earlier than me.
I'll be honest, Mike
Go
Enoch.
ahead.
I enjoyed the Jazz Hands McFeels, and he had another guy. I can't remember who it was.
Fascination.
Yeah, Fascination was far more lucrative.
Yeah,
than,
I really like Fascination.
Halberstram was his name. Halberstram.
Halberstram, yeah. He had a really deep voice too. But those guys are really good. They don't get enough credit.
I found out about TRS through. Do you remember Millennial Woes doing Millennial on Millennial, like the Christmas thing on YouTube?
Yeah,
And
I remember.
That's
Millennial
basically
Woes.
a who's who of who the cool kids are. So I would follow everyone on there, and that's how I found out about TRS in like 2015, 2014.
You heard about microaggression before virtue signaling?
Yeah. Back then, I was just like
Microaggression
a
for
I was
smoking
just a
your-
pull tard. I was just a random pull tard.
How did you find Pole? I'm curious.
So I discovered 4chan back when I was like very young, like in middle school. Probably back in like 2007, and through B, I discovered Pull and just kind of went there, because Pull B kind of just turned into mostly just porn after a while, and all the funny shit was on Pull.
Yeah. For me,
Yeah,
I grew up with Fox News and Rush Limbaugh, but at a certain point, it just became milk toast. Like they weren't offering solutions. There was an offshoot from Fox News called PJ Media, which I listened to for a bit, but I stopped listening after they were basically going through celebrity media. And I thought, why do I care about what celebrities think? Like, why are you doing this? And it was more slow news day news. And I think around that time, I can't remember what it was exactly, I found The Daily Show. And that was around 2015. Found Mike Enoch and the other guys talking about things, and that's where they talked about virtue signaling, and I thought, yeah, like, people are doing this. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are people doing this?
you want to hear how fucking old I am? I remember Maracchio, the guy that did the Merchant Minute, before he became affiliated with TRS. When he would do you know what chick tracts are? The Christian fundamentalist things they would hand out at colleges and
Yeah.
like where it's a story and a lesson. Well, he would do renditions of that, but he would do his own renditions where he would do voices and add in things and add in dialogue, and it was really funny. It was like laugh out loud funny. But he deleted all of it, unfortunately, and I don't think there's any traces of it left. But it's like lost media. So I remember Morocco from that, and then like years later, I'm listening to Millennial, and I'm like, okay, let me check out this TRS. I'm probably not going to agree with them, but I just want to hear what they have to say because I'm intellectually curious when I hear them. And so I hear the thing, the Merchant Minute. I'm like, why does this guy sound so fucking familiar? And he says, this is Morocco, and I'm like, holy shit, this is the guy. He's like
Yeah.
now affiliated with these people, and that was a total like whirlwind for me. But yeah, I remember Morocco from back in the day when he would do chick tracks in
But I
like
think
2012.
I stopped listening to them around the same time Carl did, though. Like I would go on and off, but it was like, what is it? At a certain point, you have to ask yourself, what is that? What exactly is this accomplishing? I guess around 2016, before Trump was ever elected, I guess you're in that mode of thinking like something like I'm gonna vote for this guy, and this is what's gonna matter. And then like years later down the road, like where we are all now, it's like it didn't actually matter.
It was also much more innocent back then.
Yeah.
I have to ask this question: what is the rift between Eric Stryker and the rest of TRS? How did that happen?
I don't know. I haven't kept up with it.
Yeah, I haven't either, and I know that Jazz Hand like left the internet. So did Halberstrom. I think over the Ukraine conflict because he was like, "This is just whites fighting each other. This is bullshit." And the
Well,
TRS people,
to give a little credit to these guys, I think they kind of saw some psyops going on, and they probably gave up around the right time. So one of my favorite guys who talked about things was Alex McNabb, and he talked about things that I talk about. If you want to know, like
more beers.
like Alex McNabb talked about stuff that I talked about with like the fact that most leftists, like he noticed most leftists can't sustain themselves without the corporations they rail against, but they still like continue on. So it really is the millennial woes quote where it's like they pretend not to understand what So this is the thing is like if you look at what leftists do, how they subsist themselves, so like we're against this. So if a leftist says we're against X, we basically say, well, X does this for all you guys. Like you can't live without X. They basically like, oh, I can't live without X. So what do I do? And it's like, I'm going to ignore that and pretend I don't understand it and just go about my business as usual. Blah 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 blah. And so that's what they do. And this is what millennial woe says is like the most frustrating thing is you can't negotiate with these people. It's like right, you can't negotiate with these people, which is why Hitler was right. Was like, what do? We need to kill these people. That's what you need to do. Because if you can't negotiate with these people, they need to die. But anyway, yeah.
And the ones you can negotiate with will be converted, as showed in the 1930s. What was it? They used to have a saying. What was it? Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, they were
beefsteak.
Yes.
Where they started out as communists, but then they adopted into the Natsock ideology.
Yeah, they may wear brown.
Natsock.
They may wear brown shirts, but underneath they're red or something like that.
But
yeah,
at least they're allies now. Is what
yeah.
they say.
Yeah, those would have been the reasonable ones, the ones that could be brought back into the fold.
Yeah, they're a little different, but like overall they're just misguided.
They were basically normies, you know.
Yeah.
That would have been. They were just normies that brought into that side of the propaganda and convince them other. Actually, that was kind of the genius of the mid-century Germans, is they were able to like take the wind out of the sails of the left and get all those like grievances that aren't necessarily entirely off point with capital and finance and all that sort of stuff.
In modern times, like a lot of these people recruit like trannies. I feel like trannies are like the most slave-like, the most like, hey, I'm willing to be controlled.
Definitely.
I'm willing to like if you're a tranny, you're willing to cut off your genitals, serve the cause, be whatever it is your government wants you to be. Your government's like, all right, you're willing to do that. Okay, we're gonna use you to do this, and we use it to kill. Like, isn't that how we were talking about Poland? Coach Red Pill was killed by a tranny, who was like,
that's true.
No.
Yeah.
No, wait, was he really killed by a train? I thought he got arrested by the government. And
as far as
it was the tranny folk spokesperson, I think, is who he's referring to.
Oh, okay.
No, I think it was.
Yeah,
oh, that's right.
Spokesperson was just like propaganda to get leftoids to donate.
I thought he was killed by a tranny. The reason I think this, by the way, is because like I read about it on the Kiwi farms, but I also know that Null is deathly afraid of being killed by a tranny.
Well, so I think what it is that there was a during the outbreak of the war, right? They had put a tranny in charge of like internet PR, right? And the tranny went out of his way to specifically like attack Coach Red Pill. And I think that might be what they're talking about, because I don't think he was literally killed by a tranny. That'd be crazy. That would be actually insane if like the guy that executed him was a troon.
Yeah, I thought he died of pneumonia in prison or something.
Yeah, which I think he was probably just executed. To be honest
think
with
Carl's
you.
right. I'm sorry, Carl. Go ahead.
I don't think he died of an illness. I think he was straight up executed by the.
In my chat, someone says the Ukraine PR person was a Truny Toon. CRP was Coach Red Pill was murdered by prison guards. They broke his ribs and he died of sepsis in prison. Oh, okay.
But were those guards trannies? It's a pretty safe position. Don't have to do any actual real fighting. Seems perfect for him.
The whole tranny angle of the Ukraine side is just to get leftoids and retards to support Ukraine through money or through like bodies to go.
Yeah,
over
that's 100. Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah.
Wasn't that tranny announcer dude? Wasn't he American, or was he Ukrainian?
Yes,
he was an American. Yeah. So
I think it was state sponsored by the U.S.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It's also tiresome.
It is. Oh fuck! What was I gonna say? Shit. Oh, Egad was talking about how these people, the millennial woes quote, like they pretend to not know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, to embody that, it's the whole like Twitch culture thing where all these leftoids say, "Oh, I'm against corporations and the billionaires and whatnot." But the thing is, they all stream on like Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, the biggest corporation in the world, and no right wingers are allowed on the platform unless they're like really sly. And like, how do you like rationalize that dichotomy?
They don't rationalize anything.
Yeah, the thing is, they love corporations. They love, big business. They love all this hyper woke shit and goy slop and whatnot. It's just they pretend to like. I don't know, be some Marvel hero that's fake and gay and faggy.
I would even go as far to say that like they were just absolutely like mind fucked by the capitalists. Like the capitalists basically determined that like, hey, we can actually sell these commies everything they want, and we can do it better than they can actually do it. They can't really fucking do anything, but we can sell them what they want, and we can basically mind rape them. And that's basically what what it is. Like you said, they fucking order their Che Guevara shirt off of Amazon.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to, I know like he has a lot of problems with him and he's not completely on point, but it goes to that E. Michael Jones point where neoliberal capitalism and communism are two sides of the same coin. It's just that one features usury. Like that's the only difference.
I think we're beyond that, though. I think we're at a point where I think a lot of the people who are pro-communist, pro-socialist, all this stuff, they don't even care about the details behind the ideology. I think it's more like they have nothing to live for. They don't know what they're doing with their lives. So it's like, hey, do this, and it'll mean something. That's why they do it.
I think what it is, right, is that they don't actually hold convictions.
Yeah.
What it is that it is seen as a useful tool to get what they want. They don't have to rationalize spreading communism on Amazon's fucking website because everyone there agrees that it's okay to do this because it's progressing the cause, right? And that's something that right wingers need to adapt because it's a tool that is literally a tool. You're utilizing something to help spread your message or ideas, and it's effective. It works very well. Look at a few years ago where, like, literally on the internet, if you were a chud, you were basically a complete outcast. You weren't allowed anywhere. You get kicked and banned off of every fucking platform.
Well, I should remind you.
They were very close. They were very close to having total PR control of the narrative.
I feel like right wingers, we knew exactly what we needed to do. The problem is, like, with Charlottesville, I remember this with Charlottesville, and it's still today. Like, nobody tells the truth about Charlottesville today. That's what Mike Enoch thought was, like, I can do exactly what the leftists do, and they won't treat me any different. And he was completely wrong about that. They lied. Like, the lies about Charlottesville today, like, there's still people who continually will never tell the truth about what happened with Charlottesville. They will never ever tell the truth about it. Like, if you do what the leftists do, but you do it on the right wing, they will never allow you the same kind of grace and translation of what you were actually trying to do. It will never happen. Like, we were talking about George Lincoln Rockwell earlier. Like, he was fucking murdered by a homosexual. Like you want to say that was just incidental? Like, I don't know.
Well, people say he was a CIA plant. He was a but there's a lot of different theories around that. But from what I recall, it was a homosexual commie that, like, infiltrated the group, right?
Yeah. But I'm just saying, for Charlottesville, it's Mike Enoch and others like him during that time. They actually got the right to go and do their peaceful protest. So they did everything correctly. And what happened was the governor at the time screwed them. Like, the whole thing that happened with them is they ensured that Antifa, who was government controlled, would run into their right-wing groups because they wanted violence to erupt. And violence did not erupt because these guys were still peaceful protesting. So it's like, all right, so what are we going to do? Well, we're going to get these Antifa guys to come up to this guy's vehicle with a baseball bat and start wailing on this guy's vehicle with a baseball bat.
Yep. And Antifa is a 100%, it is funded and operated by political actors. People that hold positions of power in the US. Like, these are gangs, essentially. These are political gangs operated and run by influential people.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
You can even see this happening in the 30s with the American Bund, with mob elements, doing basically the same thing as Charlottesville. Okay.
I can't remember what the narrative now is for Charlottesville, but some dude, like, plowed over people with his car. The guy
in a rage.
Yeah. When the guy was trying to get out of this situation, the person who, like, freaked him out had a baseball bat, hit his car, and he got freaked out. And he also had I think he had schizophrenic tendencies beforehand, but whatever it was, like, there was other things that happened with Charlottesville too, which I'm not I'm still trying to figure out what happened there. Was like, there was a helicopter that happened, that was like,
oh, the police helicopter that went down.
Yeah, the police helicopter went down. Okay, how did it just go down? And what? How, like those guys just died. Like
Yeah.
who brought
What
it down? Like what the hell
what
happened?
what also is interesting is the police were told to stand down, to not intervene or separate the protesters, and it was basically militia groups that were basically keeping these people from killing each other.
Yeah.
It was the Lightfoot militia out of Idaho,
Yeah, and
Montana.
you also had
Yeah.
like fake actors who were touting Nazi flags.
Oh yeah, the guy. Do you want to hear something interesting? I know people who went to Charlottesville that saw the guy with the swastika flag,
Yeah.
and everyone in every group like knew each other either through online or IRL or whatnot. No one knew who that guy was,
Correct. Yeah.
and they would all ask like, "Who is that guy?" And no one knew who he
And
was.
by the way, this works right into the George Lincoln Rockwell thing where it was like he was like be wary about like how you like show your colors. So this whole performative thing where it's like, hey, we're in Nazi uniform, we're doing Nazi flags, like like Mike Enoch's people and people who were organizing during Charlottesville, they were kind of like, okay, we know a little better. We're gonna organize, but we're not gonna go like full Monty for these people. And the whoever it was like, nah, this isn't gonna work. We need to make you the bad guys. So we're gonna put some CIA agent or whoever it is, like waving Nazi flag, and then tell the public like this is what's going on, so you know who the bad guys are.
And we know for a fact that the FBI during that time was actively engaged in dissuading right-wing movements. We know that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They were working against Trump, even under his administration. They were working against him, but they were put in place by Obama specifically to actively sabotage and destroy right-wing movements.
Yeah, that's why I look back at Charlottesville and I'm thinking like, I guess looking back it's kind of naive, but I guess it wasn't naive because it's like people are like, it's this centrist libertarian attitude where it's like again it's like if people actually think that the right thing with if people actually think the right wing is just a perspective and that somehow the powers that be will court it, you were absolutely wrong. See, people still think this way today, like somehow, oh, we need to respect all attitudes, all thoughts, no, they will never respect you for taking those ideas seriously and trying to implement them peacefully. They will never accept that. No matter what.
If you're trying to do something serious, right? Like this is just like a YouTube channel. It's not serious in any way, right? But like if you're trying to do something serious, there is obviously a time and a place to Fed post, right? And that is not during the rallies or the movements or the marches that you attend at these very serious political events. You need to understand that there is a sense of decorum and respect that you command by having self-restraint. All right. So, like marching around with a Nazi flag when the majority of people, 95% of people in the US, view the Nazis negatively, is actively inviting sabotage. It's just you are sabotaging the entire operation by doing that. Even I understand that, like, I go on somebody's channel, I can't just say nigger whatever the fuck I want. You have to have a sense of decorum and a sense of understanding of the place that you are in and what the goal that you were trying to achieve, and whether or not that calls for Fed posting or not.
Right.
Well, this reminds me of a point I wanted to make earlier. The whole thing with Patriot Front, like there were so many people who, like just a few years ago, were like, "Oh, these are Fed groups or whatnot." But now, because of the leadership of Thomas Rousseau and how they were able to network, how they're optical, all the things that they do, people are saying, "You know what? I was wrong. They're not Feds. These are like upstanding guys who are doing good work and who are networking and who are creating a positive environment for white people, people of European descent in the U.S. Who want to see a positive improvement in their country." And obviously, like the Patriot Front people, they don't like Fed post or do anything extreme in their marches
Yeah, they
or anything
actively
like
help
that.
the community too. They like
True.
they're actively trying to be people that are looked up to, right? Which is important. You want to be an outstanding member of society so that people look to you for guidance, right? If you're a successful person or you carry yourself with respect, you project that into the world and you make the world a slightly better place, you are a reliable person that people can lean on, they will in turn look to you for guidance, how to mimic what you're doing, and that your beliefs will heavily influence their beliefs, right? It is a natural human reaction for the people to mimic the successful or those that they view as better than them, um or at least emulate it. What somebody said something in chat I wanted to talk about though. Somebody said, "Notice how many homeless people were at birdie rallies, thinking anything would change." It's not that they thought anything would change; they were paid to be there. The homeless are literally paid to partake in leftist events and to vote. Essentially, we know that for a fact too. Now that after the Nick Shirley thing, right? The homeless are paid to vote. They're paid like $5 to go vote for a fucking Democrat. That's where the whole busing thing came from. Where they would bus people in from out of town. Then they realized, I mean, they probably still do that because it's effective, right? But they also realized that they could utilize the homeless population and pay them fucking dirt cheap nothing to just kind of stand around all day with a sign in their hand.
From free needles.
Yep.
Yeah, I lived in a city for almost 10 years, and it's ultimately why I left, because what is it like? People would literally just bus fucking homeless people in, and you'd end up with these goddamn tent cities and fucking needles everywhere, and it was awful. But yeah, they definitely do that shit.
You can't win a fight when your enemy is fighting dirty and you refuse to fight dirty. I use this analogy in one of my videos where, like, if you're in a boxing event and the guy's got brass knuckles on underneath his glove, right? He's got heavier gloves than you or whatever. I don't really know exactly how it works, but he's got like lighter gloves than you, so his punches carry more force behind them. There's less cushion. You're going to lose. Like, you're just straight up going to lose. You have to understand that if your enemy's fighting dirty, you have to fight dirty too.
Yeah.
You have to fight dirtier and be more sly about it.
Well, your objective is to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, the goal is to win at any cost, and not winning means you go extinct. Your entire group of people, no matter what group you belong to, you go extinct. That's the result of losing. All right. So the ends do justify the means.
We've been too Jewed into thinking like, oh no, you gotta be honorable. If you lose, that's like, and even if they cheat, you guys gotta play fair.
It's like the Sam Francis saying, right wingers or like regular right wing folk are basically beautiful losers in the U.S.
There's
they
a
always
time to show
Go ahead.
respect, grace, and honor, and it's among your own kind. Okay.
Yes.
Not when dealing with
communists,
the enemy, right? Communists who want you exterminated. They want you exterminated. They want everything you've loved, endeared, raped, and executed on the side of the road. Right? These are not people that you should show grace or honor to.
It's not just communists, but it's a lot of third worlders we're welcoming in right now. Especially Indians, like, and third worlders in general, they subsist in lying to each other.
Well, that's the thing, EGAD. Communism is an internationalist ideology. They want the world to be globalized. When, like, globalism and communism are basically the same thing. even if you think globalism is just some form of neoliberalism, like look no further than Twitch, which is owned by neoliberal Amazon. It has all the communist streamers
Oh,
on it.
I was
It's the same
So,
thing.
speaking of
referring-
communist streamers, okay. Speaking of communist streamers, I'm sorry again. I'm going to cut you off here,
Yeah.
but it's very relevant. Look at Hassan Piker, right? There was a time where Hassan Piker was getting lambasted by the right for saying, "You got to be slicing and dicing these people. You know, you got to cut them up," and people were acting as though he's being literal. Right? That's not what was happening. What he was talking about was debate strategy, and he's talking about being disingenuous, dishonest, and using tactics to win a debate and make your opponent look stupid. It is these he does not believe in showing the enemy any grace or any honor. It is all about fighting dirty, and he promotes it. He actively promotes it to his fans. That's what he meant by slice and dicing them, cut them up. He means do whatever it takes to win the argument, to come out on top. That's what he's talking about.
War.
Yeah.
And it makes perfect sense why Destiny really liked him.
And the right doesn't. The larger people on the right either failed to understand that. I don't think it was them failing to understand it though. Like you can attribute it to ignorance, but I think it was purposeful because they don't want people to actually.
Well, Carl, we
that.
were told to respect everybody, no matter where they come from.
Well, I think what Carl is getting at is the relay of what Hassan Piker was saying about dishonest debate tactics versus what was portrayed, which is like using violence, like literal slicing and dicing.
Well, no,
Hassan was
it's
saying
more
debate
is
tactics.
like you can actually win a debate.
They interpreted it literally as opposed to metaphorically.
No, I know, but I think what you getting at, Carl, is that the way it was relayed to us was like some kind of, I don't want to say psyop, but disingenuous thing by the Republican or conservative establishment to make it to have us be misguided as to what Piker was saying.
Yeah, either by the establishment or by prominent figures, just like on their own.
Populist stink.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Egad. I was just trying to get my point across, my question across. But go ahead. I apologize.
Oh no, I was more or less saying that the people who do this, I think they know that they're going to be rewarded for their disingenuousness. So that in itself is like, oh, I don't care if I lied, because I'm being rewarded with it through whatever means, like whether it's the state or whatever it is. That's actually the most dishonest thing. Like they have to, to some extent, Hassan Piker has to realize when he lies to people, he's actually working in the interest of the state that he ostensibly is working against. I talked about this
I don't think he really cares.
No, I talked about this with Spider-Man. Like I was talking with Carl about Spider-Man, and it was like talking about the same thing. I think it's the same thing with all these leftists who think that, like, oh, I'm Spider-Man. It's like, well, yeah, you're Spider-Man with a state mandated spider suit with spider webbing and all this shit with all your tech. So basically, you're rebelling against the people, but the people themselves give you the power to do that, and you're completely like you've turned your brain off to the fact that contradiction even exists.
I believe that's Baudrillard, the theory of the simulacra, right? Ironically, a leftist.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, you just went off the rails.
Baudrillard the simulacra?
Baudrillard was I think he was French. He was like
regardless of what it is, it's basically the leftist who goes onto Amazon to purchase a T-shirt that says "Smash Capitalists" without any regard to the irony that you went on to Amazon to purchase that T-shirt. That's more or less what it is. It's like, how am I getting my power, my proletarian power, to fight against the powers that be? And it's like, I can't. You can't actually get that power because your ideology is fucked.
Yeah.
So basically the state itself goes in and in order to procure power in an anarcho tyrannous state is like it reaches you particular. You're the anarcho tyrannist and says, hey, let me the state give you the resources to fight against me the state, but you're not fighting against me. You're fighting against right wingers who are, I don't know, me, supposedly, theoretically. So you, the leftists, are like, oh, the state gave me the power to fight the state, and the state is just other people who have different ideologies, even though they're not really the state. That's really what it is. It's so fucked, and anybody who has like you'd have to think anybody who has the modicum amount of uh intellect would have to say, wait a minute, what? The state wants me to fight the state, but the state is saying that the right wingers who also exist within, like, who are my next door neighbors are my enemy? No, what the fuck? Why am I fighting these people? But no, leftists are so fucking stupid. They'll be like, oh, I'm gonna fight my next door neighbor, who is the state, and I'm doing this on the behalf of state people who are telling me that my next door neighbor is my enemy. Like, and that's how they function. It's no, that is literally how it functions.
Well, that's just the thing. They don't view neighbors as anything. They just view these corporations and these man-child bullshit as like their greatest ally.
No, I
Like
was even
the whole marvelization
no.
of the
I don't give
man-child.
them any charity. Like, I was talking with Carl about this. Some of these people actually, like, eagerly, like maliciously are like, oh, I've been given this power and I get to snitch on my neighbors for doing shit, for saying shit. Like, they made snide comments on Twitter, on X, on Blue Sky. I'm gonna go out and just talk about that. Like, these people are malicious. Like, this is the thing that people need to realize. Like, you can't stop, you can't forgive these people. You can't, like, act like a normal, like a lot of Christians have been taught to act and think like, oh, we need to be charitable to these people because they don't know any better. No, they do know better. The thing is, they've been granted the permission to act maliciously. And that's what they do. So they know, like, oh, I can snitch on my neighbor because they made a bad tweet and I'll get rewarded. So they rub their hands eagerly and be like, oh, look, I'm a good guy. And I told you that these people were saying bad things on X, on YouTube, whatever it is. And they
Like
get
the
rewarded.
Stasi.
Yeah. So that's what they do. That's why you can't, like, you can't reconcile with a lot of these people. They really need to be killed in Minecraft.
Well, you think about the people like leading up to the German invasion of France, Vichy France, and then the following incarnation of de Gaulle's France afterwards. You would have had bureaucrats that worked under all three different orders. And basically, that's the kind of person. Like, they're, like you said, they're obsequious. They just kind of, you give them a little modicum of power, and they're like, oh yes, man. They just
I
kind of.
wouldn't even say they can't be negotiated with. They can, but why would you chance that?
Indeed, because they'll stab you in the back.
Yeah. It's at that point where you realize, like, if you're playing Warhammer 40K and you look at things like the Inquisition, or look at the Spanish Inquisition, any Inquisition where it's been played in the media, and they're like, oh, the Inquisition was so unfair, and it's so, like, it's like, no, I think they were probably on the mark, because there was a lot of people who, like, screwed it up for everybody else, where it's like, we're just going to paint a widespread, like, net around a lot of people and basically say, like, you're done for. It's like, I haven't done anything wrong. It's like, okay, I realize that, but you're the people who were in your neighborhood or whatever it is, they screwed it up for you. They basically showed they were untrustworthy, and that's why we need to do what we're doing. So.
I wanted to ask Dutch Boy and also add a propositional idea. But before I do that, this is a guy in the general chat you were talking about, Jean Baudrillard. Is
John
this a guy?
Baudrillard, yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have never heard of this guy in my life before. Apparently, he was like some French Marxist philosopher.
Yes, and he came up with the idea of simulacra, which is basically a simulated reality, a false reality that you're buying into. Not wholly different from Uncle Ted's surrogate activities.
Like a Philip K. Dick kind of sci-fi
Yeah,
scenario.
yeah, you could say that. It's basically like, yeah, like you look with the Marvel movies that people think they're fucking Spider-Man or anything. Like
Oh.
that would be a simulacra that they're living in, and they're living out this fantasy version of reality that isn't actually how things appear. And then you can actually enter different layers of simulacra to where you see society today. They don't reference the classics or history. They reference Marvel movies and other forms of simulacra that are informing their worldview that's not actually based in anything that is real. Baudrillard's a pretty interesting character. I'm not the most well read on him.
Oh, actually, that's interesting. I've been reading about that too, and I made comments about like reading in general. Is a lot of people's reading is non-existent. What they read is what they like read online from articles and stuff. But they hear a lot. They hear a lot from other people who speak, but they have no critical thinking skills. Where they haven't actually picked up a book and sat down for 4 to 8 hours and actually read it, actually read the text, and they don't know how to do that. That's
Yeah,
the problem.
even so-called, like dudes on our side. Like I have IRL friends where, they get it and everything, and I'm like, dude, you should read this book, and they just can't. They
Yeah, they
What would
literally
help
can't.
I think what
Yeah.
would help is if they had an audio book where they could read it and listen to the audio at the same time, as well as have videos like after they've read their chapter or after they read the book itself, like explaining or articulating some of the more like deeper ideas of the book to help not spoon feed them, but help like get the almonds activated of to what they just read, or to get that well-roundedness in them. I think that
I've
creates a good nutritious system for like reading into information